pattern. So what we'll be looking for to see if this actually is a multi-decadal shift is the duration of the pattern and also its duration through the year. Right now we're seeing the cold AMO signal more in the winter and in the cool season and not really very much in the summer and into the hurricane season. So we would expect this pattern to develop more through the year, the next couple of years. It may take a few years before we really know if we're in the cold phase of the AMO or not. It's hard to say at this point. The last time we had a transition to the cold AMO was in the early 1970s, and we just didn't have the data, the ocean data, the model data, the satellite data. We didn't have any of the capabilities hardly that we have now to really monitor this. So we're really looking at this kind of from a new slant to try and predict this change the earliest we can, but we don't want to predict and say it's a multi-decadal switch if it's only a short-term signal.
And David, this is Kathy Sullivan. I'm going to offer a small friendly amendment to Jerry's comment. We're not looking at this. This is the first time we've watched a potential transition between phases with sophisticated scientific instruments at all. So it's not about a new slant. We're actually watching it for the first time and with very new eyes. If we knew what 3 or 4 earlier ones had looked like, we'd have some basis for saying they commonly take X amount of time to prove themselves out. But it's the first time that we're seeing signals that might portend a phase shift. And so we're watching carefully with all the alertness that Jerry indicated. Are there other questions on the phone?
Next question comes from Willie Dreyer. You may ask your question.
Yes, thank you very much. Was just wondering if you could comment on the factors that have prevented a major hurricane landfall since, I guess it was 2005, and whether any of those factors are still in place or whether there's any way of knowing whether the likelihood of this unusual string of no landfalling major hurricanes being broken.
Well, we've been extremely fortunate that we haven't had major hurricane landfalls in the number of years you've said, but you can have tremendous damage even if the storm is not a major status. For instance, Irene and also Sandy, those were not major hurricanes, but they caused tremendous damage and flooding. So there's a lot more to the impacts of a hurricane than just its strength. There's its size, its motion, it's your location with respect to the eye wall, it's the inland flooding, tornadoes, your preparedness so that you're ready for the damage and can act accordingly. So to just get off the major hurricane thing, because there's many more important issues. Now, there is a set of weather patterns that tends to favor more hurricane landfalls. And I guess the heart of that weather pattern is if you have a higher pressure over the eastern U.S., what that tends to do is take the hurricanes from the tropical Atlantic more westward toward the Caribbean, and then those storms can either move up through the Gulf of Mexico and strike or kind of swerve up through the Bahamas and strike. So with that high pressure pattern, for instance, we saw in 2003, 4, and 5, when we had a lot of hurricanes striking, that was the main pattern. Now, fortunately, in the last several years, we've had low pressure over the eastern United States. What that does is it causes a stronger southwesterly flow, and that recurves these hurricanes out into the open Atlantic, oftentimes far before they're threatening the coast. So we've been very fortunate with that pattern, but there's no way to predict that it's going to be in place for the bulk of this hurricane season. And even if that pattern is in place, all it takes is a break of a couple of weeks and you can have a huge hurricane or tremendous hurricane damage. So, but the outlook is not for hurricane landfalls, and it's because we just simply cannot predict these local weather patterns. They're only predictable about a week in advance and at the time the hurricane is approaching. So we just cannot predict where or how many storms will strike this far in advance because those hurricanes are really, and tracks are controlled by the local weather patterns.
Very much. I think I understand the limitations that you have. My question was just whether any of the prevailing patterns from previous years are in place this year. But I understand that you can't say with certainty whether you're going to have a major hurricane come ashore. But like I said, I was just wondering about the prevailing patterns that might have had some influence in the past 11 years?
This is Kathy Sullivan. The prevailing patterns, the ones that are that endure long enough and have some predictability at seasonal scales, are the ones we talked about in the outlook, and they do let us give an outlook for level of activity. But when you refer to the prevailing patterns that have affected storm track and landfall, as Jerry said, those don't prevail over long times. Those are in days and weeks, and we can only predict them that far out. So we don't know what the prevailing patterns will be come June, July, August through October. Our predictions tell you expect a fair number of storms likely to form, and then you're going to have to just be ready and watch the weather patterns at the time that a storm is coming in.
Thanks very much.
Next question comes from Laura Martinez. You may ask your question.
Hi, yes, thank you, Dr. Sullivan. I'm curious because I know you mentioned that it looks like El Nino is going to start maybe phasing out, and that possibly there's a 70% chance that La Nina will develop and possibly increase the amount of hurricanes or the activity. Can you expand on that a little bit more? Since I live in Texas on the Gulf Coast, and we've been hit by hurricanes. We've been hit by hurricanes before. So what are the chances of a La Nina actually developing before the end of the season?
This is Jerry Bell. Right now, the Climate Prediction Center is indicating a 70% chance that La Nina will be here during the peak months of the hurricane season, which is August, September, and October. And that's when, by far, the bulk of the hurricanes and major hurricanes form. About 90% to 95% of the storms occur during August, September, and October. And there's a high likelihood La Nina will be present and trying to strengthen the season during those normally active months. But the counter to that is we don't know if we're in this background climate signal that would further enhance the activity, or perhaps a change in that signal that might help to suppress La Nina's impacts. And that's why we're expecting a near normal season at this time. But that's still, as Kathy mentioned, that's still a lot of activity. So you need to start getting prepared now with your hurricane preparedness plans, because we know it only takes one, and the sooner you prepare, obviously the more ready you will be in case the storm threatens.
The last time that we've seen a La Nina present during hurricane season, Atlantic hurricane season, because I know that we've had El Nino for a while and we haven't had anything really down here. So when's the last time that we actually saw La Nina?
I'm sorry?
When's the last time we've actually seen La Nina have an impact on the season?
Could you look at the cameras, please?
Yeah, La Nina was last year in 2010, and the combination of La Nina and the warm AMO produced a very active 2010 hurricane season.
Thank you.
Next question comes from Barbara Hollingsworth. You may ask your question.
If the AMO is headed in the direction that you think it is, what will be the overall result on hurricanes over the next, say, 2 decades?
Well, at this time, we don't know if the AMO is switching to its cold phase. If and when the AMO does switch back to its cold phase, that is associated with a weaker West African monsoon and also weaker hurricane seasons. The last time we had a cold phase of the AMO was during 1971 to 1994. That was called a low activity era for Atlantic hurricanes. And during that 25-year period, we only had 2 above normal seasons, and half were below normal. So that's how strong this AMO signal is. It really is a powerhouse as far as controlling the strength of the hurricane season for decades at a time.
Next question comes from David Flesher. You may ask your question.
Yes, to follow up on the question of the AMO, if we did enter an era, a lower intensity era, what would that mean specifically in terms of storm numbers and intensity?
This is Jerry again. Low activity era would mean fewer storms, fewer hurricanes, and fewer major hurricanes.
Quantify that at all? I mean, is there a range?
Boy, that's getting too speculative. We've been averaging for this high activity era about 15 named storms a year, about 8 hurricanes, and about 4 major hurricanes. In the low activity era, we might average, say, 2 major hurricanes, 4 to 5. I'm sorry, about 1 to 2 major hurricanes, 4 to 5 hurricanes. That's the type of numbers we saw back in the 1971 to 1994 period. But that's just a very general idea of what these differences in numbers mean.
And this is Kathy Sullivan. If I could just amplify, statistically, the number of storms in a season may be lower in that kind of period. But 1992, I would remind you, was also Hurricane Andrew. And to Joe Nimick's point, that was a very low year. I think that was about the only storm that formed. And it absolutely devastated a very wide swath of South Florida. That place took decades to really begin to come back. So don't bank your course of action based on whether you're feeling low, medium, or high. Hurricanes happen annually. Whether it's a low, medium, or high season, one can hit the coast or brush the coast near you. And in any event, living where we live on this hemisphere and this planet, this is the season to be sure you're ready for hurricanes, not banking on statistical odds.
I'm showing no further questions at this time.
Thank you, operator. I think we have one in the room.
Hi there, Doyle Rice, USA Today. The question is, what is considered now a normal season as far as what do the actual numbers go for a normal season, both in the Atlantic and in the Eastern Pacific? What numbers do you use?
Well, the averages for the Atlantic are seasonal average is 12 named storms, 6 hurricanes, and 2 to 3 major hurricanes. But those averages are kind of a boundary between, or kind of the middle ground between these high activity eras with a lot of activity and low activity eras with quite a bit less activity. So I'm not sure if I answered that question.
Yeah, and then the Eastern Pacific?
The Eastern Pacific is overall a more active basin. It averages 15 to 16 named storms, 8 hurricanes, and about 5 major hurricanes. Now, while the Atlantic has been very active since 1995, the way these climate signals work is that they have a seesaw effect. So the Central and Eastern Pacific hurricanes seasons have been below normal since 1995. And during the last couple of years with these changing, this coolness in the AMO, the Atlantic has gone suppressed while the Central and Eastern Pacific have really gotten enhanced. So these climate factors have a seesaw effect, and we're actually seeing a little bit of that right now.
Okay, any further questions in the room?
Hi, my name is Sarah. Thank you, ma'am and sir. I have a question, like when I'm watching the news, the local news, and hurricanes coming, and they're predicting a green path and a red path and a blue path and a yellow path, and are those all paths coming from your guys' number crunching from the center, or are we getting numbers from other people's algorithms that are using the same numbers?
In general, with every significant weather system, the modern day technique is to use an ensemble of forecasts, different models produced by different entities. Each model's got its strengths and weaknesses, its error factors in it. If with all those variations in the models and the data, the results of a forecast 48 or 50 hours out converge, then that tells you that that kind of outcome, that situation is robust against all those different errors. It gives you some greater confidence that that's a more likely outcome. So it depends on what your TV guy is showing you. Sometimes in hurricane season they'll show you different colored paths, and those are historical past tracks to remind you where hurricanes have gone in the past. Sometimes they're showing you the different output of different models, several of which are NOAA's, some of which are from Europe. Again, whether you're in Europe or the United States or Canada or Japan, really competent forecasters these days are using all of those models. And their forecast is not popularity contest or flip a coin or pick one. It's actually a scientific judgment about the strengths and weaknesses of each of them that lead them to give you their forecast guidance.
I'd like to thank you all for joining us today. If you have follow-up questions, you can email us at nws.pa@noaa.gov or find us in the room. And with that, I'd like to conclude the press conference.
All right, guys, looks like they cut that right away. We are going to take you to Donald Trump in Fresno momentarily, but first, Hillary Clinton in Oakland at a chicken and waffles restaurant.
Around creating economic security, housing security, and also food justice. And then our superintendent of schools, Antoine Wilson, who really is bringing a kind of full-service community schools model, and also has done some tremendous work in bringing a restorative justice philosophy to our schools, which has very much transformed the levels of suspensions and discipline and really lifted up kids, and we're seeing tremendous results as far as increases in graduation rates and positive outcomes for our kids. The second pillar, I'm just going to introduce myself for a second. I love that. The second pillar of this comprehensive plan is safe neighborhoods. And while, Oakland certainly has a police department, it's a police department that has really gone through a cultural shift that sees themselves as guardians, not warriors in the community. And that works deeply in partnership with the faith community, with community groups, in a partnership called Ceasefire. And that has, over the last 3 years, given us a 39% reduction in gun violence in this city. And so far this year, we're seeing, potentially a doubling of that. So as the mayor of this city, as somebody who's over our police department and many of our other programs, I work deeply in partnership with everybody at this table. And then finally, the third pillar of this comprehensive plan is a restorative city. And it's kind of a philosophy that we believe in Oakland, and that is the idea of restoring people. And Derek here, our owner of Chicken and the House of Chicken and Waffles. Derek not only runs an incredibly successful business here in Oakland, but he almost exclusively employs people that are on probation, that are re-entering our society, that are coming back home. He provides them with opportunities to have a great new start in our city in a warm and welcoming environment with fair wages and a great working atmosphere here at his fabulous, tasty restaurant.
Thank you.
And then finally, Regina Jackson, the executive director of the East Oakland Youth Development Center. We call it EOYDC. She is, again, someone who brings a holistic set of services to the children in Deep East Oakland, where she's located, and really, again, a restorative philosophy of lifting up, of providing opportunity, and just being an incredible, very long-term caretaker of children and families in our community. So that's a distinguished panel that we've assembled for you today here in Oakland, California.
Well, Mayor, thank you, and thanks to all the panelists and everyone else who is here. It's really a treat for me to be with all of you. I actually worked in Oakland in the summer of 1971.
Wow.
So I have memories of eating in Oakland, walking in Oakland, shopping in Oakland, meeting a lot of terrific people in Oakland, and I've been back many times since. And I am excited to hear about these three pillars, because what you've described, Mayor, is exactly what I think needs to happen, and I want to know how the federal government, and me particularly, can be a better partner with you to achieve the kind of restoration, safety, and opportunity that you are talking about. I also was here 2 years ago, Superintendent, I think, right?
Yes.
And I was here because through the Clinton Foundation, we were doing a project to encourage parents to read, talk, and sing to their babies and their toddlers. And the superintendent was terrific. He had just arrived, as I recall. And we had a wonderful, large group of healthcare professionals, business leaders, clergy, bishop, and others who came together to support this effort called Too Small to Fail, to try to reach into pediatric visits, signage on buses and bus stops, and create, again, a real sense that we all have something to do to help every one of our children get ahead, starting with our babies and going from there. I was encouraged and really very energized by that meeting because I could see what you all are trying to do here. So that's why I'm here, because I want to be a champion for Oakland and all the Oaklands of America, places that have challenges like any part of our country and any kind of human endeavor, but places that are coming together. We're stronger together when we work together, when we come up with these approaches, and we bring everybody to the table. And Mayor, that's been a hallmark of your leadership. You are someone who is a convener and a catalyst and a coordinator, as well as a chief executive of the city. So with that, I would love to get into more details and to hear both what you think is working, what your challenges are, and what could the federal government do. You started off by saying, Mayor, that federal officials are not all that common coming and having conversations like this. That's something that I've done throughout my entire career because I think you learn more by listening, and I want to have a chance to gather the best possible ideas. But then in terms of programs and policies, what can we do together? So that's really what I'm hoping to hear and learn from today.
All right. Let's start with our supervisor, Wilma Chan.
Okay, well, first of all, welcome to my district. I'm very happy to have you here. And I have to say, you were the first person who said it takes a village to raise a child. And that was quite a while ago. And we try to put that into practice here. I think we have a lot of real strong collaborations. I would say that we have a lot of challenges, and I think looking forward to your being in the White House to help us with them, because we have some deep poverty in California and in this area. It was over 50 years ago the war on poverty was started, but we still have a lot of people, middle class and working class people, who are working but still are in poverty. I would say what I wanted to tell you is the programs that we're doing now really are very multi-purpose. It's not, you don't just work on one thing. You work on something that has a lot of big effects. And so I just wanted to tell you about two of them. One is we're doing a program, and we're going to be bringing it into our joint JPA venture called Food is Medicine. And we're doing that in partnership with Children's Hospital. And it's a really great program where we use local growers. They grow healthy food. And we put together packages, and the physicians at Children's Hospital actually prescribe food as medicine to people who are in danger of obesity or who have diabetes. The food is delivered to the patients by these community-based farmers and organizations once a week, and it also comes with recipes and tips on nutrition. And I'd like to make that into a practice throughout California. I think our physicians should do it. It's part of prevention. So it's not anymore that one thing just does one thing. It just has so many impacts. It's going to create jobs. It helps our local organic growers. We have a lot of them in the city of Oakland, lots of them. Another program I want to talk to you about that also I hope the JPA will work on. Our Sheriff's Department in Alameda County has a program called Dig Deep Farms. And they hire so-called at-risk, I don't like that word, but at-risk youth. And again, multi-purpose. They take vacant lots throughout Alameda County, including they're going to be starting in Oakland. So they beautify the neighborhood by changing them into agricultural little plots of land. They grow things. They bring in people who otherwise wouldn't have jobs to cultivate them and grow them. And then they started food stands as well to sell the produce. And in fact, they've grown so much that they're able to cater now. They have a catering business. They got a burn grant. You asked what could be done. They got a burn grant from the federal government. And through that, they've been able to buy a commercial-grade kitchen, which they're going to be opening in the fall. And all of us could use that to incubate new businesses. Food is a big business here. It's really, really changed over the last 20 years. So again, it's a very multi-purpose thing. It beautifies neighborhoods, it creates jobs, it provides nutritious food because they grow everything organic, and it'll really help the families who receive these food. So I think there's just so many opportunities, and I think where you can help us is supporting when we break down these barriers,
Right.
you know, and have grants that cross areas and reward people who can work together across different disciplines. But I'm so happy to have you here today, and like I said, you started this whole movement, so.
Well, you know, Wilma, I have to say, it's you know, breaking down barriers has been one of the major themes in my campaign, and all kinds of barriers. And one you just put your finger on, the barriers that exist in the federal government between getting things done that cut across all the bureaucratic lines and can deliver results, deliver the support that a program like this needs. I mean, just sitting here thinking, you got a burn grant that came out of the Department of Justice. What's HHS doing? You know, Mrs. Obama has been very active in trying to get better food available and better food labeling. So we need to do I think, a more focused job at describing the problem or the challenge we're trying to address, and then knock down the barriers that say, well, we can't give money to that, or the money we give can only be used for X, not Y. And at some point, that's discouraging. I've been doing this long enough to know that people who are on the front lines of trying to make change in local communities, they start with a lot of energy, but if there's nobody out there supporting them and easing the way and knocking down these barriers, it begins to get frustrating. And then when the grant runs out, because we haven't thought ahead about, okay, how do we make this more self-sufficient, which is why I'm glad to hear about the catering, because you need a source of revenue that is sustainable. So what you're saying just really makes perfect sense about how we need to think about doing this.
I'd love to bring you to White House to see you after November.
I'll tell you what. I'm not just saying this because here we are sitting in the home.
Okay, there you go.
I really think one of the best ways that I can be a good partner is to lift up what is working and lift up people who are trying to work together. And using the White House, I like to say, yes, we can use the White House as a bully pulpit. We don't want a bully in the White House, but we can use the bully pulpit to talk about issues and bring people and have, maybe there is somebody in Massachusetts who is doing something similar. Let's begin to cut across all the barriers, the geographic barriers and everything else that's standing in the way. So I'm excited by that.
Superintendent Wilson.
Well, thank you. Also want to appreciate you for visiting Oakland and just having an opportunity to learn about some of the things we're doing. You mentioned the event where we were focusing on early childhood. That was an extremely important event because it helped propel a lot of our work in the district. I mean, our district is focused on being a full-service community school district, which, in addition to increasing academics, which we are, our reading scores are up, our graduation rates are up, we are sending more of our students to college, prepared for colleges, our A to G completion rates are up significantly, and that's all in just 2 years, so we're extremely excited about that. But what we're really talking about is how we do that well. So it starts with making sure that students have access to quality early childhood experiences. So we've expanded those programs, also increased training in those programs, so extremely excited about that work. Additionally, though, the mayor talked about our work with restorative practices, restorative justice. So we have expanded that work, and what it has resulted in is a decrease in suspension. There used to be a time where the suspension rate for African American males in Oakland was 27%. We're down to 8%. So when you think about that aspect of it, we've set a really strong target of trying to eliminate disproportionality in our suspensions. It is working. We have initiatives with African American male achievement, which we're extremely excited about, an awesome leader in that program that is in partnership with the work that's happening nationally, and we feel really excited about the work that we've been leading there. Chris Chapman is one of our shining stars, we think, here in Oakland. And then we're also appreciative of the partnerships that we have with the city, with the county. Health centers in our schools, and some of the most exciting things that you'll see. 26 health centers, and not just cursory attention. I mean, dentistry, full service checkups for community and family. We're extremely excited about that. and then partnering with the city on things such as the safety plan, bringing additional services, jobs into our schools. And then also community-based organizations. I mean, Regina's down the way. A lot of partnerships with community-based organizations like the one that Regina leads. And it's making a difference. And we have one of her students and one of our former students sitting here. I think you met her a moment ago. And so all of those partnerships we're extremely excited about. And it builds upon a long history here in Oakland around establishing those types of partnerships. And so I'm just excited to be a part of it.
Wow, Superintendent, you have just said so much that's important. I want to really thank you for focusing on this disproportionate suspension rate. And it's part of a disproportionate disciplinary culture. And it is part of what contributes, in my opinion, to the cradle to prison pipeline that we are all committed to ending and replacing with a cradle to college pipeline. And if you don't take the child where the child is, if you don't provide the services that the child needs, you can suspend and expel as much as you want. That is not going to solve anything. It's not going to certainly help the child, but it's not going to help the community either. So I'm thrilled to hear you say this because so much of the challenge we face going forward is trying to get people to recognize that these are symptoms. If a child is acting out, and I'm not saying put anybody else in danger, obviously that goes without saying, you need special programs for that. But if a child is acting out, what is the reason? Why is a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 9-year-old behaving like this? There is something going on in that child's life. And your provision of community health services inside the schools is something that we used to do a lot more of and we stopped doing. Now, is this being funded from the city and the county that you, or just how did you find the money to do this?
So we partner with the county. We also have investments with several local and community-based organizations. And so it's been partnership with that. And also we have a tremendous partnership with Kaiser, which has been awesome.
Great.
Tremendous funders here in the district. So it's a number of different opportunities where we've been able to get local business, community-based organizations, county, and city support in terms of making sure that these are realities in our schools.
I ran across such a great idea some months ago. I went to a community discussion in St. Louis County near Ferguson, and it was held in a church, and there were educators and clergy and business people and a cross-section of folks who were concerned. And the superintendent of a very poor, unaccredited school district, if you can believe it, in that county, told us that she was having trouble getting parents to come into the school. And here's what she did, Superintendent, and I'll tell you this because this is the kind of thing that I want to do, connect people up and get ideas. She cleared out an old storeroom and she bought washers and dryers. And she put them into the storeroom. And she sent out a message saying you can come and do your laundry for free, but while you're here and the clothes are spinning, you go sit in your child's classroom. You go meet the teacher. You go be part of this educational experience. And we've got to think much better about where families are today and what we do to connect them up and connect their children up, because the parents are key to the success of the children. And the more we can get parents into the schools, the more you have a chance to work with the families through the health centers and the like. So I'm just really applauding what you're doing and the way you've creatively brought all these resources together, because the school is still very often the principal community institution. And so other organizations, I hope, will begin looking at the schools again as not just a partner, but a place where they can do services from, as opposed to have different places that you have to keep sending people to go to. And having Kaiser as a partner makes all the difference. So, in fact, that Kaiser was one of the great sponsors we had with the Too Small to Fail, and their data is so essential for you or for anybody else to figure out what's actually happening.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Congratulations. That's great news.
All right.
And next, I'm going to turn to actually Regina Jackson, speaking of youth development and youth and community, who runs the East Oakland Youth Development Center, EOYDC.
So again, thank you for being here and wanting to hear what's going on. We're quite excited in East Oakland specifically. I serve young people that are not just living in Oakland, but going to schools in Oakland and outside of Oakland. And so we have a multi-dimensional strategy around education that goes pretty much K to 16. And so it's a cascading mentoring model as well, in that we're providing work-based learning opportunities to our young people, so that the 5 and 6-year-old who are there to do homework and to be in book clubs know high school students and kids that are going to college. They know those people. If they are not a part of their inner circle of family and friends, it gives them an opportunity to vie for something. And so as well as in the educational exposure, we're taking them on field trips, 35 and 40 a year. Our young people are trained to teach and deliver programs during the summer, entirely youth-led. So they have learned how to design curriculum and how to teach classes. Our Pathway to College program facilitates an 86% completion rate in 4 years.
Oh, it's great.
Now, one of the things that is the pain of our prosperity, of course, are things like the student loan debt, because so many of ours, can't make that money, can't make that commitment, want to go to a 4-year institution. Some go to the junior college, which is exceptional. We just want them to finish. In terms of the development opportunities that are coming, we're located not too far away from the Oakland Airport. The pain of that prosperity is what upset will happen to our small businesses. You said that you were a former Oaklander, and some of the most quaint things about Oakland are our art.
Yes.
Our small businesses. And so many of them, unfortunately, will be displaced. And so we're looking for support from HUD, for work opportunities, support for education. We talked a little bit about why these kids are so angry. It's called complex PTSD. Our children never leave their battlefield. And while Oakland is getting safer by the minute, there are still some that are being left behind. We have extraordinary parent engagement. You talk about that washer-dryer component. We are bringing parents in to learn how to cook alongside their kids, to do martial arts and yoga, to learn how to relax in some of our trauma-filled cycles. And many of my parents are telling me, we're going to have to move. We can't afford to stay here. And that's similar when I use the umbrella of nonprofit life. So many of our nonprofits, they're having their rents doubled and tripled because of our prosperity. And so I say to you that EOYDC, we were started by the Clorox Company almost 40 years ago. Our tremendous partnerships with both business and foundation and schools, exceedingly helpful. Even our NBA champs, the Warriors Foundation, have figured out how to support our young people and their families' needs. And so if elected, we're really hoping that you will be able to see the greatness in Oakland, particularly through a child's mind, which I know that you connect to, and help them see their future, their successful future.
Regina, the kind of community-centered services that you provide are the ones that, based on my experience, everything that I've read, are more likely to work and to survive. And because they are, in effect, multidisciplinary, and because you are creating opportunities for young people to assume leadership and educational roles. So it really does set a good example. But look, we have a big problem in affordable housing and in keeping neighborhood character and opportunities for people who have been living in Oakland over years. No city really has yet figured out how to do that. I mean, there's advantages, of course, to fixing up neighborhoods and making them attractive and all the rest of it. But I think it's a big price to pay if we displace everybody who has been there and who has gone through the bad times and deserve to be part of the good times.
Yes.
And I don't know. I will turn to the mayor and the county supervisor. This is becoming a problem in our cities because our cities are great magnets for people to move in. Young people, obviously, and older people who are downsizing and want to be in a city instead of out in a suburb, and we've seen a lot of moves on that. So they are driving the market up. How do we have enough affordable housing? How do we help to support the existing neighborhoods? Because you could do all this work, and the people you're actually helping and working with won't be in Oakland in 10 years. Right. They won't be able to afford to be in Oakland. And so what are we doing about that, Mayor?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, this is my bailiwick right there. Oakland, California has the fastest rising rents relative to income of any city in America. So the issue that you're talking about, I mean, we are ground zero for the affordability crisis. And many cities are recognizing this right now, but particularly here in the Bay Area. And so we're doing two things as quickly as we can. First, we've come up with a series of strategies to help protect families from displacement. And that's by strengthening renter protections. And it's also by trying to acquire property and put affordability protections on them as well as fix them up. Because in Oakland, we have 22.5% of our population is what we call housing insecure. That means they're either spending more than half of their income on housing costs, they're living in unconscionable, unhealthy conditions, overcrowded conditions, or they are at risk of homelessness or eviction. That is not a sustainable model for a community. But we also are trying to build more housing. People are coming back to cities. And unlike some people, we don't want to build a wall around our city. So we need to build more housing to accommodate these newcomers, and particularly at different income levels, so that we can house our workers, our teachers, our low and very low income residents, our most vulnerable families, as well as the tech workers who want to come and call Oakland home. And so the regulatory atmosphere.
All right, guys, we're going to keep Hillary Clinton in the corner, but we are taking you live now to Fresno, California. That is right. It is my hometown. I'm very excited for this Donald Trump rally in Fresno.
Needs to be supportive to communities like yours that are tackling this problem head on. And it would be great if Oakland could show the way. I didn't realize how much of a disparity in terms of affordability and increase in costs you have.
Well, and housing and the cost of living is one side of the equation, but the other side is the ability to afford. And that's why cities like Oakland have led the way with raising the minimum wage. We're excited that California has followed suit, but making sure that our residents are actually earning the kind of income to allow them to stay. And that's a great segue to our host here. Now, in Oakland, we talk a lot about banning the box. And we have more than 7,000 residents in our city who are either on probation or parole, who talk about a barrier, who face an extreme barrier to employment and fair housing.
Right.
And in Oakland, we, though, are moving beyond not just talking about banning the box, but proactively finding businesses that really want to encourage and welcome this population into their kind of supportive arms. And there is no better example of that in Oakland than where we are right now, and that's Derek's house. Yay, Derek!
Thank you. Wow, so when I got the call yesterday, I'm just delighted, and it's just such a joy to have you here, number one. And to echo on everybody, I guess I hire those that would probably never get or don't get hired anywhere. And I get them right out of prison. So they haven't, I mean, when I say right out, like literally right out of prison. I think if I can say anything, what I'd like for people to understand is to have employers or somehow get a message to other employers to give people a chance. Because for me, I won't sit here and pat myself on the back saying that was my intention. I got stuck at work one day. We didn't have a kitchen staff. We had a line at the door. And one of the guys said, well, I can call the house and get some guys. I said, call the house. And I didn't know what the house was. I didn't really know it was a halfway house, but that's kind of like how it started, honestly. And so Kevin Grant with the city, I've been working with him. I work with, Private Industry Council. I work with, the county, everybody. And so we get their parolees, and those are on parole or probation. And to be honest, they've been the most loyal employees that I've had. My manager, one of my restaurant managers now, who's not here this morning, he's been off. He was on parole for 5 years. He's been with me for 5.5 years. He's now off. I'm his first job. And there's nothing, the most gratifying thing for me is seeing somebody receive their first check. I mean, I gave with this guy, Greg, I'll never forget this. I gave him a check and he started crying. And I was like, what are you crying about? And I ain't never seen nobody cry when they got a check. What's going on? He's like, I've never gotten a check before. And I just sat there like, you've never gotten a paycheck? He's like, no. So watching somebody get their first check, their first car, is definitely for those that can employ people and have the opportunity to employ, should at least try it. I think the barrier to people trying it is that there is the fear of working with a felon. When you hear that word felony, or I'm a felon, you think of this criminal, really bad person. You don't really know why someone went to prison. You don't really know their story. And whatever kind of programs that can be implemented or to help, raise the awareness, and the city's doing a great job at that. I think that's what we definitely need, just more awareness. And that's why I speak and help and open up the restaurant, because we need it's a large number. And I don't know the exact statistics. I'm not a politician, so I don't know the statistics. But there's a large number of people getting out of prison. It's a large number, and there's just nowhere for them to go. If you can't get a job, then what?
That is exactly the question. Then what? And if you can't get a job, and because of rules and regulations, a lot of people are denied housing assistance, housing access. So you're really putting people who are already vulnerable in a nearly impossible position. So how did you? You told us the story about how you got people for the first time from the house. How do you now organize your sort of recruitment as you get people coming out? Because I think we've got to continue to explain how it works so that more businesses will say, okay, I get it. I'm not going to have somebody I don't know anything about at all. Here's how it's going to work.
Well, I think our model here is probably really unique because I have probably over 70% of my staff is from that population. So they kind of teach each other. But I think more support to programs on a federal, state, city level that help train people coming out on just the basic skills, like call when you're going to be late. I mean, I've ran into guys downtown like, what happened? Why didn't you show up? Well, I was running late to work. I said, I'm not on time to work every day. No one's on time. They just don't know. And to have programs that will just train them on just the basic fundamental skills of, how to keep a job, how to communicate. I know we've done a lot of that, and I've done a lot of that personally here, but a lot of employers are not going to do that because it's not their job, and I understand that. So I think if those kind of programs can be funded, then, we're on at least a road upward.
Well, one of the longest running programs that has done what you're saying, training people's over in San Francisco, the Delancey Street program. And I've seen, as I've traveled around the country, because I'm really interested in this, what are the second chance programs? How do we find the best programs? How do we lift them up? How do we fund them? How do we, kind of convince people that they're worth supporting? And so I've seen a couple of great models of programs that are doing exactly what Derek said. They are taking people right out of jail or prison, and they are giving them a supportive environment, like Delancey Street. You live there. I saw a program in Charleston, South Carolina, where 50 men live there.
Okay.
And it's supported by philanthropy and business. Mm-hmm. And then you work with these gentlemen over the course of months sometimes, and do a lot of the, the work that you're talking about. Okay, here's how you apply for a job. Here's how you're expected to behave. And I had a man tell me, he said, I was late, and the supervisor was just really yelling at me, and I thought I was going to get fired. And then the supervisor said, "Didn't you set your alarm clock?" And the man said, "I've never had an alarm clock."
Right.
And so he said, "Thank goodness the supervisor said, well, here, you go buy an alarm clock. I'll show you how to use it."
Right.
You don't, people don't understand what folks go through, and also what folks know and what they don't know. And so part of the challenge is, how do we increase the breadth of knowledge and understanding, and get people into situations where employers are going to be alert for the problem, as opposed to use the problem to get rid of somebody, which is too often the case. So I think we need more of these programs. I don't know whether there is one already operating here, Mayor, that. And the other thing, and this goes back to what Wilma was saying about the sheriff's program, law enforcement has a big stake in supporting these kinds of programs. I saw a great program in Reno, Nevada. It was a partnership between the sheriff's department in the county and Catholic Charities. And it was focused, number one, at alcoholics, because they were in and out of prison and jail all the time. And they set up a residential facility, and they tested people 3 times a day and all the rest of it, but they began to train and talk about the skills. And then they began to do some businesses so people would get real life experience. We've got to do this, and it's a lot cheaper. The sheriff's deputy in Reno, when I was touring this facility, he said, look, we did it because we got tired of picking up the same people, and you put them in jail, and 30 days later they're out, and 60 days later they're in, or you take them to the emergency room and they're admitted and they're in the hospital. He said, and we ran the numbers. It costs about $30,000 a year, he told me, to incarcerate somebody who is an addict, has a mental health problem, has some kind of criminal record or behavior. And we ran our program, he said, for $3,000 a year. So if you don't care about people and you don't want to give them a second chance, think about how you could save money doing this, right? I mean, there's got to be there's an argument that nearly anybody can buy if you present them all. But I really applaud you for taking this on and giving people the confidence and the support they need to get that job done for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's great.
And I get the privilege of kind of wrapping us up. I know that our time is coming to a close.
Well, if there's anybody else here who wants to say something, I'd be happy to hear.
Well, Oakland is certainly a city that believes it's a much better investment to invest in opportunity rather than punishment.
Right.
We are seeing that over and over again. You had asked us to kind of highlight particular barriers with federal programs and funding. I do want to highlight that our Oakland Housing Authority is participating in a special program that HUD has just started that does allow for formerly incarcerated to get public housing and to become employed in local businesses. It's a total win-win. So more of that. When I talked about our Ceasefire Community Partnership, where we not only identify those most likely to engage in violence and make clear that they have our attention and that there will be consequences if they don't change their behavior, we also provide them with a case manager. And to have flexibility in how you support someone making better life choices. Because different people come to that moment in their life with different challenges. And federal funding sometimes is not very flexible. We also are so excited in Oakland about the Oakland Promise. And that's our Cradle to Career initiative to not just create the skills for our young people to succeed in finishing college and having a great career, but also to have the hope, the expectation, and to provide tools for that hope and expectation to not just be in the child, but in the child's parents and family, their support structure. And so by providing college savings accounts for our poor families at birth and for every single family of a public school student starting in kindergarten. It creates a different conversation and an opportunity for the family member to engage in that excitement about going to college. And that is a phenomenal investment. We know that's the best investment we could possibly make. And then my last thing I want to lift up that we're doing in Oakland, obviously we're excited when people get great jobs like at this restaurant here, but we also want to encourage entrepreneurship. And sometimes the process for small businesses in getting loans, even SBA loans, can be very difficult. In Oakland, we've partnered with a very innovative organization called Kiva.org.
Oh, sure.
You know Kiva.
Yes, I do.
Well, Kiva is now coming into American cities and creating that first lending opportunity and creating a platform for us as community members to also be kind of the bank of our own entrepreneurs right in our community. But the idea that people who are low income, who don't have collateral or a credit score or a cash flow to demonstrate, can't get some assistance in being entrepreneurs, I think that is a barrier that needs to be broken down. So those are just some of the things that I really wanted to lift up about what is working in Oakland. Obviously, we're very excited about your leadership, and we're so honored that you chose our city to come have this conversation in today, because you've represented someone who's always believed in investing in opportunity. And that is something that we, as a partnership of community leaders, want to support you in.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thanks to all of you. And I want to, I know the table here, I'd love for you to come stand behind us. We can get a picture with everybody, because you were and anything you want to tell me, I am very happy to have. Please come join us. I want to take a picture with your staff.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
They would love that.
Yeah,
they would love that.
But I really want to thank you, Mayor. Thank you for, as you say, lifting up people, lifting up possibility and potential, lifting up promise, because that's what we've got to get back to doing across our country. And what you're doing here in Oakland is a great example of, creating a sense of positive commitment, because people need results.
Yes.
I think we've had enough of analyzing the problems. People need results. So if you look here at Barb, we can get a picture with everybody.
The woman in the back, two women in the back can't see it very well. So
Hold on, where are you?
Thanks, go in. Stay edge a little bit, but you can. There you go.
Get sideways, please.
Yeah, don't get lost back there.
Thank you.
All right, here we go, right here, everybody. Great.
You guys are
I
great.
should hold up a biscuit.
Oh yeah, hold on here, Barb.
We need a waffle and some fried chicken.
Yeah. Get the namesake. Get the namesake food. Well, thank you all so much. Well,
thank you.
Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And can we get your staff, Derek? We'll get everybody out here.
Yes. Let me get them.
Yeah. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Auntie, get Naima. Auntie, get Naima and Chris.
My kids, Jackie, my kids didn't want to come up. Do you ask my kids? You ask them if they want to. If they don't, it's okay. If they don't,
I'll be back behind this wall. Okay.
I just wanted to tell you, we have a small ashtray. I'm the elected delegate. I'll see you in Mountain View. Everybody else, I am
So that was Hillary Clinton speaking at a chicken and waffles restaurant in Oakland, California. Kind of bummed that I didn't actually see Hillary Clinton eat any chicken and waffles. Typically when politicians are on the road, you do see them eating while campaigning. I expected to see some snacking on chicken and waffles, but alas, we did not see that. Those of you tuning in for Donald Trump coverage in Fresno, you're looking at a live look at Selland Arena in downtown Fresno right now. It looks like the crowd is waiting for Donald Trump's arrival. I have seen tweets saying that Donald Trump's jet has touched down at the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. So, Donald Trump not too far from the venue. He should be arriving any minute now. Again, his rally is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. Looks like things are running a couple minutes late. Let's move Hillary Clinton out of the corner. Let's focus now on Donald Trump in Fresno. Hello everyone, Samia Khan here, excited to cover this Donald Trump rally in Fresno, California. Some of you might be wondering why I'm more excited to cover this rally than every other Donald Trump rally I cover on News Now on any given day. Well, it's because I was born and raised in Fresno, California, so for some reason this is really exciting for me because It reflects where I came from. Those of you who are not that familiar with Fresno, California, it's in Central California, and many of you guys think, okay, well, California, it's typically a blue state, typically votes Democrat, and that's true of the state as a whole. However, Fresno County specifically, historically, has always been a Republican county, typically voting red, so obviously it's an important area for Donald Trump to win over when it comes to the general election. Places like Fresno, Bakersfield, Orange County, those are the parts of the state that typically vote Republican. We're looking at the crowd right now. You can see some red hats in the audience. I'm assuming those are the official Make America Great Again hats. He is speaking at Selland Arena. Fun fact, that is where my high school graduation took place. Actually, it's just a fun fact for me and anyone who cares to know that. But it's Selland Arena. It is in downtown Fresno. Looks like there are people in the stands. There's the crowd awaiting Donald Trump's arrival. I posted this on Facebook. Where is Donald Trump going to eat when he's in Fresno? There are key places that I would stop at if I were part of his campaign. Maybe B&Ed's Pizza or Broilers or Hungry Bear Cookies, only the greatest cookies in the history of the world. I don't know. I mean, Donald Trump's a busy man, and I know he has to speak in San Diego right after this. So my guess is he's not going to be taking that much time to eat in Fresno. He'll probably just focus on this rally at Selland Arena and then hop back into his plane and head on over to San Diego. So let me know what you guys think. You guys can tweet me at SamiaFox10. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what I'm saying, what you think Donald Trump will say. If you think Donald Trump will make America great again, tweet me. If you think he won't make America great, I can't talk today. If you think he won't make America great again, tweet me there. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I'm getting a tweet from World Justice News asking for me to sing my alma mater song. I'll be honest, it was high school, and I don't think we had a song. There was a phrase that we had, Tiger Love, Tiger Peace, which I still don't understand to this day. It was from some rally, but yeah, we were the Edison Tigers, and that was my high school experience. Now everyone, instead of having their graduations at Selland Arena, they now hold the graduations at the Save Mart Center, which is the new fancy arena that opened at the Fresno State campus in the last decade. So no longer are high school graduations held here at Selland. As far as I know, everyone's doing their graduation at the Save Mart Center. And the thing about the Save Mart Center is once it opened, it kind of put Fresno on the map. Suddenly you had people like Justin Bieber and Taylor Swift performing in Fresno because it was this great new arena. And speaking of Fresno State, that is actually where Bill Clinton spoke at earlier this week. My mom actually did shake his hand and said that Bill Clinton almost tripped and almost fell on her, which would have been the best story had he did. But anyways, these are just fun facts from my mother in Fresno. Fresno is obviously a target, as it is a major metropolitan area in California. I know Bernie Sanders is speaking in Fresno on Sunday. It was a pretty hyped up thing. I saw a lot of people on my Facebook feed sharing that Bernie Sanders was also coming to Fresno. He is hitting up Fresno on Sunday. In fact, he was actually going to go to this nice park, Woodward Park, but apparently they're now moving it to the Fresno Fairgrounds, I'm assuming because of space restrictions. So everyone looking to win over all parts of California as the California primary approaches on June 7th. We just watched as Hillary Clinton spoke in Oakland, Donald Trump speaking in Fresno today, and then later on today at 2 o'clock speaking in San Diego. I'll also be carrying his San Diego event right here on News Now. So basically, you just need to spend your whole day with me, okay? All right. And Wendy Johnson tweeting me saying Fresno loves Trump. Wendy, thank you for sending in that tweet. Are you watching from Fresno? I love that you're tuning in from my hometown. Please share the link. Let everyone know we are live streaming this event straight from Selland Arena in Fresno, California.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Senior Policy Advisor to Mr. Trump, Steve Miller.
How are we doing, Fresno? In just a couple minutes, you're going to hear from the man who's going to save the United States of America. Donald J. Trump subscribes to the old-fashioned idea that Americans ought to come first in their own country. Donald J. Trump believes that the hard-working people in this room today and their children and their friends and their colleagues should be running this country, not the special interests. Now, we don't know who's going to win the Democratic primary because Hillary Clinton's got some issues. Well, she's a criminal for one, and that's tough. And maybe she'll end up going to jail. And of course, it's tough for Hillary Clinton in the Democratic primary because you can't really blame Democrat voters, really, for not wanting to nominate someone like Hillary, who is completely and totally owned by Wall Street. I mean, think about this, folks. The Democratic Party, because of these superdelegates, may end up picking a nominee to lead their party who is the most completely bought and paid for human being in God's United States of America. Now, a lot of this is documented in this book right here, Clinton Cash, which everybody should get a copy of, and it documents a simple premise of how government operates under Hillary. And it can be summarized as this: give money to Bill, get favors from Hill. And that's how it works. Here's a quick example. Listen to this. It's straight from the book. It says, the Russian purchase of a large share of America's uranium assets raised serious national security concerns. Despite a long record of publicly opposing such deals, Hillary, then Secretary of State, didn't object. Why the apparent reversal? Could it be because shareholders involved in the transactions had transferred approximately $145 million to the Clinton Foundation or its initiatives? So Hill helps get Russians control of American uranium assets because they give money to Bill. So, Hillary Clinton has a record. She was Secretary of State. Let's review it all together real quick. So she came in 2009, and then she left 4 years later. Now, when Hillary left, did she successfully stop Iran from pursuing its nuclear ambitions? Or did she make Iran much, much more powerful? Did Hillary turn Libya into an oasis of democracy? Or did she turn it into an operating ground for ISIS? Did Hillary help Syria become a great and wonderful, safe and secure place? Or did she help Syria become the most dangerous place in the world? I love this audience. I mean, folks, this isn't even a close call. This is the easiest call that the American people have ever faced in this entire country's history. Hillary Clinton, let's review it. She turned the Middle East into the most dangerous place it's ever been. She sold our government security to the highest bidder. She wants completely and totally open borders. She's a radical extremist who wants to shut down our energy and shut down our water. She's completely owned by Wall Street. She wants a 500% increase in Syrian refugees. She wants to release violent criminals from jail. She wants to totally destroy the Second Amendment. I could go on for half an hour. Hillary Clinton represents only the most well-connected and powerful, and she doesn't care about you. She doesn't like you. She doesn't have any empathy for any working person in this country. She is crooked, she is corrupt, she is heartless, she is uncaring, she is radical, she is extreme. Now, on the other hand, there's a man who cares deeply about you. Do you know what his name is? That's right. Donald J. Trump is going to fight for you. He's going to be your champion in your corner. You're going to have someone on your side for a change. You're going to have someone who's going to say, we're not going to take it anymore. And all the people in D.C. who are used to running the show, all the special interests who kept your wages down with open borders, all the special interests who sent your manufacturing jobs overseas, all of those people, they're panicking. You know why they're panicking? Because they know Donald J. Trump is going to put a stop to it. So for all the people of this country, black and brown and white and everybody, they're going to have a champion who's going to put the citizens of this country first, last, and always. Now, are you ready to send a message so loud that it shakes the conference tables in Washington, D.C.? Are you ready to kick the special interests out of their seat of power? Are you ready to secure this border? Are you ready to protect your jobs and wages? And are you ready, folks, to send a message to the whole entire world that America is roaring back? Then, ladies and gentlemen, you have that chance. You have it with your vote. You have it with your ballot. You have it with your voice. Each and every one of you is an agent for change. Each and every one of you has been blessed with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to return control to the citizens and hardworking people of this country who've been left behind. You won't be second-class citizens anymore. You won't be forgotten anymore. You won't be told anymore that your concerns.
All right, just want to give you guys a quick introduction to this event before Donald Trump comes out. Donald Trump is speaking in Fresno, California. Fresno, California is a county that typically votes Republican, so this is an important place for Donald Trump to focus on. I do know that there are protesters outside. We haven't gotten a live feed of that yet. I do want to read some of the tweets coming in. Wendy Johnson, one of our viewers, tweeting us from Fresno, saying that Fresno loves Trump, saying that she wasn't able to make it to the rally, but she is live streaming it from home. Make America great again. Gigan saying, thanks for streaming in 720p. I need to upgrade my graphics card. It can't handle Emperor Trump's full glory in HD. Just want to give you guys some shout outs. Thanks for sending in your tweets. You guys can go ahead and tweet me at SamiaFox10, and while we wait for Donald Trump to arrive to take the stage, I will be reading them live here on air, here on Fox 10 News Now.
No. I have a question. If Hillary got a 3 a.m. phone call from Wall Street, would she have picked that up? Right, exactly. So she'll take the 3 a.m. phone call from Wall Street, but not from our veterans serving as CIA contractors who desperately need her help. Because Hillary doesn't care about the people of this country. And you want to know the God's honest truth, folks? Hillary Clinton has contempt for the working people of this country. She will gladly grind them under her heel as they get poorer and poorer and poorer, while she gets richer and richer and richer. We're not going to have a government where you just give money to Bill to get favors from Hill. We're going to have a government, folks, where the people who make the decisions are the people in this room today. The people who follow the rules, the people who go to work every day, the patriotic, loyal citizens of this country who are the heartbeat of this nation, the pulse of this country, the lifeblood of the United States of America. That's all of you, folks. That's you. That's everyone in this room. And it's time somebody said thank you. It's time somebody said thank you to all of you who hit that alarm clock and get out of bed and try and make this country work, who try and take care of their children and friends and family. It's time somebody said thank you to you. Wall Street gets enough phone calls saying thank you to them. Hillary Clinton spends all day thanking Wall Street. So in closing, folks, I'm going to ask you this question, and I want you to shout so loud that the people who betrayed you, the people who let you down, the people who let down all the families who've been victimized by open borders, who've been victimized by our terrible trade policies, shout so loud that it strikes terror into the heart of the special interest. Is Fresno prepared to send Donald J. Trump to the White House? God bless you, God bless this state, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, guys, looks like the crowd is ready to get that photo of Donald Trump. Everyone has their cell phones out, hoping to get that first snap of Trump in Sound Arena. Got to get that Instagram pic. Again, Donald Trump in Fresno, obviously a very important place for Donald Trump to win, as Fresno County is one of the few counties in California that typically leans Republican instead of Democrat. Donald Trump, right after Fresno, will be going to San Diego, California. Now, speaking of Fresno, I don't believe Hillary Clinton has made a stop in Fresno. However, her husband, Bill Clinton, did campaign in Fresno earlier this week. Bill Clinton was speaking at the university there, Fresno State University. In fact, my mom actually works there, and she met Bill Clinton as he was exiting, shook his hand, and according to my mom, Bill Clinton almost fell on her. So that's an interesting story, to say the least. And speaking of presidential candidates, Bernie Sanders will also be in Fresno come Sunday. He was actually scheduled to speak at Woodward Park, which is a park in northern Fresno, but apparently his speech has now been moved to the Fresno Fairgrounds, probably because of space limitations at the park. So Bernie Sanders will be in Fresno on Sunday. Donald Trump is there today. No word on whether Hillary Clinton herself will be making a stop in the Central Valley. Feel free to tweet me your thoughts on Donald Trump. If you're watching from Fresno, let me know what you think. If you're watching from anywhere else in the world, still let me know what you think. Whether you're a Trump fan or a Trump hater, you can tweet me at SamiaFox10. My Twitter handle is right over there. And we will read those comments live here on air while we wait for Donald Trump's arrival. The music of choice at this Trump event, I think, is pretty interesting, guys. It's not what I typically hear at Trump events. Then again, maybe I haven't been paying attention to the pre-Trump speech music in recent days. I know it's very powerful. It definitely has that build-up. Again, Donald Trump speaking live in Fresno. I do know, at least according to Twitter, that there have been reports that Donald Trump's plane has landed at the Fresno airport. The Fresno airport is not far from Sound Arena at all. It's probably about a 10 or 15 minute drive max. So Donald Trump should be there momentarily. He should be coming through those curtains any minute now. Again, Donald Trump's rally was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock. It is now 10:30. I believe the doors opened at Sound Arena this morning at 7 a.m. Thousands of people in attendance waiting for Donald Trump's arrival. Here's an interesting tweet from World Justice News saying Trump said once that a protester had a voice like an opera singer. Well, if that's true, World Justice, then maybe that's why he chose that. Sergeant Slaughter tweeting me, Texan atheist for Trump here. Thank you for all the great coverage of the Trump rallies. Hashtag Trump 2016. You're welcome, Sergeant Slaughter. Thank you guys for tuning in. Again, if you guys have any thoughts you want to tweet me, if you want your comments right on air, go ahead and tweet me at SomniaFox10. My Twitter handle is right there. Again, we are waiting for Donald Trump's arrival at Sullivan Arena in Fresno, California.
Wish I was back on the bayou, rolling with some Cajun queen. Wishing I was that freight train of Dr. Juglin on down to New Orleans. Born on the bayou, born on the bayou, born on the bayou. Do it, do it, do it.
All right, guys, we're getting some more tweets coming in. Ada Limon tweeting, if California goes Trump in the general election, then he really has broken every rule in politics. Well, it will be interesting to see Ada Limon. Again, we are waiting for Trump to walk through these curtains. Donald Trump speaking in Fresno, California. As I mentioned earlier, Fresno is a county that typically leans a bit Republican. One of the few counties in California that tends to vote Republican, Fresno, Kern County, which is home to Bakersfield, as well as that Tulare County and Orange County out in Southern California. Otherwise, the most of the state tends to vote Democrat. So obviously, it's important for Trump to rally those voters in the areas where he is most likely to win over the crowd. Now, I'm not going to say that all of Fresno is in favor of Donald Trump, however. We don't have a live feed of it. However, I have seen that there are protesters outside of this venue in Sullivan Arena, or outside of Sullivan Arena, the venue in Fresno, California. We don't have a live feed, but there are some people protesting Donald Trump right outside. Again, Fresno is the central part of California. It is heavily agricultural, so there obviously is a need for people working in the farming business, and a lot of people don't necessarily like what he had to say about Hispanics. So Donald Trump, obviously a very controversial topic out in Fresno.
Thank you, everybody. What a crowd. What a crowd. It's so beautiful to have this many people. I saw on television this morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, people were lining up. This is crazy, crazy. Well, I want to thank everybody. I know Fresno very well. You know that, right? Because I came here probably 10 or 12 years ago, and they had a problem. You remember the problem, right? They had a problem. I think it was Running Horse, right? Running Horse. And I was going to take it over and do a beautiful job. Fortunately, I didn't do it because there's no water anymore because they send all the water out to the ocean, right? I got lucky that I didn't do it, but I would have changed the water. I would have worked it out. Don't worry. But you know, so it was interesting. And some of the radio guys, one in particular who's here, where are you? Where are you up the radio? He was so great. Where is that guy? Where is he? He was so great to me. I'll tell you, he was so good I almost did the project. That would have been terrible, right? But good, thank you. But we had great support, great community support. There were a couple of politicians who were against it. A couple of politicians didn't like me. They said I wasn't a nice person. And that thing is just sitting there. And you know, no, you don't want to go wild, because I do that a lot. You go in, if they want you, love you, and everything else. I didn't do it, and I made a fortune by not doing it. Good? I mean, everyone. You know, some of the best deals are the deals you don't do. You understand that. And we're going to solve your water problem. You have a water problem that is so insane. It is so ridiculous, where they're taking the water and shoving it out to sea. And I just met with a lot of the farmers who are great people, and they're saying, we don't even understand it. They don't understand. Nobody understands it. And I've heard this from other friends of mine in California, where they have farms up here, and they don't get water. I said, oh, that's too bad. Is it a drought? No, we have plenty of water. I said, what's wrong? Well, we shove it out to sea. And I said, why? And nobody even knows why. And the environmentalists don't know why. Now, they're trying to protect a certain kind of 3-inch fish. But... No, think of it. So nobody even knows why. And by the way, the environmentalists don't know why. And you know, I should say this. I've received many, many environmental rewards. You know, really, rewards and awards. I have done very well environmentally, and I'm all for it. But you have some people that really want to just get in the way. And I don't know if it's for their ego or what. But there are so many things, and you know, we want jobs. We have to bring jobs back. And if we can bring this part of the world, water, that we have, but it's true. I've gotten so many of the awards, and I'm proud of them. And there are some great environmentalists and some great environmental people, and they really do. You know, my environmental standard is very simple, and I've said it to everybody. I want clean air and I want clean water. That's what I want. Clean air, clean water. Very, very simple. So anyway, so we're going to be back up here. If I win, believe me, we're going to start opening up the water so that you can have your farmers survive, so that your job market will get better. No, but there are some things that are inconceivable that, you know, they happen and you wonder why. And I'm asking everybody why, and nobody can really explain why they do this, but they do it. And your senators are for it, but they're totally ineffective, unfortunately. They're ineffective. You know, they're for it. By the way, they're for it for you, and then to the other side, they're for it for them. And then you wonder, I wonder why nothing happens. But when you're with the senators, they want you. And then they go over to the environmental side and they want them. And then you say, gee, that's strange. They're for me. We want the water, but the environmentalists just endorse them. I wonder why. Well, I'll tell you how it works, folks. So they play both sides of it, but they're actually not for you. So we'll see what happens. But we're going to get it done, and we're going to get it done quick. Don't even think about it. That's an easy one. Don't even think about it. So yesterday was a big day. You know, yesterday, right? Yeah, we're going to bring it back, folks. We're going to bring this country back. You know what it is? Look at all those red hats, white hats, the black hats, the gun shooting hats. They do pretty well, I'll tell you. Speaking of that, the NRA last week endorsed Donald Trump in the earliest endorsement they've ever given. The earliest they've ever given. That was a great honor. And Wayne and Chris and all the guys, these are great people. These are great Americans. These are people that want to see great things for the country. You know, they try and build them like sort of a radical agenda. It's not a radical agenda. It's called the Second Amendment, folks. Now, Hillary Clinton wants to abolish the Second Amendment. Remember that. She wants to abolish it. And it's disgraceful. You know, I watched her on television, and it's really hard for me to watch her because, honestly, it's very boring. You know, it's very boring. But I watched her last night, and she lies so much. She lies so much. And she was saying last night so many things. Donald Trump wants to see Japan get nuclear weapons. I never said that. Donald Trump wants to see Germany get nuclear weapons. He wants to see South Korea arm themselves and get nuclear. I didn't say that. I never even said close to that. Donald Trump loves North Korea. He loves the maniac that's running North Korea. I love him. Donald Trump is a friend of Putin. Well, actually, Putin did call me a genius, and he said I'm the future of the Republican Party. So he's off to a good start. I will say he's off to a good start, right, folks? And by the way, I'm not a friend of Putin. I don't know Putin. I've never met Putin. I respect Putin. He's a strong leader, I can tell you that. Unlike what we have a pathetic leader. Pathetic. We don't even have a leader, you know, the word leader. You go leader in quotes, right? But we don't even have a leader. But, you know, wouldn't it be nice if we actually could get along with Russia? Wouldn't that be nice? I mean, you know. We've spent almost $5 trillion in the Middle East, and we're in worse shape today in the Middle East than we were 15 years ago. If these presidents would have gone away on vacation and not done anything, we'd be in better shape than we are today, if you think about it, right? And I was against the war in Iraq, totally against the war in Iraq, totally against it. And, you know, Hillary raised her hand, and, hey, look, it happened. It was a disaster. It's one of the worst things this country's ever done. Obama got us out very badly. He said a date. We are going to be out by a certain date. The other side didn't believe it. The other side couldn't believe it. In fact, they thought it was like, you know, misinformation, they call it. So they weren't totally prepared. Then he left on that date. I think General Douglas MacArthur, General George Patton, they're spinning in their graves. When they see what's happening with our country, when this great country can't beat ISIS, which is essentially 30,000 people, vicious people, smart people, but when they see that we can't beat them, and, you know, we're fighting not to win. We fight not to win. And we want to be, we now fight wars in a politically correct manner. We got to get out of there. We got to win. We got to get out of there. We got to win. We got to build up our military bigger, better, stronger than ever before. Bigger, better, stronger. You know, In a certain way, it's the cheapest thing we can do. It's the cheapest thing we can do because look at what's going on. Everyone's laughing at us. And we send our allies over there. You know, they're fighting Syria. We don't even know who we're sending. We send information. We send armaments and military and rifles, and we send them so much stuff. And a friend of mine has a son. He's been over in Iraq for a long time, numerous terms, and he's been there for a long time. And he's a good boy. He's a great guy. And he's a great American kid. And I love talking to him, although it's very depressing. He said the most depressing thing is when we're fighting and we see what's coming on the other side, and they have newer equipment than we have. They take the Humvees. You know, they shoot a bullet in the air. The guys that we give it, our so-called allies, they run. They run for the hills. And ISIS or whoever comes in and takes the equipment, their brand new equipment. And this guy, who's great, and just he loves this country, but he finds it so sad. He said, we deliver equipment to our allies. There's a skirmish. The allies run away, drop the equipment, they run, and the enemy comes in, takes our equipment, and they end up with armor-plated Humvees. You know, they sold 2,300 Humvees. Now think of it, 2,300. I thought it was a misprint. 2,000, all armor-plated. And we have our guys driving around in things where they lose their legs, they lose their arms. You know, it's really a sad thing. And it's not going to happen anymore, folks, okay? It's not going to happen anymore. Not going to happen. But I watched Hillary Clinton, as I say, crooked Hillary. She is crooked. But she lies. She lies so much. And you know, it's sad. She lies so much, but I can't really use that term because I've already used that term. I don't like to use a term twice. I don't like to use a term twice. I don't like to use a term twice. But she lies so much, and she's saying all these things like, you know, like I respect the kid from Korea. I mean, can you imagine this? I respect. That I have total respect and like him very much. Look, Hillary is a disaster, folks. She has bad judgment. That was said by Bernie Sanders. He's given me a lot of my best lines. I mean, he has given me such great lines on her. And, you know, if I say it, they're going to say, that's not a nice thing to say. So I always refer to Bernie Sanders because, you know, and we do get much bigger crowds than him. We get much bigger crowds. And I want to debate him so badly. I'd love to debate Bernie. But, you know, people say, first of all, I said, give 10 million, 15 million to women's health issues. We'll pick the charities. And the networks want to keep the money themselves. That's one thing. So that's a problem. Then the second thing is, we got the nomination yesterday, right? So we have the nomination. So we're number one. And it was tough, but we won by such big margins because it's a rigged process, let me tell you. I mean, very rarely could a guy like me come in and just win. We won so much. You know, I tell the prize fighters, right? They say, no, Mr. Trump, we don't worry about a decision because if we knock them out, we don't have to worry about decisions, okay? That's what we did. We won by such big margins that we had knockouts, and we got the nomination. And by the way, do you notice? It wasn't supposed to have been gotten till July, and then some of these pundits, who are among the most dishonest people in the world, by the way, they said, we don't think it's going to even happen in Cleveland in July. We think it's going to take another convention. Can you believe that? Would that be a mess? And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. We're going to win on the first ballot. And it actually happened even sooner. Because remember, Indiana, we won New York, right? We won Pennsylvania, big. All of them big. We won, and these are all landslides, so I won't have to use the word too often. We won massive in New York. We won massive in Pennsylvania, in Maryland, in Connecticut, in Delaware, in Rhode Island. And then they had the answer, because they had Indiana. But Indiana liked me better than it liked them by a lot. And we went to Indiana and won in a massive landslide, and we won with the evangelicals, and we won with the women, thank you. You know, we're breaking records in the polls with men. I love you too, see? They're all screaming, women love you. I love women. But believe me, I love women. I love women. And you know what else? I have great respect for women, believe me. Great respect for women. But I won with women, I won with men. Now with men, I'm setting records. That's why I'm leading. The men I'm setting polling records. They've never seen numbers like this. The men like Trump. I'd rather have the women like Trump. The hell with the men. I don't care about the men, I want the women. Now, we're setting records with the men, and we're doing fine. We're going up, up, up with the women. And let me tell you, one of the things with this Bernie, I wanted it to go to women's, a lot of money, but the networks are very greedy, and they're making a fortune off this whole election. I don't know if you've seen the numbers where CNN and Fox and MS, all of them, they're through the roof. They're making a fortune because of me. Because honestly, nobody else, who the hell are they going to watch? I can't use any of the people that are vanquished because I'm trying to get along with them all now. I have to be a good Republican and love everybody that I've beaten. So I won't use them. But do you think they're going to watch Hillary and Bernie? Let me tell you, the debates for, as Variety magazine and Hollywood Reporter, they call it the Trump debate. They didn't do it for any reason. They said the Trump debate drew record numbers. So the Trump debate. Now, let's say I wasn't in the group. I'm not saying this braggingly, folks. I don't want to get into that. But let's say I wasn't in. They had the highest number in the history of cable television, 24 million people. Now, if I wasn't in, they would have had, what, 3 people? Okay. But I don't say that. I refuse to say it. 3 weeks later, CNN had a debate, and they had 23 million people, more than that. The highest number in the history of CNN. And then debates did great all the way along. I mean, they did great. Now, the Democrats had debates too, and they did fine, but they were much, much lower. And do you ever notice that even though Hillary's caught in another scandal, the Inspector General, who's a Democrat, did a big, big number on her. I don't know how she can continue to run, I'll be honest with you. How does she continue to run? How does she continue? It could be I'll have to debate, because you know what? You don't want, if you're in first place, you don't want to really debate a guy who's in second place. But it could be I'll end up with Bernie. But I hear what they're going to do. They don't want Bernie. Because, look, he's a socialist. I mean, give me a break. Can't. Have we come that far? Have we come that far? I don't think so. Look, he's a socialist. So what they're going to do, I hear, if she doesn't make it because of things somewhat beyond her control, although personally I think she's being totally protected, because they would have done it by now. But this Inspector General report was a real doozy. This was a bad report. This was page after page. And it goes back to judgment. It goes back to competence. She's not competent. If you look, she's essentially not competent. It goes to her judgment, it goes to her level of competence, and she's not competent. And it's always been this way. She's always skirted on the edge, whether it's Whitewater or whether it's all of these things going into, how about Benghazi? But look at, and you know what? And I say this, and I say it because Benghazi to me was a horrific situation. But for whatever reason, the mainstream media, because they're trying to protect her, they never picked it up. Fox picked it up more than anybody, in all fairness, but they never picked it up. And a lot of people don't know so much about Benghazi like they should know. But her decision to go in, and this was her baby, Libya, was a disaster. And she got rid of Gaddafi, and now you have a mess. And you know who has the oil? Who has the oil in Libya? ISIS has the oil. So you know what we got out of it? We got death, we got destruction, we got ISIS rebuilding stronger than ever in Libya and having among the greatest. The level of quality of oil in Libya is among the best in the world. It's high up, it's extremely sweet, it's just phenomenal oil. ISIS has the oil. And then you'd say, if ISIS has the oil, why aren't we blockading so they can't sell it? Why aren't we bombing the hell out? We have, let me tell you, our Washington leadership, in particular, our president, is grossly incompetent. Just remember I said that. Grossly incompetent. So it's sad. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like it's going to be Hillary. It should not be Hillary. What other people have been accused of is far less than what she's been accused of. I mean, by a ton. You look at General Petraeus, you look at other people that have done a fraction of what she's done, and their lives are destroyed. Their lives are destroyed. So we'll see what happens. I just don't understand why it's not happening. You know, how long does it take? How long does it take? And, you know, it gets to a point, what do you do? It one day before she gets it or 2 weeks after she gets it? It's almost, we almost don't want that. We want to have it, if it's going to be done, let it be done. And if it's not going to be done, we're going after her verbally because what she did is so wrong. What she did is so wrong. But when I watched her speech last night, it was so sad because everything she said, it was like a lie. I wonder if I could start, instead of saying crooked Hillary, which is a very accurate description, I wonder if I could say, you know, remember Lion? I won't say Lion Ted, I refuse to say. Lion Ted. Holds that Bible high, puts it down, and then he lies. Lion Ted. Well, I'm going to retire that from Ted. I'm not going to call Ted that anymore. Not going to call him. But I wonder if I could redo it. Because after watching her last night with the lies, that I love the leader of North Korea, the leader of North Korea. You know, I said, here's what I said. They asked me, some newspaper asked me, and, you know, just, they're all bad. Because any answer you give, it's always like, you know, slanted negative, if you happen to be a conservative Republican. If you're a Democrat, especially if you're liberal, they'll take your answer and say, no, you don't mean that. You got to say it this way. They'll correct your answer, so it's absolutely perfect, right? But if you're a conservative Republican, you know, they'll put 1/3 of the answer in, and then they'll write your own words. I tell you what, look at the New York Times story. Did you see the New York Times with me and the women? Front page of the New York Times, above the fold, middle picture, me standing there with Miss Universe contestants. This was the National Enquirer. And then they did stories with certain women. You've seen what happened. It's like they don't know what to do, the New York Times. They don't know what to do. I know that because we're talking to them. They are so embarrassed. So they put it, and then they talked about different women. One of them was named Roxanne, and one of them, another. I won't even go into it. But they all came, they said, that's not what we said. That's not what we meant. We think Mr. Trump is fantastic. One of them said he's a great man. One of them said he's a great man, I'm going to vote for him. I mean, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And they all came out. And Roanne was incredible because it's Roanne Brewer Lane, who's a wonderful person. But I figured, you know, it would be a story. It was a false story. I knew it was a false story. But I figured, you know, too bad. How do you fight it? Because they're dirty, rotten liars, these people, I'll tell you. They're the most dishonest people. They're dirty, rotten liars. And Roanne came out, and she said, that's not it. And she got on CNN. In all fairness, I give a lot of credit to CNN and Fox. And I think MS, maybe they put her on, maybe they didn't. I don't know. Probably they didn't, because they're like a pipe organ for the Times. But she got on a lot of television, and she wanted the record set straight. And she said the nicest things about me. And then they had another one. Then they had a construction person. Let me tell you about this person. So she didn't come out and say nice. She wrote a book that I'm fantastic. She wrote a book that I am a non-sexist person. I am non-sexist. Now, whoever even thinks of this? If you're talking about somebody, you don't say, think of it. You're writing about somebody. She worked for me. I gave her a job in charge of putting up big building. Probably there's never been a woman, in all fairness, in charge of such a big project, certainly in New York. You know, it was way, way ahead of schedule. In fact, my father said, my father's from the old school. It's okay to say this, right, women? And he said, don't put her in there. Don't put her. I said, Dad, I'm telling you, she's going to be fine. Don't put her in. I said, Pop, she's going to be fine. Besides that, it's my building. I can do what I want, okay? Trump Tower. No. I had the greatest father. He's the greatest teacher you could ever have. He was a great guy. He said, all right, look, if you want to do it. And now I think he was right because of this. She was fine. She did a job and got it done. And that was it. Then she left, went to another company, and she hasn't had a good career after that. You know, she had a good career with me. She writes a book, and she said nice things in the book. I didn't read it, but she said nice things. It was sent to me the other day. And one of the media sent it. In all fairness, the Daily Mail wrote a fantastic story about it because it's a scam. So then she said, now, the Times never called me about her. So I gave her a job that no other woman would have ever gotten. So I was way ahead, and I still am. I have so many women executives. I have women executives that are paid more than men executives for the same job. Now, you know what that means. Tomorrow I'll be sued by men. You get sued by everybody. You get sued by everybody. I guarantee I'll get a suit from the men in my company. We're not getting enough money. Okay. But I have a lot of women executives. I've been way ahead. They're fantastic, right? So she writes a book, and the book says he's not sexist. Now, you know, anybody that puts that in a statement, that I never even thought about it, that means they're into that. You know, they're into trouble. So she writes he's not sexist. Okay, wants to come back, writes me emails, letters, emails, many, many, many. I have no interest in taking her back. I have no interest. You know, it wasn't for me. But I had no interest. It wasn't worth it. And then one of my men came in and said, oh, that's Barbara. She's the most foul-mouthed human being I've ever said. We had to bring her into my office years ago and say, you got to clean up your language. She'd go into a group of men and start cursing and using the F word, and the most foul-mouthed person. We had to tell her, don't do it. Okay. So now she ends up in the New York Times. I say, oh, that's good. I'm glad, because she's got to say nice things, wrote nice books, said great things about me in the book. And she gets on and says, well, he's not good. He's not good. He's this, he's that. And he said to me, don't have that piece of candy. And I would never want to say she was heavy or not heavy. I would never do a thing like that. But he said to me, don't have that. And I actually had friends, look, they're watching this whole game. They're saying, with all of them, if that's the worst things you've done with women, I got to tell you, you are in a class by yourself. And they went a lot further than that. In fact, some of them said, you have to be the nicest guy in the world if that's the worst. This is a front page story by the failing New York Times, above the fold with the biggest picture in beautiful colors and all these girls standing around. I owned it. I sold it recently, made a lot of money, by the way, which is good. I sold it to IMG, great company. They're going to do a great job with it. But I sold it. And I sold it because television didn't want to give me the ads, because they said, I want to stop illegal immigration. So television, Univision and NBC and all, they didn't want to give me the ads. Anyway, we settled it, worked out to be great. I'm very happy. Let's put it this way. In the history of beauty pageants, nobody ever made the money I made, I want to tell you. It was great. But, and I lost a lot. You know, by doing this, Macy's turned out to be a total traitor. Macy's said, head of Macy's calls me up, Donald, I'm very concerned. What? You know, I said, we got to stop illegal immigration. And I have, it's not a big deal, but I sell ties and shirts and stuff at Macy's, right? Big deal, who cares? A lot of them were made in China, so I didn't care anyway, to be honest with you. Because you have no choice. They don't make things in here anymore. They make it at other countries. They don't make them here. So I called up and he goes, Donald, I'm very concerned. I'll never forget, I was making a speech. I was in New Hampshire. I was getting ready, and they're introducing me. And I'm starting to do well, because as you know, I won New Hampshire. I'm getting ready to go up and make a speech. I'm standing like here on the stairs. And a nice guy's introducing me. There's over 1,000 people, which is a small crowd now. 1,000 people is always small. But in New Hampshire, they have small venues. This was in somebody's backyard. The place was packed. And I'm getting ready, and the man's saying, and Donald Trump is the personification of the American dream. Ay, ay, ay. So he's saying all the different things. And I get a call, and I see it's the head of Macy's. Nice guy, actually, Terry Lundgren. And I say, oh, well, I'll do this quick. Hey, Terry, what's going on? And he was a friend of mine. Haven't spoken to him since. I won't talk to him. He goes, Donald, I'm so concerned. What? I hear that they're going to picket Macy's. Who? Some people we don't know. Donald, could I announce that we're dropping your line? I said, drop my line for what? Let them have a picket for a half hour. Then they're going to want to go to lunch. You have it all the time. No, they're going to picket. He was so afraid. I said, Terry, I'm going up to make a speech. No, please, don't get off the phone. Please, could we talk about it? And I'm saying to myself, can you believe this guy? And this was a friend of mine. I said, Terry, let him, no, please talk. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Donald Trump. And I'm on the phone. I can't get this guy off the phone. I said, can I call you back later? Yes, but could I do that? I said, just do whatever you want to do. I don't care. They canceled my ties and shirts, and they were doing well. They canceled my ties and shirts at Macy's. So, you know, when I do, very disloyal, honestly, if we ought to boycott Macy's, I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. Because of that, thousands of people that are customers at Macy's cut up their credit cards and sent them in. Thousands of people. Because it showed a couple of things. Number one, it showed no loyalty to a friend. I was a friend of the guy. Well, I don't have to play golf with him anymore. That's okay. But I was a friend of the guy. But it shows that people aren't willing to take on the tough issues. Illegal immigration's a tremendous issue, a big issue. Oh, that's okay. Oh, thank you so much. You have such a beautiful voice. All right, get him out. Get him out. Get him out of here. So what it really shows, hey, by the way, do we love our police? Our police, we love our police. You gotta let them know. Because our police are not treated fairly, I will tell you that. All right, thank you very much, that's good. She had a very meek, mild voice. Usually you're better off just letting her shout. It's my people that cause the problem. They start screaming, look over here, and you can't even hear the person, right? That's all right. Well, it's good because then the cameras go around. You know, the cameras never take the camera off me. The only way they take the camera off me, the only way is when there's a protester. So I love my protesters. I love my protesters. So when I ran, I gave up a lot. I gave up The Apprentice. You know, they wanted to sign me for a lot of shows. And I gave up The Apprentice, and now we put in Arnold Schwarzenegger. I have the show. But we put in Arnold. We'll see how he does. Who the hell knows? But I gave up the shirts and ties. I gave up a lot of things, and I gave up a lot of deals. But I want to do this because we are going to make our country so great again. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And what it showed to Macy's, what it showed to me, really, was great disloyalty to the country because it's an issue that has to be discussed and people understand, and it's become probably the #1 issue. And if I weren't running, you wouldn't even be talking about it right now. And then you have the killing of Kate and the killing of Jamil and so many other killings and so much crime going on, and it's the #1. And by the way, we will build a wall, and the wall will be paid. No, we'll build the wall. All right, you ready? Are you ready? And who is going to pay for that wall? Mexico, 100%. 100%. Did you see Vicente Fox a couple of weeks ago? He was on CNN. And they asked him, and we're making progress, because 2 years ago he said, we will never allow a wall. Now he said, we will never pay for the wall. He doesn't talk about allowing it. So, but he said 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, and he was very nice. He actually apologized to me, which is nice. Most people don't do that. But Vicente Fox, he was the president of Mexico not so long ago, and he was being interviewed, and he said, we will not pay for that. And then he gave the F-bomb wall. And I said, oh, this is going to blow up. There's going to be a disaster. I feel so badly for the guy. Nobody even talked about it. Can you imagine if I said that? If I said that, I get the electric chair. He said it, you know, past president. Nobody even talked about it. I will not, and we will not, build that F-bomb wall. I said, oh, the poor guy, he shouldn't have said that. It's terrible. Nobody picked it up. Nobody cared, right? I do it. I'm telling you, it may be, they will demand that the death penalty be brought back, okay, if I do it. So But he was very nice, and he just doesn't understand that this is going to happen. And as you know, the Border Patrol agents, 16,500 last week, they endorsed Donald Trump. First time they've ever endorsed. First time. And Sheriff Joe, we love Sheriff Joe. Sheriff Joe Arpaio, he knows a little bit about borders. He knows a little bit. You know what? I have to tell this story because I deal with strong people, weak people. I deal with everybody. Smart people, dumb people. I deal with everybody. So I'm in Arizona, and we have this massive crowd, and the roads are blocked. And there were certain law enforcement, and I love law enforcement guys, but there were certain guys, they wanted to be very politically correct. They didn't want to do anything about it. And Sheriff Joe was there. And he comes over, he says, what's the problem? Now, they chained themselves to their cars on a highway. And there was only one highway in. And we had 20,000 people. It was massive. And it was all blocked up. And these people were, calling names to other enforcement agencies and, cursing at them and everything. And Joe heard about it. He went, what? What? He didn't even understand. What? And Sheriff Joe, Gerald Arpaio from that area, he goes up. We love Sheriff Joe. Wait, you got to hear this. He goes over there. No guns, no nothing. He's standing there. They know who he is. What are you doing? Sheriff, we're chained to the car. We're not going to move. You got 30 seconds to unchain yourself. Now, in the meantime, there are about 400 people. Of the 400, there are only about 3 or 4 chained to the car. The 400 people all ran. They dispersed. The 4 people, they had, and by the way, he had behind him a couple of guys with chain cutters, right? The jaws, they call them. Boom, 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 to jail. Cars were moved, they were thrown apart. It took, and I'm not saying this to build him up. He's a friend of mine, he's a great guy. And he and your former governor, Jan, and so many people, they're friends of mine. They're great people. They endorsed me early. Sheriff Joe Arpaio endorsed me early. But I got to watch what respect is. I got to watch it. Here we are. We have a road that's being held up for a long time. Thousands and thousands of people that want to come see a rally are being horribly treated. I mean, they're sitting in their car. Their cars are turned off. You couldn't get through the highway. And other people didn't want to do anything. They're probably afraid to be sued. And I understand that. Today a policeman talks, if you talk the wrong way to somebody, you end up going to jail for the rest of your life. But seriously, they take away your pension. They fire you from the force. Joe looked at him and says, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'll never forget. A couple of guys standing behind him. And they were only standing there with the cutters. And he said, what are you doing? Everybody left. With other people, they were standing there chanting, chanting, chanting. Cut them up. I think we took 3 or 4 people to jail. They were put in jail, and that was the end of it. They moved the cars. They pushed the cars out of the way. It took like 5 minutes. It was so beautiful to watch. It's called respect. It's called respect. And we had a rally of 25,000 people at least, and there wasn't one protest. And I don't mind protests. I mean, when that young woman screamed, I couldn't hear her too much, but could only hear my people saying, there she is. I want to get my people to shut up every once in a while. Just leave her. But we had, I always say a Trump rally is the safest place. First of all, do we have fun at Trump rallies? Do we have fun? Right? Do we have fun? It's the safest place on earth. It's the safest place on earth. We have more safety. It's all, we were in Costa Mesa in California, 31,000 people in this incredible dome, this amphitheater. And it was a love fest. But they had people outside burning the American flag. I don't like that. And waving flags from other countries, okay? I'll be nice. They're waving flags, burning. That was the one where they started stomping on the police car. It was very famous. And the whole story, they probably had 150. The whole story was about that. They showed a couple of helicopter shots. And I had people whose children were killed, whose families were killed, whose relatives were killed by illegal immigrants. So we had them on the stage with me. It was an unbelievable evening, an unbelievable success. But 90% of the coverage was this guy stomping on a policeman's car. By the way, if that was Sheriff Joe, he wouldn't be stomping. I guarantee. He wouldn't be stomping on Sheriff Joe's car. I can tell you that much right now. That'd be a long, long-term prison sentence for that guy. That guy did some major destruction. Then he almost broke his ass when he got off. Did you see that? He tried to pretend. He tried to pretend it didn't hurt. Oh, he was in pain. He took a heavy fall. He'll probably now sue the police because the car was too slippery on the hood, right? So we're doing really well. And one of the things that I will tell you, so we got I think we have a real shot. One of the things we're going to do, because Hillary is terrible. She's terrible as a candidate. And Bernie, assuming it's Bernie. And remember this, I think, and I'm pretty good with this stuff, you know, when I was a business person, I got along with everybody, all sides. I got along with everybody. It was my job. I got along with Democrats, Republicans, Hillary, Bill. I get along with everybody. We do what we have to do, folks. And I'll tell you what, if you look at what's going on, and if you look at what we see, just take a look at what's going on around you. We don't make good deals anymore. We're like the dummies of the world. We have the worst trade deals ever done. NAFTA was signed by Bill Clinton, right? Signed by Bill Clinton. NAFTA has single-handedly destroyed much of the economic viability of our country. They've moved to Mexico. They've moved all over the place. It's one of the saddest things. When I won all these states, and I'm from New York, so I understood Syracuse and Rome, New York, the real Rome, and Albany and out on Long Island. And I'd look at these factories that have been absolutely abandoned and left to die. And you could see 20, 25 years ago, they were vibrant places, but now they're just dead. You could buy them for $2. Actually, I'll give you a good clip. If I win, what I would do is before I win, go buy all those empty factories all over the place, I'm telling you. You'll buy them for 37 cents. Because if I win, those factories will be vibrant again, and you will have made a killing in the real estate market, okay? Good idea. And if I don't win, you will have wasted a couple of bucks, so it's not so bad. I really mean it. I tell you what, I really mean it. I might have a conflict of interest, but I saw some, I said, man, I'd like to buy that thing. I'll bet I could buy that for nothing. Most of them are crumbling. You know, the bricks are all rotted out, they're crumbling, falling down. But they're all over Syracuse and all over Long Island and all over Pennsylvania. And then you have Hillary Clinton in West Virginia, and she says, we will put the coal miners out of work. We will put the coal miners out of business. We will end the mines. We will put the mines out of business, right? We will put the coal miners out of business. Coal miners, why would you want to put the coal miners out of business? It takes guts to be a coal miner. I love the coal miners. You saw how I did with West Virginia. I don't have the guts to be a coal miner. That's a tough job. I actually said to them, I said, fellas, because I got such support. I won with massive numbers in West Virginia. And I won in Kentucky, big area, people don't even realize. I won Kentucky, I won in Pennsylvania with massive numbers. These are incredible people. And I had a group of 20 of them in front of me. We had a crowd that was so big. I think we had 40,000 people. We had this incredible arena that was packed, and they had 20,000 people outside. We put the loudspeakers outside in West Virginia. The people are looking for help. They're looking for hope. They're looking for something. They're having nothing. They're having nothing. The EPA is destroying coal. And you know, coal is an incredible fuel. This is something that we built our country with coal. And you know who uses coal? China uses coal. We can't use it. I mean, they're making it impossible. And now they want to put everything else out of business. And yet a wind turbine that kills all the bald eagles all over, that's okay with them, right? Even though it needs subsidy. But there's a place for everything. I know a lot about solar. I love solar, except there's a problem with it. Got a lot of problems with it. One problem is it's so expensive. They give me a 30-year payback. Oh, that's great. Let me buy something. I'll get my money back over a 30-year period. I mean, you got to make it so it works. Solar, the concept of solar is good, but it has a problem. You know, when the sun isn't shining, you also need some, juice. You need a little electricity. I have a friend, he said, he's really into it. I said, so how you doing? He said, I built an all-solar house, but I have a problem. I have 3 months in the year where the sun isn't enough and I can't live. I have no electricity. I said, what'd you do? I bought a big, ugly generator and I fill it up with gasoline and it spews fumes. But he needs help. Another friend of mine, I tell you these stories. Isn't it great when you don't use teleprompters where you read the same speech every time? Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Isn't that great? And all this stuff has to do with leadership because our country's going wrong. So I have a friend. He went into an all LEED. You know what a LEED is? All LEED building. Some people call it all lead building. But they call it all LEED. and it's highly rated. And he's a very substantial guy, very wealthy guy, has a lot of office space. And he said, Donald, I'm so proud. And he wants to be, he wants to give back to the country. That's why I'm doing this. I want to give back. That's why I'm doing this. Am I doing a good job? We just won the nomination. So he's a good guy, but he's a tough guy, tough, smart, very rich, and he took many floors of an office building. And this building is rated like very high. In other words, environmentally unbelievable, right? And he said, Donald, I feel so good. I've just signed a lease with an all-LEED building. And he said, I feel so good about it. I say, which building? That one. I say, well, congratulations. I said, by the way, how's your vision? He goes, what does that have to do with it? I said, how is your vision? He said, my vision is good. I said, in 3 years it won't be because you won't have enough light to see. He said, what do you mean? Then I said, do you mind being freezing in the winter and hot as hell in the summer? Of course I do. I said, you will freeze your ass off in the winter, and in the summer you will be a disaster. What do you mean? He said, Donald, look, I'm very proud of what I've done. He called me up the other day. He said, it's the dumbest thing he's ever done. He said, it was a warm day. He said, it's like 85 degrees in my office. I said, of course. They don't give you enough juice. I can do that too. Just don't give enough electric. I'm going to be environmentally friendly, but everyone's going to sweat to death. And he said, and you were right about another thing. I don't have enough light. So I took lights, and they're operated by batteries, and I put them on my desk so I can see. So, because when he said, I just moved into an all-LEED building, I said, oh, that's too bad. He didn't know what I was talking about. So look, folks, we got to be smart. It's just like what's coming over the border. We have people coming over the border. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they come from. They come from Syria. They come from the migration. But they're coming all over the place. They're putting them in your community. And we've had some big problems. You take a look at Paris, 130 people dead, hundreds of people still in the hospital. Many of the lives are destroyed so badly. And by the way, speaking of that, if in Paris or if in San Bernardino, where these young radical Islamic terrorism, problem. We have a problem. We have a problem. We have a president who is so incompetent he won't even mention the words. And there's nothing wrong with mentioning the words. We got to solve it. If you're not going to address the problem, if you're not going to talk about the problem, then you're never going to solve it. So radical Islamic terrorism, right? We have a problem. And we're going to solve the problem. But they have to report the bad ones. You see, there's like a very close bond, not working so well, but like the San Bernardino people, everyone knew they were up to bad stuff. They had bombs all over their floor. That's not exactly normal. If I go to your floor, these three beautiful young ladies in front, do you have any bombs on your floor? And you know what? If you did, I'd report you. I would call up the local sheriff who I just met. Where's the woman? She's fantastic. Where is she? The sheriff! So, Sheriff, I would call you, and I'd call the chief. Where's the chief? The chief was great. All those stars. And I'd call the chief. But I'd call up, and I'd say, Sheriff, I have a person here. I don't know much about him. But honestly, there's bombs all over their floor. Do you think that would be helpful, Sheriff? Right? But people don't report them, right? They see what's going on. And not going to happen, folks. They got to report. Because we can solve a lot of the problems. When they look for the thug, the press used to call them mastermind. The mastermind. The mastermind. And then we wonder why our kids are so attracted to joining ISIS over the internet. They're using the internet better than we do. And you have to talk about that, because why are we allowing them to get to our kids like this? Our kids are going over there. These kids don't even know what they're doing, and they're going over to fight for ISIS. Because a lot of things, but the press is calling the leader the mastermind. I call him the guy with the dirty, filthy cap. All dirty, disgusting, right? All dirty. The mastermind. But they haven't been doing it so much lately. They haven't been doing it. But we have to stop this stuff. We have to be smart. We have to be vigilant. And they have to report. And you know what they have to report? The guy, the mastermind that they called him, the guy with the cap, the guy that they've been looking for months. You know where he was living? Right next door to his apartment. In the same location. right next door to his apartment. And everybody in the community, religious people, they all knew he was there. And yet it took, what, 9 months, almost a year, to find him. And they found him only by mistake. He wasn't reported. So they all knew he was there. He was living in the community. He was the #1 wanted person in the world. And he was living right next to where he lived. The same people, and they were protecting him. And he had just killed 130 people and hundreds of people in the hospital. So when that goes on, that's no good, folks. You got to report. You got to report. When you see trouble, you got to report. And if you don't report, we can't handle it. If you don't report, we can't handle it. I'll just finish up a couple of things because it's like current events. It's like a current event class. I like this better than my normal speech, right? Because you've already heard a lot of this stuff. But yesterday, our president said Donald Trump has foreign countries rattled. Great. That's so great. And he said, rattled. Now, look, here's the thing. We spend billions and billions and actually trillions and trillions. We owe 19 trillion. But we spend billions and hundreds of billions of dollars protecting other countries. And that's all fine. That's all fine. We protect Japan. Nobody knows that. We protect Germany. Nobody knows that. We protect Saudi Arabia. Do you know how much money Saudi Arabia makes? They wouldn't be there for 2 minutes if we ever said we're leaving. So they got to pay, right? Guy said they got to pay for it. They got to pay. So one of the biggest diplomats of the country, who's a friend of mine, you saw recently, I actually met with him, and it was all over the place, so you can figure it out. And he said, Donald, I thought you were wrong in your approach. I thought it was too tough. But you know what? All of those countries are calling me. What do we do? What do we do? How can we make him happy? What can we do? If he wins, what can we do? Respect us. Who said that? Oh man, what a great line that is. This guy had the best line of the morning. I'm very embarrassed. That's good. Oh, am I allowed to use that, or will you sue me if I use it? That's great. No, that's I said, what can we do? What can we do? He shouts out, respect us. That's really it. We want to be respected. We don't want to be the dummies anymore. We don't want to be the dummies. So I'm with this man, and he said they're all calling, and he knows all the nations. He's highly respected. He's a great guy, great guy. And he said they want to know. We want to get along. We want to get along. They take such advantage of our president. It's so sad to see what's happening. They take such advantage. And Hillary, give me a break. You know, we talk about presidential. Do I look presidential? Do you think, honestly, do you think Hillary looks presidential in office? I don't think so. And I'm not going to say it because I'm not allowed to say it because I want to be politically correct. So I refuse to say that I cannot stand her screaming into the microphone all the time. Actually, that's why I turned it off last night. It wasn't that she was lying about me at every single corner. I just couldn't stand it. I got such a headache. Oh, please. No, but I won't say it because we're not allowed to say that, right? Talking to these women in front, is that right? Was I good in not saying it? Yes. All right, look. So Obama gets on television. First of all, he's not supposed to be talking when he's in Japan about politics in our nation. Okay, he's not supposed to. I think I got him rattled. He's the one that's rattled. You want to know the truth? I remember when I was looking to run 4 years ago, and I guess I'm glad I didn't do it because I think this is going to be great. And maybe we needed 4 more years of incompetence to get us there. Okay, maybe we did. But I was looking at, you remember, I was leading in the polls. I was doing great in the polls. I never announced I was running. And boy, did Romney let us down. Man, did he choke. Boy, did he choke. He was like he couldn't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Boy, did he choke. He was a choking dog. So, because that was an election that should have been won. Now, in all fairness, he had the worst campaign manager in the history of campaigns. I watch this guy on television all the time, and he's constantly talking about, yes, I don't like Donald Trump's attitude. There's a guy took an election that was a guaranteed win, and he lost it. I don't even think it was Romney so much. You know his name? Anybody know his name? Huh? Should I bring it up? Yeah, the hell. He had the worst campaign manager. I'll give you a hint. Stewart. Okay? The worst campaign manager that I think I've ever seen, because I was there. I said, listen, I don't believe what's going on with the polls. You got to get out there. You got to get on television. You got to and for like a month and a half, he was like a lost soul. He didn't do anything. And say what you want about Obama. He was on Jay Leno at the time. He was on all the different shows. He was on Letterman. He was all over the place. I said, you better start getting on television. You're gonna lose. And he took an election that should have been won, and he lost. And I backed John McCain, but I don't, you know, I think for him to have won would have been very tough because he had a little thing like, you know, a lot of bad things were happening for the Republicans. So I don't blame him. I backed him. And what happened is I backed McCain. I backed Romney. I backed Romney big. And this time I said, we're going to do it ourselves, folks. We're going to just go, we're going to win, okay? We're going to win. We're going to win. And when I hear the word rattle, to me that's a perfect. You know, when you're negotiating, has anybody read The Art of the Deal? When you're negotiating, because we have to negotiate. We have horrible trade deals. China, and I love China. China's great. I have a lot of friends in China, very smart people. I've made a lot of money dealing with China. The Bank of America building through China. 1290 Avenue in Americas. I sell a lot of condos. The biggest bank in the world from China is one of my tenants, right? Pay me a lot of rent. And we don't have to worry about the rent either. They're good for it, I can tell you. What they do to us with the devaluation of their currency, what they do to our businesses, where they make all our product and everything else. And you look at South Korea, you look at all these countries, they're all taking advantage of us. They all think we're stupid people. They all think we're like Obama. They all think we're stupid people. Let me tell you, we have the greatest business people in the world. We have business people that don't fail. We have business people that are so much better than the Chinese negotiators. And we're going to use those people. And we're going to make great trade deals. And we're going to bring our jobs back. And we're going to have great relationships with China and with Mexico and with Japan. Look at Japan. They send in millions of cars. You know what we give them? Beef. And they don't even want it. They send it back. Goes back and forth. No, send it back. After about 4 trips, they call it Kobe. You know, that's aged. It ages for about 6. It's true. And they sell it for about 15 times more money. It's not a bad deal. But look, we've got to be smart. Oh, he's on our side. That's okay. No, he's on our side. He's on our side. So here's the story, folks. Here's the story. Why didn't you do it a little earlier, you dope? Okay, folks. You want to wait? All right, let's get him out of here. So, folks, here's the story. No other Republican, you know, we won by landslides, we won big. And by the way, who would have thought, you know, they were saying Trump will be in this race for a long time, maybe he can eke it out at the end? The end. I've been watching, I want to get into action, I'm getting a little bored. That's why I'm here, I'm doing these speeches, I don't even have to be doing them. What the hell am I doing? Somebody said, why are you doing a speech in Fresno? And now I'm going to San Diego. And why are you doing a speech in San Diego? You won the nomination. You don't have to do any speeches for a while. I said, you know why? Because I promised the people I was going to come and make a speech. That's all. That's all. Now, with that being said, because it's we, this is a movement. You know, we're on the cover of Time magazine all the time. I've never been on the cover of Time magazine so much. I think it was 2 times in like 35 years, and it's 4 or 5 times in the last 5 months. That means politics is more important than real estate, right? But look, here's the story. In the history, this is the thing I'm most proud of. In the history of the Republican Party, now you're talking about Dwight D. Eisenhower, you're talking about Richard Nixon, you're talking about Ronald Reagan, you're talking, I like him too. You're talking about Reagan, you're talking about all of these people. In the history of the Republican Party, nobody has ever gotten as much votes in the primaries than I have, right? By far. And what's the big secret? And we have 10 states to go. And there's one other thing. I've been competing against 16 other people, right? Hillary said the other night, I have more votes than Donald. You know, she has one guy she's competing with, and he's a socialist. She's got one guy. I got governors, I got all these different people. I have governors and senators, respected people. Ben Carson, who endorsed me, was a great guy, but I have respected people. And if I had 1, 2, or 3, I would have broken the record for Democrats and Republicans, and I still think I can. I think now we've broken the... Look, here's what I'm saying. In 2 weeks, you got to vote. Go out and vote in the primary. Just do it. Just do it. Okay? As you know, I got the nomination anyway, but don't waste it. Let's knock a record, because the bigger vote we get, the more of a mandate it is. It's a mandate. What we have is a mandate. And that's why we're on the cover of all the magazines. And it's we. I'm the messenger. I have done a really good job as a messenger, but I'm the messenger. It's we. It's a whole thing. In fact, Time magazine has one great picture where I'm standing like this and they have this big crowd in front of me, and it's a picture from the top. And I was happy because it didn't show a bald spot, so I was happy as hell. I combed that hair just... I was so happy. I don't know, maybe they did airbrushing, who knows? I doubt it. I doubt it. But no, but they have all these incredible stories. They're incredible stories. And basically, I told you, Bill O'Reilly said, and Bill O'Reilly's a tough cook. In fact, watch his show tonight. He's doing a special on Trump. Can you believe it? No, it's going to be a big show. But it's called The Best of Trump. I don't know if that's good or bad. But Bill O'Reilly said 2 weeks ago, he said, I mean, here's a guy, he's a tough guy, smart guy. He said, in his history, in his lifetime, he has never seen a more important political event than what's happened with Donald Trump. That's a big statement. That's a big statement. And a lot of the event is you. I mean, look at this, 11 o'clock on a Friday morning, and we have all these thousands of people. I mean, it's you. And you know, when we go out on weekends, we have 35, 40,000 people happening. And it's beautiful, and it's a love fest. And it's sort of easy to do, and it's fun to do. Here's the thing. So get out and vote in a couple of weeks. And get out and vote, because here's what I'm going to do, and I'll tell you this right now, and I shouldn't say it, because, although Hillary's got bigger problems right now. But we are going to make a strong play for California. Maybe I can't do it. Maybe I can't do it. No, maybe I can't do it. Maybe I can't do it. Now, the smart money would say that a Republican cannot win California. But when I go to Costa Mesa, when I just left 50 or 60 farmers in the back and they can't get water, and I say, how tough is it? How bad is the drought? There is no drought. They turn the water out into the ocean. And I said, I've been hearing it, and I spent a half an hour with them. It's hard to believe. But listen, we're going to win the election. So I want to make a big play for California. Should I? I think so. Now, I'll say this. No other Republican, let's say Ted Cruz won, or let's say any one of them won, they wouldn't even come here for dinner, because they are told that as a Republican, you have zero chance, okay? I really believe we're going to win it. I think we have a real chance to win it. And you know what? I view it strategically also. Because if we don't win it, they are going to spend one hell of a fortune in fighting me off, that I can tell you. Money that could have been spent someplace else. Right? Right? But I think we can win it. We have a great group, Tim and all of his people. We have amazing people. So I just want to say to this group, you're the first one. I am going to make a heavy, heavy, heavy play because I honestly think that we're getting these massive crowds all over the place. I actually think we're going to win California. Plus, I have property here. I have employees here. So we're going to make a big thing. I'm just laughing. I did this last night at another place. Here are my notes, see? Isn't that better than a teleprompter? Isn't that better? One of the things I have here, two of the things I have here. TSA, did you ever see a more disgusting situation than what's going on at your airports? We'll straighten that out. And the other thing I have here, remember this. You know, they talk about, oh, third party, all these stupid people like Bill Kristol. This guy's like a moron. We are going to find a third party. He's been saying that like for 3 years. He's the one that wanted to go into Iraq. We have to attack Iraq. Only problem is they never knocked down the World Trade Center. It was somebody else, right? So listen. These are stupid people. Because remember this. And I think they've given up now pretty much, except the Libertarian Party is nothing. But listen. If we win, the most important thing we have other than our national security, even more important than the economy in a sense, is the appointment of Supreme Court judges. If Hillary wins, our country will never be the same for a lot of reasons. The military will be weak, the borders will be Swiss cheese. If we win, we are going to have phenomenal Supreme Court justices. And I put out a list of 11 and have gotten A+ reviews. And we're going to protect our Second Amendment 100%. She's going to abolish it. She is going to abolish it. Remember that. We're going to protect our Second Amendment. But here's the story, folks. We don't win anymore, but we're going to start winning again. We're going to win with our military, and we are going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to win big on trade, and we're going to still have great relationships, but we're going to win big. We're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to bring money back. We're going to save your Social Security. We're going to cut your taxes because the middle class and business are being destroyed with taxes. So we're cutting your taxes more than any other candidate by far. We're cutting your taxes, and we're simplifying your taxes, so you don't have to go and spend all that money to get people that take half of your money away because it's so complicated. So we're going to cut your taxes. Remember, we're going to save your Social Security and Medicare. We are going to do a great job at our border. We're going to create a country again. We're going to have a country again. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare with something great. We're going to get rid of Common Core and bring your education locally, which will be phenomenal. And we're going to start winning again. We're going to win with everything. We're going to win with military and trade and health care. We're going to win with education. We're going to win so much, and I do this because I have fun doing this, to be honest. And you've seen it before. And we're going to build that wall. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And people are going to come through that wall, but they're going to come through, just remember, they're going to come through legally. I want to say that. I have to say that. We want people to come into the country, but they have to come in legally. So here's the story. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to keep winning. We're going to win so much that you people are going to say, let's have a protest at the White House. We're winning too much. We can't stand it anymore because we're not used to winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, please, we don't want to win so much. And I'm going to say, I'm sorry. We're going to keep winning, winning, winning. And we are going to make America great again.
All right, guys, that wraps up this Donald Trump rally in Fresno, California. I appreciate all of you guys tweeting me your thoughts on this event. Again, you can tweet me at SamiaFox10. I was reading some of your tweets earlier. Let me know what you guys think about Donald Trump's rally in Fresno. He will be wrapping up. He's probably going to shake some hands here in Fresno and then rush on over to his plane and hop on because I know he has an event in San Diego in 2 hours and 15 minutes. That San Diego event scheduled for 2 p.m. today. He will be speaking all the way in San Diego. Now, Fresno to San Diego, if you were driving, would be about 6 hours. His plane obviously will get there a bit faster than that. But yeah, very large crowd in attendance in Fresno to see Donald Trump speak live. In fact, I'm looking at the Trump Fresno hashtag right now. I want to go ahead and show you this. Some of the pictures that are coming in from the people that are there tweeting about it. Let's go ahead and pull this up now. You can see a large group of protesters right here. You have the Fresno Police Chief, Jerry Dyer, there on street patrol. You have all those people. You have this picture right here, Farmers for Trump. Let's go ahead and pull this up now. Lots of photos here. You have another Farmers for Trump sign. Lots of Farmers for Trump. But then you also have protesters in attendance. People protesting Donald Trump's appearance in Fresno. Fresno is a very interesting place. Obviously, it's very agricultural. A lot of Hispanic people living in Fresno, but also a part of the country that typically votes Republican. So it will be interesting to see come November how Fresno, California specifically votes in this 2016 election. I appreciate you guys tuning in for our coverage of Donald Trump in Fresno. I'm going to switch things over to Mike Page, our other Fox 10 News Now host, and he is going to be taking you to Bernie Sanders in... Hold on a second. Wait. We're just getting an official word. We may not be taking you to Bernie Sanders in LA. We're actually going to keep you in San Diego. Like I just mentioned, Donald Trump is speaking live in San Diego at 2 p.m. today, so that's in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Looks like the protests are already underway. I'm going to wrap things up. Mike Page will be joining you to give you play-by-play coverage of this Donald Trump protest in San Diego, and I'll see you guys again later this afternoon. Thanks for tuning in. More News Now continues with Mike Page. Again, these are live aerials of Trump protests in San Diego. Trump protests in San Diego. Mike Pace joining you guys momentarily. Again, obviously lots of people in San Diego already protesting Donald Trump's arrival. San Diego is on the border, right there, U.S.-Mexico border. So lots of people very passionate about this topic of immigration.
All right, everybody, you can see some aerials of San Diego where just moments ago we saw some protesters there ahead of Donald Trump rally in San Diego. We'll bring that to you a little bit later this afternoon. Hope everyone's just having an amazing Friday afternoon here. We'll get you caught up on some headlines in just a little bit. All right, folks, now you can see that we have a ground shot available here of the protesters with police. Folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. You can see there are protesters in San Diego ahead of the Donald Trump rally, and police are in full force here, getting ready for any kind of trouble that they may have today.
Is there anything I can do? No? Oh yeah, I get my credit card back. Pay for your yeah. Pay my own way. Support the financial. Yes.
All right, from Fox 5 in San Diego, it says supporters of presumptive Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump began gathering in front of the San Diego Convention Center early Friday this morning, hours before the real estate man campaigns in San Diego for the first time. Numerous opposition groups, from organized labor to immigration advocates, plan to demonstrate outside the convention center. Protests turned very violent on Tuesday in Albuquerque, leading to concerns about security in San Diego. Police Chief Shelley Zimmerman vowed that law enforcement will tolerate no violence, disruptive behavior, or unlawful acts at the Trump event. We're very confident that we are going to provide a safe environment for everyone. That's the message. If anyone comes down here wanting to do harm and commit illegal acts, we are not going to hesitate. We will act quickly, decisively, and they should expect to be arrested, Zimmerman said. The department plans to have a significant presence of uniformed and plainclothes officers at Friday's Bayside gathering and has coordinated with state, local, and federal agencies to promptly put a stop to any combative and destructive protesters or counter-protesters, the chief said. The city has designated demonstration zones, one for Trump supporters and another for those who oppose the 69-year-old billionaire real estate presidential bid on the northwest and southeast sides of the Harbor Drive Center. Seven adults and one juvenile were arrested outside a Trump rally on Wednesday in Anaheim after some protesters hurled bottles at police and others tried to climb over a barrier. Police said that prompted officers to declare an unlawful assembly and begin attempts to disperse the crowd. Protesters and supporters alike are encouraged to use public transportation in San Diego to get to the event. The trolley system has a stop just outside the convention center. So you can see police here. They are ready for anything that might come their way. Just this week in Albuquerque, there was protesters that turned violent there. They're hoping it doesn't happen here in San Diego. Sounds of emergency crews in the area here. You can see a lot of the police holding their ground right outside the venue where Donald Trump will be speaking. So we have some movement here. Let's see what's going on. There we are. This is happening live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Anti-Trump protest right outside the venue. Cameraman is now running with the police that just lined up in the street. Let's see what's happening here. We may have a situation already. Police were hoping that in San Diego that it didn't turn into Albuquerque. Earlier this week there was violent riots. Looks like we have a scene here. Hold it! Cameraman doing a great job of getting right there, right behind the line of the police officers. So we're getting a good view here of these protesters here. Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox 10 Phoenix.com. Thank you so much. You guys being part of the stream right here. We're looking at live images coming right out of San Diego ahead of the Donald Trump rally that is going to be happening about a couple hours from now. There are protesters right outside the venue. Police are there, obviously, right now.
Cody! That's good. Go. Don't let her through. Nobody goes through.
See, they got them contained right here to this one area. They are letting them have a designated area. There's another area for Trump supporters as well to congregate. And you can see they got a little area here for their to protest Donald Trump. Sometimes these are people that are paid to disrupt. You don't know, there's a combination right now. Paid disruptors.
Justice for Lieutenant Jose Morales. Jerry Dyer's house. Only Hispanics can have a right to those ranks.
Viewer discretion is advised. Remember that these are live images coming in. Anything can happen. Anything can be said and anything can be done. It looks like we have supporters and protesters now clashing with each other. Now we have some pushes. The supporters trying to get out of there, but they are almost being jumped.
I'm going to my car. Go back, the rally's over there. Go back, the rally's over there. Go back. The rally's over there. Just go back. Get the fuck out of here. The rally's over there. That was smart.
I didn't. Where are we going?
No, no, you're okay. But if you just have the mic with me, just in case.
Yeah, hey guys, I know you're trying to get that good shot. Can you do it from over there?
Just in case they need you to go out.
The cops will eventually start pushing you around.
You have a mic?
Yeah, Adam's got it.
Looks like the cameraman put down the camera for just a second here. We're hoping that we'll get some more visuals of this anti-Trump protesters in San Diego. Folks, we are just less than a couple hours away from the Donald Trump rally in San Diego, and I can just tell you right now it's probably going to be very active in that crowd. Representative Scott Peters, a Democrat from San Diego, described the businessman as dangerous and out of touch with hardworking families. Peters also accused Trump of having rooted for the recession-era housing slump so he could make a profit, opposing the minimum wage, lacking in foreign policy experience, and relying on misinformed ideas. One sign says build community, not walls. I'm trying to read other signs here for you, but I can't, don't have a good shot at them yet. Everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are covering some Trump protesters right outside the venue there in San Diego, where Donald Trump is expected less than 2 hours. We'll also be streaming that for you. So we are just less than a couple hours away from the actual rally, and if this is any indication, you know it is going to be a very, very active rally. I think there's going to be a lot of protesters inside as well, so be on the lookout for that as well. Former San Diego Assemblyman Nathan Fletcher criticized Trump's statements regarding veterans, and San Diego County Democratic Party Chairwoman Francine Busby said he would be a disaster for women and seniors. Speaking in North Dakota Thursday, Trump announced his America First energy plan, in which he said American energy dominance will be declared a strategic, economic, and foreign policy goal of the U.S. And you can see there's not too many protesters here, and it looks like there's a lot more police, which is a good thing. But if this is just the one area, it does not look like there's too many protesters outside the venue. See some more signs here. Remember, folks, these are live images coming out of San Diego, so this is where the protesters are, and this is very raw and live right now. Looks like we have another scene here coming up where everyone's running to. Our camera guy is running as well. Let's see what is happening.
I'm reporting live from downtown Fresno, where it seems to be an extensive crowd mobbing towards one woman that is clearly unarmed.
Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are watching live images of protesters right outside the San Diego venue where Donald Trump will be speaking less than 2 hours. We'll be covering that right here for you on Fox 10 News Now. So all you have to do is really keep this stream open, and we'll have extensive coverage for you.
This is height, man.
This isn't too bad.
It ain't too bad?
Were you there, Robert? No. Now this was at night?
At nighttime, it's probably a little bit worse.
Much worse.
Fuck the cops! Control the people! And even control these police force!
The people want something, they should have it.
Mexicans are here! The Mexicans are here!
There was a woman that was seeing a little skirmish. Protests. I'm not bothering them so much. I don't know what happened over here when they went over here.
They knocked the ice came out of her hand and she ran away.
Some protesters on the sidewalk here in San Diego where,
That's what it was, yeah.
in my estimate, there's probably a couple hundred, but not too much more than that. You can see the police lining the streets here, though, keeping them contained to one area. We haven't seen anything violent of any sort. They're just saying what they want to say, and from what we can see right here, everybody is. Let's see what our camera guy is doing here. He might putting the camera down for just a moment here. We'll keep the shot as long as we can. Well, this just shows you how much was planning as far as for the San Diego police, because they were worried earlier in the week when they saw the disruptions in New Mexico. They were hoping that that sort of violence didn't come to San Diego and they weren't going to put up with it. So we saw a lot of police lining the streets there and really just keeping these protesters contained, keeping them in the area where they can say and express how they feel, but do it in a peaceful way. And that's what we've been seeing so far here. No telling what's going to happen once the actual rally does begin, about 90 minutes away. Of course, we will have that for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. So just keep this stream open. If you're at work or you're doing things around the house, just keep the stream open and you'll be able to see the Donald Trump rally live in less than 90 minutes away.
All right, let's see if something's going to happen over there.
I can't tell you, a little bit later in the day, we're going to have a SpaceX launch in Florida. So if you're loving space, be on the lookout for that. So we have a demonstrator here. Let's see the sign. America was only ever great.
En el nombre del público del Estado de California. I'm being uncontrolled. No, you're not. You're right. I was on the sidewalk for pregnancy. Y'all pushed me to this position. You blocked off the sidewalk. Right. And now you're trying to say we unpeaceful. I'm gonna sit my ass where y'all put my ass. Y'all put my ass right here, so I'm gonna sit my ass right here. They're trying to build more prisons and schools anyway. Society is a fucking prison.
When you start to move, so move. All right. Give us a signal. Give us a signal. Right now? 1 minute away. All right, we're going. Hey. Behind the line, okay? My guys are out of there.
Una reunión ilegal. Continúa en esta área como se describió hace rato. Se reusará la fuerza necesaria y será procesada por la sección 469 del Código Penal.
You can see the protesters now sitting in the street here.
Usando la avenida Ventura rumbo al oeste, rumbo hacia la autopista 99, esta es la dirección de desalojo. Tienen 10 minutos para desalojar la zona. 10 minutos.
You're half an illusion, right? You're not an illusion. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I don't give a fuck about. Did I come like that? So no, I don't give a fuck about that shit. You scary ass motherfuckers. The situation. You got fucking retarded.
Attention, I'm Sergeant Clark, police officer with the city of Fresno. I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.
This just really shows you the restraint that the police have to have.
People of the state of California command all those assembled at this location, Ventura and M Street, to immediately disperse.
They're blocking the street here now, these protesters.
If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subjected to other police action. Other police actions could include the use of force, which may inflict significant injury or result in serious injury. Penal Code Section 409 prohibits remaining present in an unlawful assembly. If you remain in the area,
We're going to see, let's see if some protesters will be arrested here because they have been ordered to get off the streets.
immediately. You have 10 minutes to do so. You have until 12:40 to disperse.
They have a deadline of 12:40 to get out of here, or they will be arrested. So we're going to watch this all unfold right now.
Soy el sargento José Gutiérrez de la Patrulla de Caminos de California. Esta tipo de reunión o asamblea se declara completamente ilegal en el nombre de la gente del Estado de California. Se les ordena a todas estas personas que se encuentran en la primera intersección de la calle M y la avenida Ventura, que inmediatamente desalojen el área. Si usted se rehúsa a desalojar la zona, pudiera ser arrestado y procesado y usar la fuerza necesaria para poder identificar y llevar a cabo el arresto. Se pudieran usar también agentes químicos o gases que le pudieran ser, no pudieran ser saludables para usted. La sección 409 del Código Penal prohíbe su presencia en esta reunión o asamblea que es completamente ilegal. Si continúa en el área, como se describe, en la calle M y la avenida Ventura, usted pudiera ser arrestado y procesado bajo los códigos 409 del Código Penal. La ruta de desalojo será la avenida Ventura rumbo al oeste hacia la autopista 99 en esa dirección. Tienen 10 minutos para desalojar.
And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. It's going to get really interesting here in just a little bit. We are taking these live shot from San Diego, where there are Trump protesters ahead of his rally, less than 90 minutes away. The police have given these protesters about 8 minutes to disperse the street.
No, I just need a battery.
They have threatened them to be arrested, so let's see what's going to happen here.
Let me check to see what's wrong.
Looks like our shot just froze there for just a second.
The announcement that was just made is declaring this an unlawful assembly. We're asking folks to leave peacefully. And we're asking those folks that are sitting down, if you would please get up and leave peacefully. We do not want to arrest anyone at this location, but if we have to, we will. I think our officers have done a good job in patience, and you folks have done your job today. You have allowed your voices to be heard. You have been very loud. Up until this point, we really haven't had any problems, but we are asking you to peacefully leave this area. We cannot occupy this intersection all day. Thank you very much.
Okay, the police have declared this unlawful assembly and have been giving a firm warning to peacefully leave or they will be arrested.
Y'all don't like if you know one of y'all or something, y'all be out here 2 days. And when nobody say shit, huh? This morning when I came, why are we getting arrested now?
It looks like most have taken that warning, but now we have a few troublemakers here. It looks like apparently that want to stay and possibly get arrested.
That's what you're here. You're protecting us. I'm sorry, there's other crimes going on around. You want to be careful? I'm breaking more laws than that. Right? It's not their fault. They're only out here because of a paycheck anyways. Okay, they're keeping up with their training now. That's where you got to give them. It's just a paycheck. If you guys be worried about it, we want to be here because we believe in what we're got zero money, you don't put your life on the line. That's what we're doing. We're not getting paid for this. You too. I'm not getting paid for this. You've been doing that shit all this time. You're not doing nothing else. Of course you do it without a paycheck. Don't tell me they ain't working that bad. I know. Well, that's the thing though, is like our voices haven't been heard for a long time. America itself, I mean, the history of it, like, what has it done? It's all injustice, right? It's white supremacy. It's the Hunger Games. White supremacy. Oh yeah, did the names and push up their hand and betray the teams? Did they have a voice? No, I mean, my brothers and sisters over here who were slaves, did they have a voice?
All right, folks.
No, their voices aren't heard.
Fox got it wrong. They told us this was San Diego. It's really Fresno.
Right? You'll hear me if I got a little money in my pocket. Wait. Why is that lawful? That's the job. But can we say something? You pushed into the street. We were all outside walking. You pushed them all the street. They're trying to block the road so to leave. Right? It's trying to block the road so to leave. Yeah, that's right. You love it like he's paying them good. What if the rest of us stand up? Millions of people. I know some of you motherfuckers over here want to come over here, right? You don't want to stand over there with that bullshit. They're probably a big thing, right? He's safe. They're over here. He can mingle through the crowd. He's safe as you. You got to worry about. Go to the sidewalk and protest. That's why they're dressed like that. You realize? Wait, you just realize you pushed them.
It's the only thing I got. If it goes out.
Oh, but see, we all have enough respect for them. Like, if the ambulance comes, it's part like the Red Sea, but for y'all, why should we? Because it's the people that just go around the country. And these are hey, I'm not saying that we can you're supposed to work for the people. Clean up your house first. Clean up your house. What time is it? The government works for the people. If all the immigrants get deported, who's going to fix America's crumbling infrastructure? Right? Is it white people? No. You going to do it? You don't see no motherfucking white people in the field? You got to get burned down. You need the rest of us.
All right, folks, they have about 2 minutes to leave the street area. That's what they were given till 12:40. They got about 2 minutes to leave. And police did declare this an unlawful assembly, and these people can possibly be arrested.
Donald Trump can pay taxes. Donald Trump wants us. We pay taxes. We pay taxes. Hey, we got 2 minutes. What do you guys want to do? We pay taxes. We're allowed to use the street. You can't give us right. You're going to be taken to jail and maybe even punish for it. So, hey, some of
You guys have a great chief.
Police are once again trying to warn the small group of people to please leave the street. To please leave the street.
Protesters come by, shake his hand, leave his flag. That's how it should be.
It's going to cause a riot. No.
If you're just joining us, folks, this is coming at you from Fresno, California, where Trump just wrapped up a rally there. He's on his way now to San Diego for a 2 p.m. rally, and police are now declaring this scene a unlawful assembly. They have been given a fair amount of time to leave the street, but so far this small group has wanted to stay, and now they are at risk now of being arrested. You can see that police really don't want to arrest these people, but they're going to have to. And yep, here we go. It looks like.
Obey the powers that be. Obey the authority. They're not oppressing you. They're not oppressing you. Right now, what I'm saying, they're not oppressing you.
Nobody cares unless people nobody pays attention unless they it's not about what, Trump. Nobody gives a shit. It's all of it.
I know. Trust me. That's what I'm saying. It's somebody who's going to talk to right now. Fuck that shit. Your job doesn't care about you. Bring that word to we do. You know you right. Jump the block the streets, so can we. The rainbow union. So what? Before you even came, it was blocked. Before you even came, it was blocked. Before you even came, it was blocked. Block it yesterday. We're gonna be we don't know where our home is anymore, though. We don't know where it is. You tell me. I'm just instructed. I don't know what anything. I've just been lied to my entire life. It started with Columbus, right? He found America. How the fuck did he find shit? Right? He found the Indian albatross. That's what he found. What the fuck?
You're not
It's all lies.
You're not committing nothing you are
Even that money you work
just like other people are doing by sitting there.
That shit ain't even worth the paper. Not even. We play a Monopoly every day. So that's why we're here. That's all we're saying. That's why we're here.
Where's Dyer at? I want to ask you a question. home. I know that I have me personally, like I live on the street. I live on the street. They allow. There's no unlawful doing nothing. Correct me if I'm wrong. But there's homeless that stand there every day like that. But do they get arrested? But do they get arrested? Okay.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us, we do appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, where we are covering live protesters of Donald Trump in Fresno, California. He just wrapped up a rally about 30 minutes ago, about 45 minutes ago, and there's just a very, very small group of people still not leaving the scene.
And we want all of you to please walk westbound. We do not want any confrontations. For those individuals that are sitting, we're going to walk past them, but they will be arrested. And I want you to know that, and I have told you that. Our officers are going to use extreme patience, but I don't want our officers hurt, and I don't want anyone out here hurt. So please, as we start the walk,
Okay, now we have switched. The camera now has switched. We are now in San Diego, ahead of Donald Trump's rally. There are protesters here, and it's a much bigger crowd in San Diego. So now this is San Diego. right, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome now. This is San Diego protesters ahead of the Donald Trump rally. A little more than an hour away. We will also carry that for you. All right, folks, we're about an hour away from the Donald Trump rally here in San Diego, but there are a lot of protesters outside the venue. Expecting this to be a very, very active rally. You know there's going to be a lot of protesters inside the actual building. So this could get very interesting very fast. That's why we recommend that you just keep this stream open for yourself so you're able to watch it all.
This whole thing of keeping them on opposite sides is not really... This isn't bad
you want to act like a thug. You don't care what you want because you're selfish. You're full of murder. You're full of bitterness. There is no peace with the wicked. But Jesus is getting ready to return. And you will face the judgment of God. You will face the judgment of God. Jesus is going to rule and reign.
Is this serious?
He's going to raise up a president who says enough of you lazy people.
Lazy people.
Lazy, welfare, crackhead, thugs, sixth grade education. When I went to school, the principal didn't have to worry about being shot in the head. A teacher didn't have to worry about being thrown out of a three-story building because he didn't give an A. No, what's happened is, when you took the Bible out of school, you invited the devil, you invited the murderer, you invited the convict, you invited the rapist, you invited the pedophile, you invited the abortionist.
They will be. I bet they were saying.
The Bible plainly says, he beholds the evil and the good. He has a big video camera on you today, San Diego. Your day is coming. The Bible plainly says that God will have no work of the wicked.
Looks like we have somebody just down and out.
When Jesus returns again, he will return with the wrath of
folks, looks like we just lost that shot. We're working to reestablish the connection here. Just lost the shot. And there it is. Folks, let me know what you're thinking right now. You see my Twitter handle there on the screen at Mike Pace Fox 10. I'd love to hear from you. Let me know what you're thinking about all these anti-Trump protesters in San Diego right now. They're less than an hour away from his rally. Tweet me at Mike Pace Fox 10. Let me know.
He said your body belongs to the Lord. Your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost. And God said, if you destroy that temple, I will destroy you. He said, if you destroy your temple, and you're destroying your temple. Drugs, AIDS, meth, fornication. How'd you get here? You were homosexuality, drug abuse, meth. Most of you have majored in meth instead of math. You took the E out and you should have put the F in. You should have put the meth. This probably woman here has probably had 2 or 3 abortions. Never had one. Or she's probably a lesbian whore. No. April Starnet is straight and never had an abortion. And she says she's a Christian. And she's got to tell us how to pray. And she's full of anger. She's given me the F-bomb already 2 or 3 times. And she says the Bible says, I will talk to you, you punk. I will talk to you, little child. I will talk to you, little whippy devil. You ain't nothing but a whippy devil. If I was your dad, I'd have whipped you a long time ago. If I was your dad, I'd have whipped you a long time ago. If I was your dad, you'd be in college by now. If I was your dad, you wouldn't be doing dope. If I was your dad, you wouldn't be wearing the Compton shirt. Straight out of Compton, really. Let's talk about Compton. Straight out of murder. Let's talk about your music. Why you singing women? You call yourself in your own music. You call yourself up there. No. Nervous is shaking, man. I'm not nervous at all. I can stay calm. I'm not nervous at all. You want to touch me? Mind you, I'll do that. I need this. You need this right here. You need this. You need this. This is called karma. You want to see what the Lord can do with the righteous. I don't have any fear. You better have it. The Lord is the beginning of wisdom. I got bad breath because I don't want no pedophile bubble on there. I don't want some homosexual pervert beamer on there. I'm holy. The Bible says be ye separate, saith the Lord. You have been off the Bible. What you say? Here's the child. He never asked me for a name. I doubt very seriously if he needs a house. I doubt very seriously, like him, he goes to college. What is it? Your mama and papa paying for your college? Oh, what are you doing? Your welfare parents paying for your college? Instead of paying your taxes? How would your welfare parents pay for welfare is like for groceries and transportation. Let's talk about you Mexicans. You go, man, my parents are in welfare. They're sending me to MIT. Somehow it works. What about the medics? Why your medics? Why you got my Mexican citizens? license to pay for your medical. You cry out for your rights, but you don't have one.
It is the rich
You don't have a right to be here at all.
don't want to pay employee taxes
God set up the right to vote. Mexicans were here before you, and Americans were here before you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Touch me.
Tell me,
You gotta be American citizen for your right to vote. See, you don't have a right. You don't have a voice. If you want a voice, then go do the honorable thing. What's the honorable thing? What's the honorable thing? The laws of the land. Quit using coming in this country as a rapist,
No, he
as a drug addict, as a gang member, as a pedophile, and coming in here and expect an American taxpayer
it's really
of a soldier who served 27 years in the military. If my dad was alive today, he would be totally angry to know that he shed his blood for a bunch of perverts, rebellious, murderers, gang members, drug addicts, whoremongers, fornicators, no taxes,
Who killed the Indians in this country? Who killed the Indians of this country?
children that never had a job. They've been babysit. They had never had
We're fornicators.
Yeah,
They've had babies when they're 14, 15 years old.
Rapists, gang
We got
members.
men out here who've got so many kids,
I'm a
but they
gang
won't be a father. They ain't nothing but a sperm donor, a sperm carrier.
We should
All they are doing dope. All they are doing drugs. Their heroes are a bunch of gangster rappers. Their heroes are a bunch of gangster rappers singing about dope, singing about murder, singing about raping women. Yeah, you're real.
My entire family's actually voting Trump. Very conservative.
But your day is coming. The Bible said every knee gonna bow. Every tongue gonna confess. The Lord.
Walk right through here and then end up over there.
And for those of you watching right now, we do appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I do want to know, let me know, do you think this rally is going to get out of hand fast inside once the Donald Trump rally begins in less than an hour? We will be covering it, but let me know, do you think this rally, if there's this many protesters outside, you know there's going to be dozens that get inside. Let me know. Tweet me, Mike Page, Fox 10. And we'll talk about it. All right, thanks so much for the people that are tweeting me right now. Jason for Liberty says, thanks for the stream of the rally. I think this is going to get out of hand fast, inside and outside. Dan R. says, is this a protest or a gathering of various types of crazy people? Ella Willington saying, to your question, will the rally get out of hand? No. Trump's rallies are great events. Protesters disrupt, praying none got in. Thanks so much, Ella. James tweeting me saying, I work at the San Diego Convention Center. I had a ticket but stayed home. It will turn bad. Lots of vicious anti-Donald Trump people there.
One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gas lamp quarter. Trump, Trump, Trump. Gas lamp quarter. Trump. 1, 2, 3. Symbol in 7, 7. Si se puede. Si se puede. Block that kick. Check. 1, 2. Do not stop on track.
John says, tweeting me, there might be a few protesters inside, but the event will go on. Esco says, thanks for covering the San Diego rally. Don asking, do you have a view of the inside? Seems to have started already with some pre-Trump speakers. Nothing yet. Once we get that inside venue shot, of course we will take that as well. Right now we still have just the outside venue shots right now. Yeah, James, the cameraman here is just pretty much staying in one location. Not sure why he's not moving around more. Bill Wilson, what is the location of this protest? It is right outside the venue of the convention center. Let me know, folks. Tweet me right now at Mike Page Fox 10. Let me know, do you think these are a combination of paid disruptors or protesters?
To make them argue, you gotta be in the hospital. Oh, really? What are you doing? Are you with Black Lives Matter? Are you with Black Lives Matter? How are you feeling? Really? You got all of them. Oh my God, she's nitpicking. Okay, all right, how about that? You're a witch. She's wearing wicked shit. We should stone her. We should stone her. That's a Jewish. That's a Jewish. No, go get some alcohol, you drug addict, you fucking alcoholic. Yeah, you like words, right? You stupid. The reason why America is because of you. People like you, man. I swear. Yeah. Hold on to other people that want us to do it. Vote for Bernie. Vote for Bernie. Hey, it's that guy.
appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah. I'm a parent too, so I'm going with you. This is not like, you know, the young guys. It makes it work. Take care. I don't respect anything he's been saying. The other guy, the guy who's part of this little comment fundamentalist group, that dude's a straight up racist. He's like calling people boys and calling out people's like familial lineages without even knowing them. And he's just making grand generalizations. I mean, he's entitled to his opinion, but it's kind of.
All right, folks, we're getting some questions here. Tater Collins asking, do you think they want to crash the rally? What's the next step of this master plan of theirs? Well, I think this is really what they want to do. Just have cause a little disruption outside, get some media coverage. They're not going to be able to just waltz in it. If they have a ticket, they'll be able to get in. If they don't, there's no way they're going to just demand to get in or crash that. So won't have to worry about that. James asking, how far can a broadcast camera stream from a van? Well, now you don't even need a van. A lot of these shots that we're getting here coming from a backpack. And we call it a live backpack because really a photographer can wear a backpack and it's pretty much similar to having 14 cell phones in the backpack that are able to stream this image back to the station and then beam it across the country and really the world. So really you don't need a news van anymore to be tied to or tethered to. So that's one of the cool things happening right now in broadcast journalism and television.
Lately, Albuquerque, Anaheim, yeah. Albuquerque was probably the worst, and Anaheim got a little rowdy. People were throwing rocks and bottles.
I mean, is it just the same type of?
Same. It starts this way.
Some guy on a megaphone.
Yeah. This is how it all starts.
Yes.
And then typically when the
sun goes down.
When speech gets wrapped up. Yeah. Then play that game. I like to disperse everybody. That's when the problems start. Typically.
Okay, so I hope to be gone by then.
I say around 3 o'clock is a good time to be out of here. Yeah.
It's interesting.
Right now it's okay.
I mean, especially with this kind of like southwestern swing, right? I mean, we're predominantly Latino. Yeah. Right? You're gonna get.
Just joining us, folks, Donald Trump has said no to a possible Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump debate. So that will not be happening. As a couple days ago, there was talks that Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders would have a debate. That will not be happening. Trump says now debate with Sanders would be inappropriate.
Not like this. But I mean, this has gotten more, since Trump now is really the nominee, it's just gotten more, intense. Yeah. Yeah, really, it is very.
I feel like there's such an intensity. I feel like, well, I mean, anything can spark off the celebrities that want to fighting for what they believe in.
One guy's able to draw all this out and this many people, this much intensity. Just by campaign speech that you can't even hear or see.
No kidding. Right, exactly.
So far, like right now,
And just like that, the SEIU folk are out of here.
That
was it? That's it?
Well, I heard them talking. They said they have the buses that are making presidents. The guys complaining.
Whoever's blowing that whistle is just really annoying.
and they stayed back. So they needed to physically push people out of this area. So it's a little different tactic right here. Yeah, make sure it doesn't. You find out who the real troublemakers are. And
Because there's always just a handful.
Yeah,
Not everyone.
no.
Everyone's pretty much
99% are fine. Yeah, the 1%.
I mean, are these the same guys?
A couple of them, those guys with the big white sign, the Jesus sign up there, the same guy. Same two.
Road trip. Donald Trump, wherever you go.
They don't have to work.
rallies are getting up here. This is a little saturated. I like it. Yeah. More effective. Yeah, I didn't do people throwing shit at cars. They didn't do anything until like they were trying to get people out. So, check out my I know, right? You got hit when they were pushing us down that street on Wednesday. I saw one guy who was like in Jason walking right into the. I know. I was like, that's what I said. Hope I have a urine test when I get back. I failed. Actually, this would be the best time to smoke. Right. That's true. Yeah, I failed because I was around it. That's right.
Alright guys, Mike Page has left the building. It is now Samia Khan, joined by Kinsey Schofield. We'll be joining you for this anti-Trump protest here in San Diego, and we'll be updating the lower third so you can have our Twitter handles instead.
I know, because Mike keeps bragging that everyone's tweeting him, so stop.
Basically, Kinsey wants you to tweet us instead because we will engage with you a lot. We'll read your tweets. We may even retweet them. Maybe even from the Big Foxtown account if you're lucky. Again, guys, you are joined by Kinsey and Samia. We are watching this live coverage of the Trump protest. This is San Diego, guys. Things are getting pretty crazy out there. Obviously, if you know anything about American geography, San Diego is at the... San Diego's at the U.S.-Mexico border, pretty much. It is the last major United States city in California before you get into Mexico. So lots of people very passionate about immigration.
SeaWorld.
And SeaWorld. Legoland too, if you're into that. Kinsey and I are waiting for those tweets to come in, guys. We want your take. This is pretty chaotic. How bad will it get during the rally and after the rally? Do you think things are going to get violent? Tell us what you think.
Sweet Artie.
Thinking about maybe starting over there and then walking this way. Okay. You know, we can end,
Let's do it.
show all this.
Yeah.
Then we can end pointing at just the sheer
With the
number
cops?
of cops that are out here.
Okay. That's good.
We love you really, Rick.
I want to acknowledge Jamie Mesner tweeting us saying, I understand not everybody liking him, but everybody has a right to speak, including Trump. Wise words from Jamie Mesner, also known as Twitter user Best Podcast.
Have a great day.
San Diego with real cars on the bridge.
Samia just said, oh yeah, do you want to see all my lip gloss? I have a lot more than you. I mean on me. I have 20 on me. Samia just said, do you want lip gloss? I thought she said that, and I said, why? I'm beautiful the way I am. And she said, you are beautiful the way you are. So, Samia and I are lovers, not fighters. We would not be protesting anyone. If we disagreed with somebody, we would simply write a letter to our state representative. Shh! Shh! Samia! All these people are tweeting Samia and not me.
Lindsay and I are going to hang out because it's Friday, it's Memorial Day weekend, and we're covering a protest. So Kinsey, our faces will
Actually,
be in the upper
I'm
corner
not
right
trying-
now.
Oh, hey. I'm not. Oh, I was just about to say we are going to cover the protest from an inflatable pool that they couldn't see because it's a holiday weekend, but they can see now that we're not in an inflatable pool.
We should be in an inflatable pool. But guys, we appreciate you guys tuning in. Kalinda Khan, what? I don't even know if that's your real name, but we could have the same last name.
I was just going to ask, are you related to that person?
Kalinda, Trump is a big guy. He can handle these protesters. Homeboy saying, has Trump's tank rolled up yet? I heard he bought it off Master P with no limit started slipping in sales.
Speaking of which, did you know that DMX used to be my neighbor?
No.
Yeah, isn't that weird that he lived all the way out there? Well, we won't say it 'cause it's a small town. But
I didn't know that. Like you're in your current place.
Yeah.
Recently?
Yeah, and they.
Like
he
you
was
did you see DMX?
No.
What, isn't his real name Earl?
Oh, I saw Earl, but not DMX.
My friend used to be next door neighbors with Ludacris in LA.
Oh wow.
That's not as exciting as DMX though.
It looks like mostly religious protesters looking for a place to speak, but Donald Trump says that he's a good Christian man and that the Christians love him.
That was Brian Shaw. Ella saying the protesters' message isn't being received by their intended audience because it's via disruption, not peaceful protest. And I think Ella's making the good point here. This is the discussion we had a couple of days ago regarding New Mexico. It's like you want to protest, but then you turn to violence, and then suddenly these people who may have sided with you and your agenda now look at you
as a troublemaker.
Exactly.
No, they don't. Yeah, you lose all credibility when you react in such a negative way. Busting up cars and trying to break in buildings and setting things on fire is not the right way to get your point across ever.
I know a couple people saying have the camera guy move around. James saying wish a camera pointed around. There's a Minutemen border group that has come in. Wow. Bill Wilson saying this will quickly turn into riots and crash the city with no survivors.
All right, well, let's be careful about Bill Wilson. Bill Wilson tries to get us in trouble all the time.
Okay, got it.
Isn't that the face, too, from Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
I think so.
So let's just avoid Ferris Bueller's best friend.
Don't forget the zoo, as in the San Diego Zoo. Esco reminding you that San Diego is home to also...
Esco's handsome. Let's look at that.
Esco's tuning in from Texas. He was tuning in for the Fresno rally. He and I were tweeting during the Fresno rally, and I was tuning in for San Diego. So one of Esco's tweets actually was, freedom of speech has been changed from expressing what you think to going around pushing people around, being disruptive. Brave cameraman. It's true, these cameramen are brave. This is actually, for those of you familiar with San Diego, this is in downtown San Diego. That's the San Diego Convention Center. That's where they hold Comic-Con every year.
Oh.
Yeah, that is the building that usually has people dressed up in crazy characters. Usually there's a different kind of chaos.
Yeah, we've got a few crazy characters out here too as well, as you can see.
So,
but it's got to be hard too when there are people that want to fight on both ends. There are people there that are pro-Trump typically, and there are people there that are anti-Trump. And you know, over the last few rallies and protests we've seen, the pro-Trump get in, everything's peaceful, but sometimes they fight outside and it gets violent. So we always want to avoid that as well.
True, Kinsey, true. Hallie asking if her dog can have a shout out. Hi Kinsey and Sami, can you give a shout out to my dog Atlas? He has a cold and it would cheer him up. Kinsey has a soft spot for dogs, so I knew I had to read that tweet out loud, Hallie.
I don't know. We need to watch that one too, though.
Oh. Are you just saying that everyone is just...
Everyone is
out to prank
pole.
me?
Everyone is pole, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh man. I'm going to have to screen these carefully. And Jamie Messner saying, you notice the props from people are very peaceful. This does not help the Never Trump movement at all. What does that sign say? Love something.
Love Trump's hate. It's one of Bernie Sanders' sayings.
Oh. What the clever use of the word Trumps. I get it.
Ooh. A little flirt alert on the Twitter feed.
Flushing. It's like Blake is here, Kinsey.
Where?
Okay.
Is Blake Higgins watching?
Danny saying Trump can handle all of these riots. He's done it before, and he's going to keep on handling these riots.
Yeah, no, they absolutely don't face him whatsoever, which I think is good. And I think that there was a moment when he was being assumed, but I don't think everybody else had dropped out. He was surprised by it. And it was like all of a sudden Ted Cruz and basically almost within 48 hours.
That's true.
And he lost a bit. He was kind of lost for a second because he had no one to go after. All of a sudden he was just the guy. And there was, what we love about him is how quick he is, how funny he is, and how he really puts people in their place. And all of a sudden his enemies were gone. And he tried to really transition towards Hillary and Bernie, but I don't know if people necessarily wanted to hear that yet. at least with these protesters, they give him somebody to snap at, and we get to see
that same side of Trump
fierceness that we fell in love with, and our people fell in love with, and people really like. They like to see somebody that's a strong, powerful leader that takes up for themselves and take up for the people around them, because they feel like they've lacked that for the last 8 years.
By the way, I do want to acknowledge that when the camera zoomed into that line just a couple minutes ago, that was the crowd of people actually going into the convention center. It looks like they're finally letting people inside the convention center where Trump will be speaking momentarily. I'm thinking they would have let people in earlier, though, because I know that the event is scheduled for 2 p.m. However,
And also
Trump
more, I
didn't
would call
leave
it
Fresno
organized chaos
until-
out here. A number of unions marched
I
up
think
to
he was still in the
the
venue up until
Yep, how's it going?
shaking hands. So I would assume that even though this rally is scheduled to start at 2 p.m. San Diego time, it's possible that it doesn't start till about 2:30 or so. But we will be bringing you continuous live coverage of the event.
Yeah, here,
as
we'll go
they
here,
unfold outside of the venue of these protests. Actually, let's listen in
What I
and
want
see
to leave you
if
with
the
is
reporter
you got
is saying something now. Can see?
bam, and then back to me.
My higher calling.
Donald Trump.
I want to read a couple more tweets. James McGowan saying, it seems the union and paid organizers leave once Trump starts speaking. Violent protesters start afterward. That's true. The violence usually doesn't start till after the rallies. Jamie saying
Especially
that
at night.
the
It's crazy.
integrity of the Never Trump movement is officially dead. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Farmer Joe has a good question. If all these people hate Trump so much, why do they go to his rallies? Matthew's saying, love Trump's hate is a Shillery thing.
Someone said to me about Amber Heard, always shameful when guys resort to this.
That is regarding a #1 trending story on Twitter. Johnny Depp accused of domestic violence.
Yeah, I don't think anybody resorted to anything. I think you either are, or you either participate in that, or you don't. I'm interested. I'm like, do I engage in this conversation now?
Ooh. Dun dun dun. I'm gonna go ahead and read tweets while you read your tweets.
I know.
Jason for Liberty saying, I think that the San Diego Police Department is handling it great, keeping the protesters across the street. Good job, SDPD. And let's see.
Did you see this? This is actually
all of those people covering their faces are bad news if they're covering their face.
Tell the camera guy to be careful. They are at... See, I don't mind saying this. A lot of people say that George Soros's people pay.
And Tater Collins saying, do the protesters want a repeat of Chicago? Do they feel in charge? Can you give a shout out to your Polish fans?
James Uko says, I work at
Hi,
the
Poland.
San Diego Convention Center and had a ticket, and I decided to stay home. Heard firsthand about people looking for trouble coming. James watches a lot of our Trump coverage and is a huge supporter of Trump, so I'm surprised that he would stay home. So that means he's obviously concerned. I don't see a huge police presence. Do you? We saw a huge police presence yesterday, but I don't see much of one. Ryan's asking us.
I mean, I did see a group of police in one corner. The problem is that we don't have control over the cameraman there on behalf of Fox in San Diego. So it's hard for us to tell the cameraman where to pan. I'm hoping that the cameraman does pan. I don't think it's going to be the same sort of police presence that we saw yesterday, like Kinsey was referencing. Or you mean 2 days ago in Orange County, right? I think it was on Wednesday in Orange County, that huge police presence in Anaheim. Because yesterday Trump was in Montana.
Oh
and
yeah,
I don't remember.
it was the day before. I didn't
Montana
see any
was peaceful.
riots.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was nothing. How many expected to attend this rally? I don't know, thousands.
Canadian, I've moved the mic closer to me so so that you can hear me. So many interesting signs out there. So, Kinsey, what do you think about these protesters out there? Homeboy, one of our viewers watching, says, thank you for bringing this live feed. It's nice to have. I like that we offer this live feed because we don't actually have to leave the comfort of our office or home to tune into the chaos outside.
Guess what? I wouldn't. I would not give these people any energy if I were here. I don't care. I think that it's a waste of time.
I need a phone call now.
Hello? Hi. Oh, I said I just didn't see him on screen.
I wonder what they're saying on the other end of the phone. I want to ask this question.
How do people get this phone with you?
Was it a random viewer?
No, but they were calling the station.
Oh. Canadian asking, what's your thought on paid protesters? I saw this firsthand in New York. Craigslist post for $15 an hour. That is crazy to me.
I say that every time, that there are paid protesters out there.
But it's like, who is paying you? And do you add it on your LinkedIn resume?
No, because you don't have a resume if you do this kind of stuff for a living. You're the same person that stays at the mall for 20 more minutes to take the $5 survey. Remember when, like, you'll walk around the mall, people will be like, hey, we'll give you $5 cash if you'll do the survey. Like, it's the same people.
That's a job.
I mean, if you want to make $5 that day.
I bet you can make it really creative.
I don't really think that's a
Survey specialist, 2008 to present.
But no, I think that people pay these people to riot and protest. I should have worn my false eyelashes. I didn't realize Edwin was going to be.
Esco Edwin? He was going to be taking screen grabs.
But what I was going to say is I would not give these people the time of day for being in the newsroom, being in the news business. I
think sometimes people want to tune into the protest. They also want to watch Donald Trump speak live. So they might be Trump supporters that want to see the chaos.
That.
Right, and they know that if they tune into this, they're going to see both the protest
I'm not
and
saying
the Trump
I wouldn't
speech.
watch us. I love us.
You guys should all watch us.
No,
Matthew's saying thanks for this live feed, watching from work, and even though I'm a Trump supporter, these people have some serious dance moves. What?
Well, you haven't seen mine.
Kinsey's going to break out.
When they break out into, y'all ready for this?
Oh yeah, Trump's song of choice.
It's
I like that last song. Put that last song back there.
Yeah. So I see that Trump pinata over there, guys. You see the Trump pinata they're hanging? Again, this is San Diego. It is on the U.S.-Mexico border. Obviously, people here are very passionate, one way or another, on both sides of the immigration debate, you know? It's San Diego. Donald Trump is speaking today at 2 p.m. Ryan Smith. Here's the thing. Donald Trump's event is scheduled for 2. We know his event in Fresno didn't wrap up until closer to noon. and it is a flight that takes about an hour. His plane wasn't parked right outside the venue, so I'm guessing realistically Donald Trump will not take the stage at 2, but maybe perhaps something closer to 2:30.
We can't read that, but that's what I agree with that. I guess I can say it. A lot of these protesters are paid for by the other party, and it's not necessarily the party themselves, but supporters of the other party that are trying to manipulate the message.
But I feel like that defeats the purpose. If anything, more attention
Yeah, I
is
gotcha.
paid on the opposition then. That means it's more coverage for Donald Trump. You know what I mean? If anything, you probably want to create chaos at your own thing so people at least talk about you.
I know, but
That's my take. There's no such thing as bad press through Donald
That's
Trump.
what I'm saying. There is literally no such, because when you had this conversation with Ron after the Albuquerque riots and protests, but oh my gosh, it looked like riots. It looked like a war zone. After that, people were saying that the anti-Trump people looked crazy. They weren't saying, oh wow, they're right, they've got a point. They were just like, these people are insane. I have friends that were covering it. I think my friend still works for AT, but he was out there covering it, and I know I've told you this before, but was hit with bottles full of urine. And you know, when you're assaulting the media that really have such control over the narrative, what is your objective? What do you think you're gonna do?
Dancing. That started. Well, you know what, though? If this protest turns into just like an outdoor dance party, then I'm okay with it. I just don't want it to turn into New Mexico.
Yeah, for sure.
And the thing is, right now, it is almost 2 p.m.
I didn't
in
get
San
a
Diego.
prom. I didn't get a prom, so I am all about outdoor dance parties.
If anyone out there can go to prom, take Kinsey. Or adult proms, I suppose. I guess that's weddings, but you don't like weddings.
I hate weddings.
Lots of people dancing outside. Let's listen in. I want to listen to what they're chanting. That's good.
Somebody sent me this. Y'all ready for this?
You want to come in and go up, turn into a over that way. We only have 30 seconds. Just want to come over there and just kind of pan this way. We're not gonna have time to get all the way over there. Okay, so I'll just go. I'll probably end up like here.
Canadian saying, I stayed at that hotel right there. A lot of young homeless in the area. I wonder how many are participating. Javier saying the local local station in San Diego reporting Air Force Trump landed about 25 minutes ago. Thank you, Javier, for that. Thanks for the compliment. Hallie saying, it's a real shame, has helped Trump overall in my opinion, but has harmed Bernie. Can you tell me which candidate are the people with the Jesus signs for? Artist wants to know.
Other people have said to us they feel like that some of the biblical protesters are literally just there because they have a different message they want to get out, and they knew that this would be a great place to showcase, to get the attention that they're seeking. That maybe they're not pro or anything, they just knew that there would be cameras here, and this was their way of trying to get some PR.
I see. World Justice News saying the actual check I received after the protest was from a group called Women Are the Future.
Oh, and it links to an ABC News article in regards to what we were talking about, people
getting paid to
protest.
Homeboy saying hopefully this protest stays urine and flaming debris free. Hopefully.
We have one tweet. From David Calvert.
Hey there,
saying-
Charles. Well, the best way I can
Oh.
describe this is organized chaos. You can see it's very much of a party atmosphere out here right now. At its peak, there were probably about 1,000 protesters, but the key is they've stayed peaceful so far, and the San Diego Police Department says they're completely fine with that. What they don't want is any violence. They say they're going to have a zero tolerance against violence out here, and of course in other cities when things have broken out, it's when the rallies have ended. So hundreds of officers are out here keeping a close eye, especially when the around 10,000 people inside the convention center will start pouring out after the rally. Charles.
All right, I just want to read this tweet before I lose it.
Bet.
David Calvert, people protesting Trump and talking about working 2 and 3 jobs. Had a Democrat for 8 years. Maybe it's time for a Republican.
And looks like they're taking us away from the protest. They're taking us inside the Trump event now, guys. Inside the Trump event. Stand by.
Blue jean baby, LA lady, seamstress for the band, pretty eye.
Hello, everyone. We are now on Trump Podium Watch. Donald Trump scheduled to speak momentarily in San Diego.
Are we trying to get the...
We are trying to get the protest video back. We have our assignment desk working on it. Ideally, we'll have 2 feeds, so we'll be able to keep the protests up as well as the podium up, so you guys will get picture-in-picture coverage. We're really on top of it here on News Now. We try to be.
Trying to be. We could also look on Twitter to see if there are any periscopes.
I like your thinking, Kinsey.
The rally outside. Also, thanks to Rick for that Will Carr picture. That was hilarious.
Did you see this one, too? We're getting some great screen grabs from you. We have Hallie Croft, who
Thank
just
you, Hallie. That's hilarious.
screen grabbed us and photoshopped in Make America Great Again hats, I think, is what it looks like.
Well.
So you guys are very creative on the internet. We appreciate you viewers tuning in. We appreciate all of the tweets you're sending us. It's pretty entertaining, to say the least. Again, watching live coverage of Donald Trump in San Diego. We are waiting for the video of the protesters to return, so stay with us, don't go anywhere, and we for sure will have Donald Trump speaking live in San Diego. And I'm not going to make any promises, but there's a high likelihood that even after Donald Trump speaks, there's some chaos in San Diego.
Well, I don't want to use the word chaos.
Okay,
Because
fine.
Will Carr just used the word organized chaos, and I love Will Carr, but to me it looks more like a block party than anything really.
Well, I'm saying it's not
compared.
chaotic yet. I'm saying chaos could happen.
Yeah.
After the rally. One of our viewers that tunes in and tweets with us regularly was saying it's usually peaceful beforehand, but it's after the rally where things tend to get rowdy. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Wait, yeah, I need to see that.
And for those of you just joining us, you're probably wondering why you're looking at a podium. Well, here on Fox News Now, where we stream news continuously for 12 hours a day nonstop, we do things here like Podium Watch because we don't want to miss a second of the news. Now, it's possible.
And you know what? For people that don't understand that, think about the time that President George W. Bush was standing at a podium and somebody threw a shoe at him. Or how about when I was sitting in the Jodi Arias courtroom and everybody cut their cameras off and Travis Alexander, the victim's sister, screams at Jodi Arias, "Burn in hell." And we all thought we did not get that moment on camera. The magic of Fox News Now is that we give you all access to all of these things so that you don't miss a moment.
Exactly. You actually check out our YouTube channel. You'll see lots of clips of various moments that we've captured. Looks like Trump's hype man is here.
Oh, here we go.
We're going to listen to him now.
In just a few moments, you're going to hear from the man who is going to save the United States of America. And let me also tell you, you're going to hear from the man who's going to make sure that we take care of our veterans. Because I can promise you this, crooked Hillary Clinton is never, ever, ever going to take care of our vets. That's because the only people she's going to take care of are the special interests. Donald J. Trump is going to put America and Americans first. Now, you have a big primary coming up here in California. Now, of course, we know that Donald J. Trump is going to do fantastic here in California. But there's another primary happening between Hillary and Bernie. Now, I have to say, folks, I feel kind of bad for Bernie Sanders supporters. And I'll tell you why. Because the system, folks, is rigged. And I think all of us here can say that we feel sorry for Bernie supporters, because nobody likes a rigged system. It's rigged for Hillary, and it's rigged for Wall Street. And I don't think Democrat voters in this country want to have a nominee who was for the Iraq War, who authored the Libya invasion, and who's completely and totally owned by corporate special interests. And I think come November, people who don't want a government controlled by Wall Street are going to vote for Donald J. Trump. Now, one of the big issues in this race is the issue of foreign policy. Now, how do we think Secretary Clinton did as Secretary of State? Not great. Not great. Let's review her list of achievements. Let's go through it. We got a lot of stuff that we can talk about when it comes to her resume. So we'll run through it. Let's see. Did Hillary Clinton keep Iraq safe and secure? No, she handed it over to ISIS. Did Hillary Clinton turn Libya into a wellspring of democracy? No, she invaded it and gave it to ISIS too. Did Hillary Clinton keep Iran from pursuing a nuclear weapon? No, she put them closer to a nuclear weapon than they've ever been before. Did Hillary Clinton keep Syria safe and stable? No, she turned Syria into the most dangerous place in the world. And by the way, she wants a 500% increase in Syrian refugees coming into America. And guess who's going to pay for that? The American people. Now, here's something you won't hear in the media. They did a poll on this recently, and they asked people, who wants more than 100,000 refugees a year from the Middle East? They did a poll on this. Rasmussen did. Only 4% of American women say they want more than 100,000 refugees. Because Hillary doesn't care about America's women. She doesn't care about what happens to our schools, or our job markets, or our security. She doesn't believe that you're entitled to raise your children in safety and peace. But do you know who's going to make sure you have a safe community? Donald J. Trump. He's going to make sure your communities are safe and secure and prosperous. Oh, and by the way, folks, Donald J. Trump is going to build that wall. He's going to build it strong, he's going to build it tall, and he's going to build it to last. And do you know why he's building that wall? He's building that wall because he cares about you. He's building that wall because he knows what uncontrolled immigration has done to our schools, what it's done to our hospitals, what it's done to our wages. See, you won't hear this in the media, but Hillary Clinton can't claim to care about working people when she wants open borders. Because nothing has hurt the working people of this country more than open borders, which pulls down our wages, hurts our job prospects, and makes it harder and harder to raise our kids and send them off into the world. Now, Hillary Clinton, of course, as someone here points out, she may not be the nominee because she could end up in prison. And now, she has this secret email server, and she deletes and she hides her emails, and I suspect, folks, the reason why Hillary Clinton is so secretive about those State Department emails has to do with something in this book, Clinton Cash. Right? Yes. Now, I'm going to read you all a little excerpt from this book because we want everyone in the country to know about Hillary Clinton's corruption. And here's the way it worked. It's very simple, folks. Give cash to Bill, get favors from Hill. That's how it works. That's how it works, folks. So, I'm just going to read you a little excerpt from this book, and then I'll ask you a question. It's real simple. In June 2005, a South American business group offered Bill Clinton $800,000 to deliver 4 speeches in South America. This group was a keen supporter of the proposed U.S.-Colombia Free Trade Agreement because it would boost Colombian exports into the United States. So they gave Bill $800,000 for 4 speeches, not a bad payday. Hillary was senator at the time, so let me ask you all a question. Hillary said she opposed the deal, and then she became Secretary of State. $800,000 later, do we think Hillary Clinton caved and supported the deal? Yes, she did. Because what happens if you give cash to Bill, you get favors from Hill. Now, do we want to let Hillary Clinton sell our government to the highest bidder? Do we want to let Hillary Clinton keep our borders open so your pay is low? Do we want to let Hillary Clinton betray our veterans like she betrayed our veterans at Benghazi? We've gotten the clear insight into how Hillary Clinton will run this country because of her time as Secretary of State. She was the worst Secretary of State in American history, although she was great for Wall Street. Now, you remember Hillary Clinton's 3 a.m. ad where, you know, the phone call rang at 3 a.m.? What was Hillary Clinton doing at 3 a.m. when Benghazi was attacked? She was sleeping. Now, let me ask you a question. If that 3 a.m. phone call had been from Wall Street, would she have picked it up? Oh, she'll never, ever, ever turn down a phone call from Wall Street. And I think deep down inside, Democrat voters all over this country know it. And this is the issue that is going to unite all of us. Liberals, conservatives, Democrats, Republicans, independents, everyone. Is that all Americans, regardless of the color of their skin, believe, whether they be first generation or 10th generation, that the citizens of this country ought to come first. Are you ready, California, to send a message to the special interests in Washington, D.C.? Are you ready to tell the people who betrayed you that you're ready to take back your country? Are you ready to vote for a man who will put jobs and wages and security for Americans first? Are you ready to say no to the crookedness and corruption and betrayal of Hillary Clinton? Folks, this is a simple choice. You have one candidate, Hillary Clinton, who doesn't care about you. She doesn't care about your children. She will never shed a tear for the working people of this country. She will gladly grind you all under her heel. Then you have a man who will go to bat against the special interest. You will have a man who will be the champion you've been waiting for. Are you ready to have a champion in your corner? Are you ready to turn on the TV and see someone fight as hard for you as the other side fights for illegal immigrants? Are you ready to see someone stand up for security over political correctness? Are you ready to see someone stand up for the safety and security of our poorest neighborhoods? Are you ready to see someone who will support our cops, who will support our military, and who will support every God-fearing, wage-earning person in this country who just wants a fair shot at success? Folks, you're the backbone of this country. The people who wake up every morning searching for a job or working at a job or trying to get a job for their children. It's not the Wall Street billionaires, it's not the special interests, it's you, and Donald Trump understands that. Donald Trump will fight for you. He'll fight for every single last one of you. And you have the chance, folks, the once-in-a-lifetime chance that will never come again, to kick the special interests out of D.C. Are you ready to make them sweat? Are you ready to show them who's still in charge? Are you ready to do something they will write about for 1,000 years? Are you ready to secure that border? Are you ready to stop Islamic terrorism? And are you ready to make sure that American children are given their birthright in their own country? Then stand with Donald J. Trump, stand with Americans of every background, of every color, of every race and every creed, united by the one common belief that a people in their own country come first, and never, ever, ever will you be a second-class citizen again, folks. So now, I have one more question for you, and folks, I want you to shout so loud that all the people who betrayed you can hear you. The people who betrayed Kate Steinle can hear you. The people who sent our manufacturing jobs overseas can hear you. By the way, Hillary Clinton, Democrat voters should know this, will pass the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which will destroy our economy. So I want you to answer this question so that every single person who's beaten you down and ignored you and said that you were wrong and mocked and demeaned and scorned you, every person who's lectured you sanctimoniously while living the high life in D.C., shout so loud that their conference tables will shake. Is California ready to send Donald J. Trump to the White House? God bless you. God bless this state. And God bless the United States of America.
girls that I've known. I've made so many cry, and still I wonder why. Here comes a little girl, I see her walking down the street. She's all by herself. I try and knock off her feet, but she'll never break, never break, never break, never break this heart of stone. Oh no, no, this heart of stone. What's different about her? I don't really know. No matter how I try, I just can't make her cry.
All right, guys, we're back to speak with you while we wait for Donald Trump to take the stage.
Podium watch.
It is more podium watch. I'm wondering what Donald Trump will focus on today. What's always interesting is when Donald Trump brings up Arizona. Today, when he was speaking in Fresno earlier this morning, he brought up Sheriff Joe.
Right.
Spoke about
He talks
the incident
about Sheriff
here.
Joe almost every single time. We had one of our managers come out the other day and go, "Oh, did you hear the Sheriff Joe mention?" It's like, you don't watch enough of these things.
You don't watch these every single day, every minute of
He
it.
always talks about Sheriff Joe. And Sheriff Joe loves that because when Sheriff Joe endorsed Mitt Romney then got closer to John McCain, and Mitt Romney kind of cut off ties with Sheriff Joe, and because I think McCain and Joe have some business that I'm not familiar with. And it really hurt Sheriff Joe's feelings that he put himself out there for Mitt Romney, and then Mitt Romney kind of shunned him towards the end. And so Sheriff Joe has greatly appreciated the amount of press. And
The shout-outs.
Yeah, the shout-outs every single day, the amount of press and time that Donald Trump has given him. Donald Trump has flown him out for multiple rallies, not even just in Arizona, but he's spoken at multiple rallies.
This is true. This is true.
Is he gunning for a position though, or is he just
Well,
like,
no, we know that he just refiled. He wants to be sheriff again. Maricopa County. He's just officially confirmed that he's running again for sheriff here in Maricopa County.
His wife's very sick, so I don't know if he could leave here.
Right. And this is his land.
That's true.
We want to engage with you guys though in the conversation, so feel free to tweet us. Samia Fox 10, Kinsey Fox 10. Our Twitter handles are down there. We'd love to hear your take. I want your take as far as, you know, what's happening inside at this Trump event, what's happening outside. Oh, looks like stuff's happening.
Are we all just gonna touch the microphone? Is that the game?
I think so. I think
Is this kind of like flag football?
Right. But let us know what you guys think, whether you're a Trump supporter or a Bernie supporter or a Hillary supporter.
Oh, this is the third guy to touch the microphone.
Oh my gosh, I think they're having some audio issues. 3 people don't come up to adjust the mic unless there's a problem, right, Kinsey?
That's a very strong statement. Maybe they just want to touch the microphone.
Perhaps. You guys let us know. Thanks.
Well, I'm waiting. How many do you think will touch the microphone? I'm gunning for 5.
Well, we already have 3.
I know. Is that where it ends?
I don't know. We're just going to have to sit here and watch. This is why we have Podium Watch, guys. To see things like this. We're giving you behind-the-scenes access. Here's the thing. You go to a cable news network, they're going to show you...
Only a portion. They're only going to show you a portion of that speech.
Exactly. We're going to show you the whole thing in full. And that's how we're going to capture those magical moments, as Kinsey mentioned earlier. So, I mean, we just heard not too long ago that Trump will not debate Bernie Sanders, which is, you know, it's a big deal. A lot of people were really excited about this because...
What was his explanation behind that?
I didn't hear what explanation he gave. However, just a few hours ago in Fresno, he spoke about how he would be looking forward to debating Bernie Sanders. So I was like, oh my God, is this actually happening?
I think he would. I think he would debate him if it came down to it, because I don't think by any means he's intimidated by him. If he's being told not to, he's being told not to because people say Hillary Clinton is going to be the nominee, so why would he waste his time with Bernie? I don't think that that's fair. I think Bernie Sanders is a really strong candidate, and he should
give him the time.
I think so many people would tune in to watch a Bernie. I think more people would tune in to watch Bernie Sanders versus Trump than Hillary Clinton versus Trump. Truthfully speaking, I think there would be a lot of passion on both sides. I mean, you see how passionate the Bernie Sanders supporters are and how passionate the Trump supporters are. I don't get that same feeling from Hillary Clinton supporters. I'm not saying there aren't a ton of Hillary Clinton supporters out there. There are millions and millions. But I'm talking about the passion, the people that are willing to stand out in the heat to protest.
Right.
I mean, that's the kind of passion that these two candidates bring out, whatever side you may be on.
Well, I think for the most part, Bernie Sanders supporters, I don't know if I would necessarily categorize them as the protesters. I know that there was issues with people getting calls and threats, and I think that was unfortunate. But for the most part, when you watch his rallies and you see some of the people speak on his behalf, they are very Trump, love Trump's hate. They're, you and I have this conversation. They're the people that are fighting, Occupy Phoenix, Occupy Wall Street. They're not necessarily troublemakers. I keep saying that I think some of these protesters are paid. I sincerely think they're paid to be troublemakers. I don't, I think that for the most part,
They might not be Bernie. They're not necessarily Bernie Sanders supporters. They're just there to cause.
Bernie Sanders supporters are young college-educated kids that are listening to what he's saying, and they like what the man is saying. He has a totally different. He sounds totally different than a lot of the other candidates. So, to me, I think that it would be interesting meshing these two. And again, I don't think he's necessarily the protester crowd. Because
you think that the protester crowd is their own group?
Yeah, people that I don't know if they care about politics at all. If you look at some of the tweets that came out of Albuquerque, it was people that are just got out of work, want to create some chaos, and then they use the Trump hashtag. They weren't people that, if you looked at their feeds, had, here's why I support Bernie Sanders, or links about, they were just wreaking havoc.
Interesting observation, Kinsey. I want to read some of our tweets. James McGowan asking, do you think Paul Babby wants a position in Trump's administration? ICE director, or is he only interested in Congress?
No, I think Paul Babby is really smart, and I think that he networks really well, and I think that his objective is just to make the country better, and I think his objective is just to do whatever. To me, he seems like a really good moral person, and I think his objective is just to take whatever the universe brings at him, as long as it's bettering the country.
Gentlemen,
oh, looks like he's coming out.
Please welcome the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Come here! Cameras, turn over here. Turn over here, cameras. They never want to show the crowds we get. This is a movement, folks. This is a big, beautiful movement. And no other Republican would say this, but we are going to play for California. We're going to win California. You watch. You watch. Nobody else can get this. I want to thank everybody. Amazing. And I want to thank Sarah Palin and all of the people that came here on our behalf and the speeches that they made today. I really appreciate it. This is unbelievable. I don't know how big this room is, but this is a lot of people. Thank you. So yesterday we had a very big day. You saw that, right? 12:37. We reached it. Crooked Hillary cannot put Bernie away, and we won over 17. We're going to win all the way. We're going to go all the way. We're going to make America great again. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I want to thank you very much. I love San Diego. I love the people of San Diego. I love our vets. Where are our vets? We have vets for Trump someplace. Who are the vets for Trump? Carrie. Hi, Carrie. Who are the vets for Trump? Where are these guys? Can we get them up here? Get them up. We love our vets. Come on up here, fellas. Come on up. Good-looking guys. Oh, look at this guy. We got a lot of power here. So I got a call from Daryl a few weeks ago, long before people thought we'd be winning this so quickly. Endorse you 100%. And those are the people I remember. I like it. So Daryl, thank you. Where's Daryl? What the hell happened here? I appreciate it. And Duncan, thank you very much, right from the beginning. Duncan, you better vote for these guys forever. We're never letting them go. I'll tell you what. Nobody like our vets, and we're going to cherish our vets. We're going to take care of our vets. Now, I'm the only one this can happen to, but on Tuesday, we're announcing, you know, when I skipped the speech with Fox, and I like Fox, but they didn't treat me so well, I started a little thing, we'll give a speech. And then during the speech, a little before the speech, I said, maybe we can raise some money for the vets, right? So I said, well, we'll raise $500,000. And then I said, maybe we can do more. We raised $1 million. And then a couple of my friends chip in, Stuart Roth from Las Vegas, and Carl Icahn, and Stuart, but we have so many different, Phil Ruffin, Ike Perlmutter, and these guys gave between $500,000 and $1 million, right? And I said, whoa, we're up to $3 million. 3. Maybe we'll get it up to 4. Maybe we'll get it up to 5. Maybe we'll get it up to 6. And we raised like more than $5.5 million for the vets. And I never got such bad publicity in my life. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So on Monday or Tuesday, we give to many groups, many groups, and it's pretty close to $6 million that we raised. And it's for our vets, and we love our vets, and there's nobody like our vets, and we're going to take care of our vets. We're going to build our military, by the way, bigger and better and stronger. First time in a long time. We love our vets. Thank you very much, fellas. Thank you. We appreciate it. And he's not a vet, in case anybody could. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, We have a great vet, World War II. He looks like a young guy. They're all saying, point him out. He's in the front row, and there he is. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Women pilots. That's what I like. Thank you. So this has been amazing. This has been amazing. We just left Fresno. We had a crowd that was, just incredible. And really, we are going to win the state of California because people are tired. People are tired of the Hillary Clintons of the world. It's all talk. It's no action. It's crooked Hillary. It's the same stuff. And our country cannot take another 4 years of Obama. That I can tell you, and that's what you're going to be getting. I mean, just take a look at the TSA. Take a look at what's going on at your airports. Take a look at what's going on with our military that we love. We can't beat ISIS. We're going to beat ISIS. We're going to beat them quickly. We're going to knock the hell out of them. We shouldn't have been there in the first place, but we're going to knock the hell out of them, and we have to rebuild our country. We've spent $5 trillion in the Middle East, and right now we have absolutely nothing for it. If we wouldn't have spent 10 cents, we would have been better off, believe me. We're going to rebuild our country. We're going to rebuild our military. We're going to take care of our needs, including our vets. And we're going to bring it back, folks. We're going to bring it back. And it's going to happen quickly. And we're going to build a wall. We're going to build a wall. We're going to build a wall. Latinos for Trump, I love you. You know, build a wall. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, we're going to build it. And if we don't build it, I'll get Papa Doug to build it. He'll get it up. You know who Papa Doug is. He's your big guy in town, folks. He's great. He's great, and he employs a lot of people, a lot of jobs, a lot of education, a lot of health care. We love him, and thank you. Thank you. So, we've had an exciting time. When I started this journey on June 16th, not so long ago, almost a year, hard to believe. You have to say, we've been on the cover of Time magazine many, many times, and it's really about the movement, because we've created a movement. It's a movement to common sense, to smart. We're not going to be ripped off anymore. All right, get them out of here. Get them out. Get them out. And somebody said, by the way, why are you going to San Diego? Why are you going to California? You already won the primaries. You don't have to go. And I said, very simply, because I said I was going to go, I have to be here, right? I love you. I love you. I love you. And I love San Diego. I have so many friends in San Diego. I love San Diego. And I really like when they put up Latinos for Trump. Latinos. We're going to do great with the Latinos because I'm bringing back jobs. The Latinos, African Americans, we're doing great with African Americans. They want jobs. We're losing our jobs to everybody. We're being taken advantage of by the world. We're losing our jobs to everybody. We are going to bring back jobs like we haven't seen in this country for many, many decades. And people that aren't doing well, they're going to start doing very, very well, believe me. Okay. So on June 16th, I came down the escalator with my wife, Melania, and I said, wow, this is going to be, I have never seen, outside of the Academy Awards, the kind of press. But of course, look at what we have today. Mostly live cameras, some of the most dishonest people in the universe. Some of the worst people. Why don't you take those cameras and spin them around a little bit and show them? Why don't you take them? Spin them around. They don't want to do that, folks. They don't want to do it. That's why I love my protesters, because the only time and the only way they show how big our crowds are, the only time is when there's a protester, because that's a negative thing, they think. But I love our protesters, right? So I came down the escalator and I made a speech. And if you notice, that's my notes for the speech. We got to go freeform. We don't want teleprompters, right? No teleprompters. We ought to have a law that if you're running for president, you're not allowed to use teleprompters. It's too easy. Look what we got the last time. We got a teleprompter guy. We don't need that. We don't need that. So I started talking about illegal immigration, tremendous problem. I don't think this would be a problem that would even be discussed, frankly, if we didn't do it and put it as part of our campaign. And we talked about bad trade, really bad trade. We're losing $500 billion a year with China. We're losing $58 billion a year with Mexico. We're losing over $100 billion a year with Japan. And every single country, no matter what, name a country, we lose. We don't win anymore. We're going to start winning. We're going to win with trade. We're going to win with our military. We're going to start winning again. Now, our president is right now, you're right, it's pathetic. Honestly, folks, we have leadership right now in this country, especially at the top, that is grossly incompetent. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. So I saw he's in Japan, in Hiroshima, and that's fine. Just as long as he doesn't apologize, it's absolutely fine. Who cares? But he said today that our trading partners and countries that we have relationship with, they're rattled. They're rattled. And I said, yeah, oh, that's so good. And a very, very powerful guy, a very great guy, I won't use his name, but most of you know, I saw him last week, knows everybody, highly respected. And he said, Donald, I had no idea this was going to happen, but I'm being called by all of these countries, Germany, Japan, Saudi Arabia. Think of it. We defend these countries and they don't pay us what they're supposed to be doing. Germany, Saudi Arabia, Japan, South Korea, many others. Then you look at the NATO countries, 28 total. Many of them aren't living up to their obligations. So we have common sense. We have business ability. What happens is this. He said, I can't believe it. I didn't like your rhetoric. And I happen to be a nice person, folks. I'm getting along great. I will get along so great with these countries. I will get along so great. But you know what? They're our friends. They're our allies. But they have been abusing us. They have been abusing us. This isn't 40 years ago when we could have done whatever we want. We owe $19 trillion. It's going up to $21 trillion because of the omnibus budget, which was not so good. That's the budget that allows people to come in from Syria, people to cross the border, funds Obamacare, which we shouldn't have done. Because we will terminate Obamacare and replace it, believe me, with something good. Believe me. Repeal and replace Obamacare. So this man said, Donald, I can't believe it. And he's like the biggest of the big. He said, I disagreed with your style. I really did. I disagreed. And yet now all of these countries are calling. How do we get along with Trump? We think he's going to win. What do we do? How do we do it? How do we do it? They're not going to take advantages. No more, folks. We've had enough. No more. No more. So the press is dishonest, and what they say and what I say is very different. I watched Hillary Clinton last night, which was hard to do because she's a very boring speaker. And I will not say because it's not politically correct and it's not a nice thing to say. So I will not say that she shouts into the microphone and it drives everybody crazy. So I won't say that. But I found it very hard to watch. And then she lies. Now, you know, I called somebody a liar, but I don't say that anymore because that person is now in the past. I say that person's in the past. And with Hillary, we say crooked Hillary. But I've got to add another word because I never saw anything like this last night. She was saying that I want Japan to arm with nuclear weapons. I never said that. She was saying, I love the dictator in North Korea. I don't love the dictator. Bad guy, okay? Bad guy. She was saying all sorts of things so bad and so false, total lies, and we're not going to let her get away with it. We're not going to let her get away. What I do say is this. We have tremendous deficits. We're losing a fortune. Our jobs picture is terrible. Don't believe the 5%. The real number is at least 20%. When you look for a job, and I can tell people, raise their hand, do you think I'd have an audience? Look at the size of this room, packed to every corner. You know what? People and the polls love me on security, and there's nothing more important than our national security. And they love me on certain things, but honestly, we wouldn't have crowds like this, and it's everywhere we go. We wouldn't have crowds like this. They're as big as the room. And by the way, there are thousands of people outside that can't get in, okay? And it's not like, you know, Friday afternoon, you could have been doing something else, I guess, right? But we have fun. Are these the greatest places? The Trump rallies, are they the greatest, all right? The greatest. So, and by the way, the safest place to be in this country is at a Trump rally. That I can tell you. And we're going to take care of everybody, not just the people in this room, not just what the people in this room represent, which is largely love, because it is love. But we're going to take care of everybody, including people that don't know if they like the people in this room, because we're going to unify our country. We're going to take care of the Hispanics. We're going to get jobs. We're going to take care of the African Americans who are really suffering in this country. And Hillary Clinton can't do a damn thing for them, and she never will. And guess what? She doesn't want to, okay? She couldn't care less. So it's worked out beyond what we thought. We were supposed to be in July in Cleveland fighting for our lives. And I said, what are you talking about? We're going to win on the first ballot. We're going to win on the first ballot, right? Now, I didn't know it was going to go this quickly. Oh, look at the cameras they turned because they found a protester. Look at those cameras, those bloodsuckers. They found a protester. Thank you, protester. Thank you, protester. Thank you. Get him out. Get him out. Get him the hell out of here. It's always funny. You can never, usually they're just singles. You know, the mom kicked them out of the house for the week. But usually they're singles, and you can never hear them. But what you hear is my people going, get them out, get them out. My people make so much noise. It's true. It's true. So let me just tell you, Bernie Sanders has been great. We like Bernie. I like Bernie. You know why I like him? He doesn't have a chance, and what he's doing to her is incredible. Because the system is rigged against Bernie. Do you ever notice? He wins, he wins, he wins, he wins. Then you watch the pundits, these guys, the dishonest ones. They sit around, he can't win because the system's rigged. I have to say, our system was rigged too, except for one thing. If you win by massive landslides every week, it's no longer rigged. It's like the boxers. That's right. That's what happened. The system was not meant for me to come in as an outsider that built a great company. I built a great, great company. When I filed, in fact, Papa Doug knows, when I filed my papers, over 100 pages in federal elections, and I filed tremendous company, tremendous iconic assets, unbelievable cash flow, very little debt, makes a lot of money, and they were so unhappy to see it. But you know what? I say it for a different reason. And I started off, by the way, with $1 million loan and now have a net worth of much more than $10 billion. And you know what? I don't even want it. I'll tell you what. All I want to say is this is the kind of thinking that we need to straighten out this mess that they've given us in our great country. This is the thinking we need. This is what we need. So let me tell you a little bit about San Diego, because we're talking about a rigged system, right? I have to say this. I was told, oh, the lawyer said, don't do that, we're going to win. But San Diego's special for a lot of reasons. Some of my best friends live here. You may have the best weather on earth, okay? You may have. I've always heard it. I've always heard it. But we have a couple of minutes. Does everybody have a little time? Yeah. So I end up with a lawsuit. And it ends up in San Diego in federal court. And it's a disgrace the way the federal court is acting. Because it's a simple lawsuit. Everybody that took the so-called course, it's Trump University, is in San Diego. And the trial, they wanted it to start while I'm running for president. The trial is going to take place sometime in November. There should be no trial. This should have been dismissed on summary judgment easily. Everybody says it, but I have a judge who is a hater of Donald Trump, a hater. He's a hater. His name is Gonzalo Curiel. And he is not doing the right thing. And I figure, what the hell? Why not talk about it for 2 minutes? Should I talk about it? Yes? So we should have won. I'm being railroaded. So here's the story. Very simple story. A number of years ago, a long time ago now, I opened up a school, a little school thing. We called it Trump University, changed the name. We had probably, I don't know, a lot of people, like 10,000 people. The people, did you like it? She said she was there, she liked it. Here's the story. So we open up, and it really was successful from the beginning. Then we get these class action lawyers, they immediately sue. My people did a good job for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons was they had everybody that took the course sign like a report card. So we had, let's say, 10,000 people, almost that many signed a report card. And the report cards are unbelievable. By the way, without that, it's their word versus these people or me. But I'm getting railroaded by a legal system that, frankly, they should be ashamed. Because this is a case that I'll be here in November. Hey, if I win as president, it's a civil case. I could have settled this case numerous times, but I don't want to settle cases when we're right. I don't believe in it. And when you start settling cases, you know what happens? Everybody sues you because you get known as a settler. One thing about me, I am not known as a settler. And people understand that this whole thing, with this whole deal, with the lawyers, class action lawyers, they're the worst. It's a scam. So here's what happens. We're in front of a very hostile judge. The judge was appointed by Barack Obama, federal judge. I mean, frankly, he should recuse himself because he's given us ruling after ruling after ruling, negative, negative, negative. I have a top lawyer who said he's never seen anything like this before. So what happens is we get sued. We have a magistrate named William Gallo who truly hates us. And this is what? Now, the good news is it's a jury trial. But we can't even get a full jury. We're entitled to a jury. We want a jury of 12 people. And you're going to watch. First of all, it should be dismissed before the trial. But if we have a trial, we'll go all the way. Watch how we win it, because I've been treated unfairly. Very much like with the veterans, where I raised all that money. But on Tuesday, I'm announcing all of the groups that we've given almost $6 million to. You know, you turn things around. So here's the story. We have a law firm named Robbins Geller, where basically Robbins Geller is a spinoff of two law firms, Lyric Coughlin and Milberg Weiss. Two of those partners went to jail for an extended period of time for doing very bad things legally. This same group is the lawyers against. So what happens is the judge, who happens to be, we believe, Mexican, which is great. I think that's fine. You know what? I think the Mexicans are going to end up loving Donald Trump when I give all these jobs, okay? I think they're going to end up. I think they're going to love. I think they're going to love me. So here's what happens. We get sued by a woman, and she turns out to be a disaster for them. Her name is Tarla Markov. And she rated on the report card, it's 1 to 5. 5 being excellent, the highest mark. She gave me a 5 across the board All fives. She then did a video saying it was fantastic, the most glowing video you've ever seen. She then sued me because she wanted her money back. She was such a disaster that this judge, it was her against us. She was such a disaster that this judge allowed her to get out of the case. But we want her to be in the case. And the lawyer said, Your Honor, we want her to be in the case. He said, she's out of the case. So now we have others. So we said, dismiss the case. She's out of the case. No, we won't dismiss the case. So we have 10,000 surveys from former students giving Trump University rave reviews. It's called, and it's on the website, www.98percentapproval.com. Okay? Now, so we have Marla, so we have Makoff giving us these great numbers. Then we have another one. Bob Gillow, they used him, I think it was Bush, Jeb Bush, low energy. We have these guys making commercials. Now look, in all fairness, it hasn't hurt me much because, you know, they use this thing and every once in a while you have one. And we're going to win. But if I don't win, and even if I do win, we want to open, my kids will open it up again because it was a terrific school. It was great. It was good. So we have a guy named Bob Gillow. He appeared in a TV attack ad. Do you believe it? They used him on ads against me. I had 66,000 negative ads, over $100 million in Florida alone during the big primary, which I won in a landslide. We had 15,000 negative ads, and I won. I almost wonder, what do ads mean, if you want to know the truth? So you have this guy, Bob Gillow. He appeared in TV attack ads even though he rated the programs a 5, meaning excellent, the top mark across the board. His primary complaint was he would have liked to have more comfortable chairs, okay? Unbelievable. Then we have a guy named Art Cohen, and he was late to file. So he signed a survey in which he rated the program either a 4 or a 5. I will tell you this. How smart was it to ask everybody that took the course to sign a report card, okay? Now, you know what the lawyers are saying? The lawyers are saying, oh, but they were forced. 10,000 people were forced. They were forced. And you have pictures. We actually have videotapes of people. They weren't forced. A professor said, would you sign how you like it? So that's it. So he signed all 5s and 4s out of a possible, the highest marks, and indicated that his only complaint was a lack of nice lunch sandwiches, okay? Think of it. So he was late. So they went to the judge, and the judge said he's late. Why don't you file under RICO, organized crime? Now, we've all been sued in business for RICO. Even Papa John, probably. We ever sued everybody. RICO's like, but they ended it pretty much. So I get sued. Here's a guy gives me all good marks. He's late, so they're starting a new lawsuit. Now, here's the thing. This law firm, because this is like a life study, this law firm gave a lot of money to the Attorney General of New York, who's a total lightweight. His name is Attorney General Eric Schneiderman. Schneiderman accepts their money, goes to meet with President Obama in Syracuse, when Obama was in Syracuse, and in the next day or two, files a lawsuit against me because they, in my opinion, they gave him a contribution, then goes to see Obama. You sort of see how the system works, folks. It's a bad system, let me tell you. So Obama meets with this dopey Eric Schneiderman, who hates our governor and he wants to run for governor, but I don't think it's going to happen. They go up to Syracuse, meets with Obama, and he files a lawsuit. So, bottom line is this. People said you can settle. In fact, a lot of people said, oh, before you run, you should settle. I said, I don't care. The people understand it, and they use it. So when I have 10,000 people, and when we have mostly unbelievable reviews, how do you settle? And in fact, when the case started originally, I said, how can I settle when I have a review like this? Every review is good. Now, I should have settled, but I'm glad I didn't. So I'll be seeing you in November, either as president, and I will say this. I have all these great reviews, but I will say this. I think Judge Curiel should be ashamed of himself. I think it's a disgrace that he's doing this. And I look forward to going before a jury, not this judge, a jury, and we will win that trial. We will win that trial. Check it out. Check it out, folks. And you know, I tell this to people, November 28th, I think it's scheduled for. It shouldn't be a trial. Should be a summary judgment dismissal. By the way, friends of mine that are great lawyers, in fact, one of them represents you, said, how the hell do you get sued under RICO for a guy that took a course, loved the course, said great things about the course, and then you get sued under RICO? It is a disgrace. Now, I'm talking about Bernie Sanders has a rigged system. It is rigged. I'm talking about I had a rigged system, except we won by so much. I will tell you, this court system, the judges in this court system, federal court, they ought to look into Judge Curiel, because what Judge Curiel is doing is a total disgrace, okay? But we'll come back in November. Wouldn't that be wild if I'm president and I come back to do a civil case? Where everybody likes it. Okay. This is called life, folks. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to run this country properly, with heart, with passion. We're going to save Social Security. We're going to save without cuts. We're going to save Social Security. We're going to bring back and save our Medicare, which people want to cut like hell. We're going to knock out, remember this, knock out Common Core. Our educational system is a mess. We're going to knock out Common Core. We're going to bring our education to a local level, and we're going to do great. Repeal and replace Obamacare. We are going to save our Second Amendment. Remember, crooked Hillary wants to terminate, he wants to abolish our Second Amendment. The NRA last week gave me their full endorsement. The first time in the history of the NRA, the earliest endorsement they've ever given. And I'm honored. And by the way, they're great people. They're incredible people. They're great people. We're going to start very soon, as soon as we get in there, we're going to renegotiate our trade deals that are killing our country, okay? We're going to renegotiate with China. We're going to and we're going to have better relationships than we have right now. We are going to renegotiate our deals. We're going to renegotiate everything. Everything's up for grabs. Wait till you see the incredible potential that this country has when we're not run by people with no common sense, with no business ability, frankly, with no heart. They have zero heart, and people that are incompetent. Wait till you see what we're able to do in a fairly quick period of time. So I went out, as you know, we won New York big. We won everything, but we won New York big. Originally, and I owe it to them, because drugs are pouring across the border, and New Hampshire was my first victory. So I love New Hampshire. And you look at the streams and the beautiful trees and the rivers, New Hampshire people, obviously. I love you too, thank you. But it was my first victory. We won New Hampshire. That was supposed to be Bush, and he spent many times more than me. Wouldn't it be nice to hear, as a president, I've spent less money on this campaign than anybody else by far, and I've had the best result by far. Isn't that nice? But isn't that what you want for your president, okay? Aren't we tired of this horrible stuff that we witness? Every single thing we do, over budget, way behind schedule, we're going to change. You know, I'm building a hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue between the White House and the Capitol building. The old post office. It's 1.5 years. Really, it's more than that. I even hate to say it because nobody believes. It's actually 2 years. But I like to say 1 year. But we're opening in September a hotel at least 1.5 years ahead of schedule, under budget, and yet it's a higher quality hotel than anybody ever saw before. I think it'll end up being one of the great hotels of the world. And we're ahead of schedule, under budget, and yet we've increased the scope of the hotel, and it's going to be something our country's proud of. I made the deal with the GSA, Government Services, one of the most competitive deals in the history of government services. They made it for 2 reasons. Number one, they wanted to make sure it gets done, and they looked at my balance sheet, and they almost fell off their chairs. They said, it's going to get done. Number two, that was important because they don't want a half-built hotel. The other thing, they wanted a great concept. Wait till you see this. Now, I love opening it on September 15th. Maybe I should wait till like around November 2nd or 3rd, because that's going to be a big opening. And the problem with you guys is you tend to forget. We have like a 2-week span. We have a 2-week memory span. You know what I'm going to do? I think I'll open it up a little bit later. I'll still be so far, but it's going to be fantastic. That's what we should be doing for our country. You see our roads coming in so far above budget. You see our bridges. We don't build bridges for the most part. You know, in the old days, we used to build bridges. You go to China, bridges all over the place. It makes our bridges look like toys. Beautiful airports. You go to the Middle Eastern countries, many of them. They have airports the likes of which you've never seen, the most incredible structures, the most incredible buildings, and then we fly home and we land at LaGuardia with the potholes all over the runway. It's true. Or Kennedy, or Newark, or LAX. And it's a disgrace. We have become a third world country, folks, and it's not going to happen any longer. It's not going to happen any longer. So, what happened in Indiana was amazing. So we win all these states, New York, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Delaware, Connecticut, Maryland. And by the way, won every county in every state. It's never happened before. Won by landslides, where even the slime sitting over there, they used to say, they can't say it anymore, because now we're getting 78% and all, but they used to say, Donald Trump has not cracked 50%. Yes, he's won, but he hasn't cracked 50%. I say there's 12 people running. There's 12. More importantly, and boy, are we cracking 50% now. More importantly, in the history of the Republican Party, we've received more votes than anybody by far, by millions. And we have 10 states left to go. 10 states. And they'll never say that. They don't say that, so, I might as well tell you. You know the expression, if you don't toot your own horn, you better do it because nobody else is going to do it for you. This slime is never going to do it. That I can tell you. I just read a story by a woman named Parker and a woman named Haberman that's in the New York Times. And instead of saying Donald Trump won the Republican primary, give me a break, give me one day, right? They say his style of negotiation and the way he runs and the fact that he did this and that, all nonsense. And they say the Republican Party, well, in all fairness to everybody, even them, the Republican Party is really coming together quickly. You just saw Darrell Issa. You just saw Duncan. You just see all these people. These are the best. It's really coming together quickly. And we're up to over 90% in terms of approval rate. And last time we had this clown named Mitt Romney who let us all down, I backed him. I backed him and worked for him. So John McCain, that was a tough race. John McCain lost. Mitt Romney lost. I said this time we're going to do it ourselves, folks. We're going to win. We're going to win. And we are going to win, but just don't even think about it. And before we forget, so we've won the nomination. Big. By numbers that you can't believe. But you got to go out and vote in 2 weeks anyway. Because we want the mandate. We want the mandate. We have to have the mandate. So these two reporters, I just read their story, wise guys, they're not talented people. And they're saying, Donald Trump is having a hard time bringing the Republican Party together. Why don't they say, I won the nomination finally? It's as negative as you can make something sound that's a total positive. It's a little like I give the vets almost $6 million and they try and, I didn't have to give them anything. You know, it's funny. I make a speech. And during the speech, I say, hey, let's raise some money for the vets. And I figured maybe we'd get $1 million. And I told you before. Then maybe 2. Then maybe, I end up I mean, we're giving a full list on Tuesday. But I got these guys, they knock it. And we raise, so I take something where nobody even thinks about it. You raise this fantastic amount of money. I'm giving it to, I guess, over 30 organizations, all great organizations. And instead of getting praise, they sort of knock you. And I say, how do you get bad publicity when you've raised over $6 million? Same thing here. So these two reporters, and they always pretend like they're your friend. Oh, gee, Mr. Trump. The New York Times, I call it the failing New York Times is a disgrace. And by the way, the Washington Post, not much better. They've got 22 people on me right now. I'll tell you what, and I've always heard, if you're a very successful person, you cannot run for office, but you especially can't run for president. So the Washington Post has 22 people on me right now, 22 reporters. Now that's being run because the person that owns the Washington Post also has a big thing in Amazon, which is a much more important thing. So he uses the Washington Post for power, and he thinks that he's going to get the politicians to do what he wants, and he probably will, but me, I couldn't care less. And he doesn't want to pay, just listen, he doesn't want to pay tax on the internet. That's it. And he'll use that so that they're not going to tax Amazon on the internet. In the meantime, your department stores are all going out of business because it's unfair competition. So now he's got a threat in terms of monopoly. Now, he knows I'm the only one that says it. The politicians are afraid to say it because he owns the Washington Post. So the other day I get a call. They got 22 guys. They're slopping all this stuff together, and they're going to do a book that comes out in August. Where did you see that one? So these people, are you okay? Yeah, you make sure he's okay. Make sure he's perfect. You okay? You make sure, okay? We love these people. They've been standing here for 6 hours. And that's my great World War II vet. And the people that are looking at him, they don't realize he's tougher than all of us in this room, folks. That I can tell you. So I love to call these institutions out. Now, no politician's going to do that because they care too much. Well, I care too, but I care about doing the right thing. And so it's just very interesting. Here's one other thing I have to tell you. The New York Times last week made a fool out of themselves. They did a story on the front page of the Sunday Times, the top of the fold, the most important center, a massive picture of me standing with beauty pageant contestants, right? And then they interviewed 50 or 60 people. They put a few of them in because most of them said good things. And the few of them revolted because they said, that's not what we said, that's not what we implied. We like Donald Trump. We love Donald Trump. Donald Trump treated us with respect. One of them, Roanne Brewer, got married, Roanne Brewer Lane. And I said, boy, isn't that terrible, that story? They wrote it very disrespectfully. Not very serious charges, in all fairness. But they wrote it really very disrespectfully. And I saw her on television. And then I saw her again on television. And she was saying it was incorrect what they said. What they said was meant maliciously, and I like Donald Trump and respected Donald Trump, and he always treated me great, and you shouldn't write like that. And then I had Carrie Prejean, a very fantastic young woman who was a member and a very successful one of the beauty pageants. And I see Carrie is here right now. Carrie! We love Carrie. And she married a great athlete, and they're standing there together, and he's great. They have a great couple. And Carrie saw what was going on, and they mischaracterized her, and they said they spoke to her, and they never even spoke to her, and they wrote false stuff. And then they wrote about another one, and that was false. And then they wrote about a construction woman that worked for me, named Barbara Ress. I gave her the break of her lifetime. I let her build a major building in New York City where she was the construction manager. Probably never happened to a woman before. I gave a woman a break. My father said, Donald, don't do that. I said, why? Because he lived from the old school, you know. I said, Pop, he's going to be good. He said, I'm telling you, you're making a mistake. Don't do it. I said, Pop, she'll do fine. Don't worry about it. He said, all right, whatever you want to do. So I let her do it and gave her the break of her lifetime. Then when she left, she wanted to come back because, you know, the grass is always greener. She left. Now all of a sudden she loves Trump. And for a long time, she's wanted to come back, for many, many years. And she'd write, thank goodness for emails. I love emails. They never go away. Hillary, do you hear that? They never go away. They never go away, Hillary. You know, Hillary is missing 30,000 emails. I have people that will retrieve those emails. I don't think they want to find those emails. Because frankly, what Hillary has done is criminal, folks. It's criminal. And those emails do not. All right, let's get back to the New York Times. So Barbara Ress. So I gave her the break of a lifetime. She writes a book. The book is glowing about Donald Trump. And she said some strange things. She said in the book, this never came up, she said in the book, Donald Trump is not sexist. Who would say that? I mean, just out of, you don't write that. Unless you have evil thoughts, right? You don't write that. Is that correct, Carrie? Is that correct? So she puts in the book something to the effect that Donald Trump's not sexist. I said, that's a strange statement. Although I must say I never read the book until I read some passage. But it was a good book about me. But she wants to come back. So she's emailing to my secretaries for years. Oh, I want to come back. Donald Trump is the greatest. I've never met anybody like him. He's not a sexist person. He's the greatest, greatest, greatest. Letter after letter, email after email. And then she's in the New York Times. And she's saying, oh, he's a horrible person. Horrible. And he said to me, and by the way, just so you understand, one of my men said, I read about Barbara Ress. She had the most foul mouth of any human being I've ever seen. She used to walk into a group of men and start using the F word all over. And I had to bring her into my office to calm her down. She was going crazy. All right, so you ready? So now she writes all these letters that Trump is the greatest. And now I see her in a picture. I say, oh, that's good. I'll get a good, at least somebody will say good. Because I didn't know that Carrie Prejean was going to come out and say great after reading negative stuff. I didn't know that Roanne Brewer was going to come out and say great after reading negative stuff. It was unbelievable. But then I saw this one, and I said, great. I gave her a job that no other woman would be given. Nobody. There was nobody even close. I was 25 years ahead of my time with women, okay? And to this day, I have women that are making more money for the same job as my men, and I'm happy about it. And I expect a lawsuit any day from the men. They'll sue me that they're not making it. Because we're living in that kind of a society. My men will be suing me on Monday morning because they're not making as much as the women. I don't care. I don't care. Because we're doing great with women. I don't believe the polls. I can tell, look at all the women. We're doing great with women. Women for Trump. Women for Trump. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much. I think we're doing great. And by the way, the numbers with women are going up. But you know what women want to see? They want to see strong borders. They want to see strong military. They want to see strength. Is that right? They want to see strength. And I'll tell you what, they want to see jobs. They want an economy that's going to boom. And everybody admits, I think even Hillary admits, but everybody admits that what I'll do for the economy, nobody else can do. So here's the end result. So the New York Times calls and they want to meet. So they met. And because they are so embarrassed. Who's with the New York Times? I hope it's not Maggie Haberman or Parker because they're not legit. Where's the New York Times reporter? I call it the failing New York Times. So the New York Times wants to meet. So they met with one of my guys. They had a good meeting. Didn't mean anything. You know, I think they just don't want to be sued. You want to know the truth. But these people are very dishonest. The New York Times, the Washington Post, most of the people up there. Now, some of them are fine. Not too many of them, but some of them are fine. But you have to fight back. When somebody hits you, you have to fight back. Now, with the Times piece, and you know what I said to this Barbara Ress? I said, I had friends that called me. They said, man, you're not very cool. I said to Barbara Ress, maybe you shouldn't be eating that piece of candy. That's a little different than Bill Clinton, I think, okay? A little different. Maybe. And she said, now here's a woman that used the F-bomb more than any person I've ever heard. And she said, he was obviously talking about my weight. I mean, give me a break, folks. We are so politically correct now. Our country is dying from within. We got to get back to business. We've got to rebuild our country. We've got to rebuild our infrastructure. Remember this, almost $5 trillion spent in the Middle East, and we don't have enough room to fix a road that's right outside that, by the way, I looked at just now. It's in horrible shape, okay? We can't fix our highways, our tunnels, and we're going to get it going, folks. We're going to get it going. You are going to be so proud of your country once again. So here's the story. I came here, and I'm leading in the polls. We're leading in almost every poll now. Do you believe this? It's so great. But I came here, and I said, and specifically, we were in Costa Mesa. We had a tremendous rally. Who was there? Were you there? 31,000 people. Nobody even showed it because there were a couple of thugs outside burning the American flag, holding other flags up in the air. They were burning, and they were stomping on a car, a police car, stomping on it. And by the way, did you see when he got off that car? He broke his ass. Did you see that? He tried to pretend he wasn't hurt. That was adrenaline. Oh, did he hurt? Oh, was he hurt? That guy walked away. He said, man, that was painful. But all you saw was this thug and these people burning the American flag and holding up flags from other countries. These are thugs. They hardly showed the rally that we had inside, where we had the parents of young children who were killed by illegal immigrants, right? Where we had the most amazing love fest, like this, even more people, where we had the most amazing love fest. You know, a friend of mine came to me, and he came to Dallas. We had 21,000 people at the Mavericks Arena. And he said to me, Donald, can I ask you a question? How do you do this? You're going to speak in front of these people. A very big musician said, Trump is the greatest in the world without a guitar, meaning without an instrument. I got to stand up here by myself. And if I bomb, they will believe me. They'll let us know about it. But he said to me, how do you do this? And I looked at him. This is, by the way, one of the most successful people in the country, in the world. And he looked at this massive audience like this today, and like I had a little while ago in Fresno. And he looked at this massive audience. He said, how can you get up there and speak? Do you have notes? I say, no. Do you have something? I say, no, I have like a good head. I have a good memory. I have a very good memory. But he said, how do you do it? And I said, you know, honestly, it's not hard because there's so much love in the room. It's unbelievable. There's love in the room. We want to take our country back. We want to take our country back. We're tired of being the stupid people all over the world. We're tired of it. And we're going to end it. We're going to. Thank you. So, folks, I love ending this way. And, you know, we're on live television so much, and it's embarrassing because we get these crazy ratings. So they take advantage of all of us. And they put me on all the time. Look at all the cameras. You know, when Hillary comes, you have no cameras, nobody wants to watch. And it's always difficult because you have to make different speeches. You can't be on live television all the time, right? And make, like, the same speech. Because people are going to say, wait a minute, he said that this morning. He said that yesterday. So you got to make, which is a little tougher. But the nice part is I can talk about current events. I can talk about things like we mentioned before, the TSA, how badly it's being managed. I can talk about our vets, how badly just things over the last 2 days came down. You saw what's going on. It's out of control. Our Veterans Administration is a corrupt enterprise. You ought to get Judge Curiel to look into that instead of wasting everybody's time so that he can take advantage of Donald Trump. That's what Judge Curiel should do. He should be ashamed of himself. But here's the story, folks. I like to end it this way. And how many ways can you end something? And you know, somebody said, make America great again is a very negative statement. I said, no, no, no. It's a very positive statement because we are going to make America great again. But listen, listen. We don't win anymore as a country. We don't win with our military, with education, with trade, with anything. We don't win. And now they want to take your Second Amendment away? That's not going to happen. But we don't win anymore. And I say this, and I have fun saying it, and I love saying it, and we can't do it any better. We are going to start winning again big league. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to win for our great vets, and they are great. We're going to win for our great vets. They have not been treated properly. Illegal immigrants get better treatment in many cases than our veterans, and that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So we're going to win for our vets. We're going to win on education. No more Common Core. Bring it down. Bring it down. We want it local. We're going to win with health care. We're going to win at the border. We're going to win at trade. We're going to win so much that you people are going to be calling your president. And you're going to say, please, Mr. President, we don't want to win anymore. You're winning too much. You're driving us crazy. And I'm going to say, I am very sorry. But we're going to keep winning. And we're going to win, win, win. And we're going to make America great again. I love you. Thank you. I love you, San Diego. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. We're going to win California. Get out and vote. Thank you, everybody.
Y'all ready for this?
All right, guys, that's a wrap on Donald Trump in San Diego. Our Trump coverage in San Diego continues, though. We're going to keep Trump in the upper left-hand corner while we go ahead and take a look at what's happening outside in San Diego. Continuous Trump coverage right here on News Now.
Guess what just happened? I got kicked out of the Trump rally.
Hello, everyone. So we just watched live Donald Trump coverage from inside the San Diego Convention Center. We're now looking at live coverage outside of the Convention Center. Lots of protesters on hand. You can see a lot of police on hand as well. They don't want a repeat of New Mexico, obviously. I think that's everyone's fear, right, Kinsey?
It is, yes. And we are checking Twitter.
I know, I feel so proud.
To kind of get the we should check Periscope and see, because what we're getting right now is Fox National shots, but Periscope kind of gives us a better idea of some of the protesters.
Right, right. And by the way, if you guys have any thoughts you want to share regarding the Trump rally or the protests happening right now, you guys can tweet us. Our Twitter handles are right there at the bottom of the screen. Samia Fox 10, Kinsey Fox 10. I see a couple people tweeting us. Happy Purple Meatball saying, why do these protesters think we should be impressed with their ability to wave Mexican flags? This is the U.S., not Mexico. Okay, well, let us know what you guys think. Thanks for sharing that thought. Happy Purple Meatballs. And we will be sitting here reading them. I'm actually going to check Periscope to see.
So far, it seems pretty quiet, though. There is a large presence. We're actually on the large police presence here.
We did see that incident, though, with that cop and that protester.
I think they just want to make sure that the people in the rally safely exit and can get out of there, because that's where trouble can really start if there is engagement between the protesters and the pro-Trump people. And you saw the protesters in Albuquerque actually trying to break in the
I have Inside the Venue on Periscope, but we also have Inside the Venue, so I'm probably not going to waste my time sharing with you that Periscope. Let's see if any of the protesters are Periscope.
We got a lot of really intense video from Albuquerque, from protesters. Some of the chaos. So we work with what we have.
We got to use social media accordingly.
Right, we work with what we have in regards to what our national outlet sends us, but we also will pull Periscopes
Stand by, guys. Trying to get you this live Periscope from Everyone's saying no one can hear us, the audio is way louder than us. So there we go. I've lowered the volume so that you can hear us. Thank you, Jane.
Will you respond to desk? Thank you.
Again, live pictures coming in from the Trump protests in San Diego, California.
That guy already lost his shirt, so let's pray for him. I think it's on this guy's head. See, it's weird. Are they?
I don't know. It looks like there's some like
Periscope, or is it our internet? Because I'm seeing movement behind it. But.
Right. We know that there is a live Periscope feed coming out of the protests. We're just having some trouble actually connecting to that feed. So stand by, guys. We're working on it. What's over here? Different angle of protest?
Yeah.
Ooh. Let's show them that. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. But you get a cool angle of all the officers lined up. Wow. Look at that.
You can see the media safely on the balcony to the right.
We're just going to
Watching,
stand right here.
judging, look at the baby, look at the baby.
Sebastian tuned in saying, I watched the whole rally. When and what hate was spewed?
Well, Donald Trump has always said, I react. I don't instigate, I react.
Happy Purple saying, I like Mexico, but we do live in the U.S., and it's as simple as Trump is running for president of the U.S., not Mexico. Danny saying, it gets me sad that people only hate Trump because of what they hear from other haters. You know what? I actually think that Danny is saying one of the most insightful comments, or making one of the most insightful comments that I've gotten today, because I tend to have
Well,
this conversation with a lot of people.
Really insightful
I meant from the viewers.
All
I mean,
right,
everyone's been giving
fine.
us great comments, but he does make a point, and I have this discussion with a lot of people. A lot of people don't watch every one of Trump's events or rallies, so they hate Trump because of articles they've read or little sound bites they've heard on TV, but they don't actually take the time to pay attention to watch the whole thing to make the decision for themselves.
Right.
If you're gonna hate, then do your research before you hate.
Exactly.
And it goes on both sides of the equation. If you hate Bernie Sanders in the left, well, only hate Bernie Sanders in the left if you've paid attention to everything and you truly hate it. Don't just hate it because people that your friends would tell you should hate it.
Have you done your research? How much time have you actually invested in it? And if you haven't invested that much time in it, then why have an opinion?
Mm-hmm. Jim Russell's great rally, low energy protesters, overall a great day. Look at this. Looks like a protester's getting in trouble.
Well, he's covering up his face. Cowards cover up their faces.
And we're seeing a lot of your tweets coming in, and we are reading most of them. Can't read all of them on air, but we do appreciate you guys tweeting us. Luke asking, is this a bigger protest than New Mexico, and will they be made to move out or not? This is bigger in terms of the size. However, New Mexico's protest
in the corner. Is that? Well, that was. It's almost like we need that on one of the screens so we can quickly cut to it, because it
This
was
one?
like, yeah, it was a little crazy there for a second. People were getting in the cameraman's face, but he kept walking, and we left him alone. But
I think what we're doing is we're getting the Fox National feed and the Fox San Diego feed on two
Interesting.
different channels, so
Very
we have a
cool.
lot going on. But back to the New Mexico question from Luke. Luke, there's definitely many more people here in San Diego than in Albuquerque. Obviously, San Diego's a bigger city. It's right on the border. But the thing with the New Mexico one is it got rowdy late at night after the rally had already ended. There's only like 100 people, but it got chaotic, and that's
Well,
what made it stand out.
I don't know. I was told too from an anchor here who has a sister in New Mexico. I don't know if you heard this conversation as well. He has a sister-in-law in Albuquerque, and he said that like there is an underlying issue there with the police versus people.
Oh.
And he felt like that really instigated a lot of
Interesting.
the animosity that night, that maybe it wasn't 100% Trump, but just there is an issue with people versus law enforcement, and that the Trump rally was an excuse for people to really get out of control. That's a source. I'm not in Albuquerque. But ironically, I think the Reels channel is. Isn't that
It
weird?
is.
Isn't that weird?
Taylor and Caleb, peaceful protest so far? Relatively peaceful,
Yeah,
it seems
we
like
haven't
it.
seen anyone. Well, we saw the person the cops pull a man in his blue underwear over a rail, but that was about it.
Right, nothing too rowdy yet. Obviously, there's a huge police presence here, so you assume that with such a large police presence. You know, look at what you're looking at on the screen. You would assume that they would have things under control. Now, again, it is 3:40 in the afternoon,
And hopefully it'll disperse by nighttime.
Those SDPD officers have big sticks, very bad for riders. The great Panini tweeting us. Tater saying cowards cover their face. Why does he wear the mask? What would happen if they took off the mask?
Let me tell you, Tater, their mom would see them, and she would lock them out of the house so they couldn't come home and go back to their basement where they dwell. That's what would happen. Cowards cover their face because they are cowards. I mean, why not show your face? If you're going to be there and be so anti-something, then show your face.
I mean, Bola Chan tweeting us saying, when you see all these protesters with Mexican flags, it shows where their loyalties lie. # make America great again. So we appreciate your guys' tweets. We're very interested in hearing what you have to say. If you're wondering what Donald Trump is up to right now, let me show you really quickly. Boom, there he is.
I think that's so awesome that he stays so late and takes
He
pictures
always
of everyone.
does. He's always shaking hands, making sure to give everyone their selfie opportunity.
Right.
He's tagged in so many Instagram posts.
I think Hillary's really good with the selfies too. I
She
don't
is.
know about Bernie, but I know I see Hillary do that as well.
Hillary does it a lot. You know what? You're right. I see it's definitely a tactic both Trump and Hillary do. I don't see as many Bernie selfies, but also I have been on the lookout for as many Bernie
I do
selfies.
watch at the end of his rallies, he exits the stage. At the end of Clinton and Trump's rallies, they tend to walk off the stage and interact with people, which I'm surprised by because Trump's got so much security. I'm surprised they let him.
Right. Interesting observation, Kinsey.
Every time you say that to me, I'm like, Samia hates when I talk.
No, it's not that. I really think that she has a lot of interesting insight because Kinsey works different hours, so she tends
I
to
see a
watch
lot. I see different
a
content.
lot of the rallies from both Bernie and Trump, the ones that happen in the evening, and I never catch that. So I think she does have certain insight.
And Bernie has a lot more rallies than it seems Hillary does. Hillary has a lot of those private events.
Or is it that Fox
forums.
National is sending us more Bernie events than Hillary events? That is the question.
That is a very good question. That could be it too. But it feels like Bernie Sanders is speaking 3 times the amount that Hillary Clinton is. But you were saying, because he keeps saying in California, I'm going to win California. But you were saying that Hillary is supposed to win by what were you saying?
Well, there was a poll that showed I think Hillary was 57 to Bernie's 39, but then I've been seeing headlines now that a new California poll shows them neck and neck. So I don't really know how accurate these polls are. I do want to ask you this question though, coming in from Wurs. If you were dating a Bernie supporter, would you bring him home to your parents?
What? Oh.
Wurs. You know what? I actually think that a Trump fan and a Bernie fan could possibly date. I don't know if it could be a long-term thing, but I think that they would actually have some really interesting discussions.
Tommy's only saying this because I have a crush on the waiter at Pita Jungle who I Googled, and I'm pretty sure.
Well, he supported the Occupy movement, so we're pretty sure he's a Bernie Sanders supporter. And I'm just saying, I appreciate you tweeting us that question, Wars, because I giggled and had to ask Kinsey.
I have no comment. The verdict is still out.
Would you bring him? The question is, would you bring him home to your parents?
The verdict is still out.
Hallie has an interesting point. I can't imagine doing the same with the U.S. flag if I lived in Mexico.
Yeah, we wouldn't. That's so. I don't want to say rude because it's worse than rude. It's so disrespectful.
James McGowan saying, I wish they had a helicopter for an OJ chase back to Trump Force One. Yeah, we haven't gotten any aerials coming in from San Diego right now. But you know what? The ground shots are great.
They are.
They have a lot of good ground shots.
Especially the one of Will Carr's denim shirt we're getting right now.
Should we show them that?
Sure. Oh, hello.
Great denim shirt. Back to the protest.
I obviously am a fan of denim.
Dakota saying they cover their face for their protection. I've seen protesters ID'd by opposing parties. #crush Trump. #anti-fascist. Thank you, Dakota, for your take. Thanks for sharing your insight. Trippy Burger says you can't let political views define someone, meaning you can indeed date
Pita Jungle.
the individual who works at Pita.
Pedal.
You can date Pita Jungle, man.
I don't know.
What do you guys think?
No.
Should
no,
Kinsey
no,
be open
no.
to this individual who may have conflicting political beliefs? You tell me, are any of you guys in relationships with someone of the opposite party?
You know, Mary Catherine Ham was married to this sweet man. Mary Catherine Ham, a huge conservative. She was a Fox News contributor now. She works for CNN. Her husband, she writes a million books and tours the country talking about, you know, her beliefs and why she's this strong conservative. Her husband, unfortunately, he just passed away. It was horrible. Worked for Barack Obama. I thought that was so sweet and such a cute little story. Bless Mary Catherine Ham. I worry about her and her little family all the time.
I see a sombrero in the protest. Let's show them that angle.
Covering up their face.
I love having so many feeds. I feel so powerful when I can just do that. Then we also have a feed from inside the venue too.
Looks like it's slowly clearing out, but...
Inside the venue?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a look inside the venue. Lots of Make America Great Again hats and apparel. Well, it's interesting too because it is Memorial Day weekend, so I wonder how many people are out there just because they have nothing better to do.
And it's a vacation town, you know, like maybe they're just kind of want to get in the mix because they're not used to being able to be so close to this kind of activity. I think that that's a good point.
Right. CAA saying me and my wife's son really appreciate these streams. Keep up the good work. Hallie saying Hillary is low energy, always uses a teleprompter. President of the United States is physically demanding, requires good health and stamina. Irish for Trump saying there's zero reason for covering your face. If you're worried about getting ID'd, that means you're there to cause trouble. Interesting. Interesting point. Sergeant Slaughter, dating a Bernie supporter, wouldn't want my car destroyed and house burned down every time we disagreed. Chame saying, I'm dating a Bernie supporter as a Trump supporter and she is a good... Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
She's a good girl. Congratulations. Bless.
There's so many different comments regarding this Bernie Sanders supporter situation, Kinsey. Would you date guys tongue? Oh God.
Yeah.
Whoa. I didn't say that. Trump has it. Bernie maybe has it despite his age. Hillary does not. Hallie regarding stamina and being able to be president and stay on the go.
He does. He, without a doubt, is the most energetic, interesting to watch.
Benjamin saying, why do people think it's okay to act like that? Why do people need to make the cops dress up like the army? It's sad. Hashtag America. Very interesting perspective, Benjamin. Happy Purple saying, I was the opposite party and an independent voter, but Trump will bring back jobs and money for all to buy the goodies we want.
No, people are commenting on the low energy protesters. We think it's a blessing. I didn't like what I saw in New Mexico. To me, the protesters being low energy is a blessing.
And San Diego's a beautiful place, so I don't want anything getting destroyed.
We don't want chaos. We absolutely don't want chaos.
Roost. Some people think that the protesters are under the influence of marijuana. I've gotten tweets suggesting that.
Oh, is that why they're so content? Is that the
Roost,
joke?
Rooster, all the protesters are stoned, which is why they're so calm and chill.
Oh.
So.
That was a tweet. That was not
That was not me
commentary.
saying that. I was reading a tweet from Rooster.
It looks like Will Carr's talking. Should we see what he's up to?
Yeah, let's listen.
Oh, is his audio up?
Grabbed at least one guy, dragged him over the wall. They used their batons to kind of push the crowd back at bay. So I think at least one arrested. There's another person arrested. It's
We think he's practicing.
picture of that young woman in the San Francisco Pier. You've heard the story. It's a story that Trump references on a daily basis during his rally.
Tweeting us, Blue Lives Matter. Shout out to the brave officers keeping the peace. They must feel like, yeah,
Violence is not the end. I mean, that would have maybe more long-lasting impact. Peaceful protests. But these are relatively peaceful right now. These aren't really peaceful. Oh, yeah. So a family friend of mine, I did get access to the Trump,
I was like,
the
why are you
organized
starting it this way?
Trump event in Fresno. So I wanted to show you guys
This is Samia doing investigative journalism.
how
Also,
the
like the way we
protest
stopped the guy from Vita Jungle.
came to be in Fresno. So we'll show you this because San Diego isn't the only place where protest took place. We're going to go ahead and show you this Facebook page. 3,500 people were invited, 640 people attended. Looks like they had this whole thing. As soon as it was reported that Trump was in Fresno, they decided there were about 5 people that organized this event. Marilyn, Eddie, Hashid, Alicia, and Brianna. I don't know them, but I'm just showing you guys this was a public event.
But
Protest
you had
Donald
to,
Trump.
Did you have to be like invited to see this, to have access to this?
Well, people invite you, but it was public. So if it showed up, like
Oh.
if you're like events happening near you, for example, like in Fresno, so this was something that was organized. Then this was an event,
We need to protest this guy.
and there was some discussion in this event. Fresno Trump. This was clever. I'll give them that. This was pretty clever.
What was that thing that said America was never great? Who invited that person?
I don't know. But these are the people that were protesting Trump in Fresno. But it was relatively calm. I mean, there were some interactions with cops. Someone like one
You know,
person
and
was
then there was all
arrested.
these people that tried to get in cops' faces. Oh, you know, they are trying to incite the police officers, so they look like a little hero.
So yeah, it looks like there's a whole page dedicated to all of the content that came out of Trump in Fresno. So yeah, this is all just people posting after they took part in the Donald Trump protest that took place.
Oh my gosh,
this
go
morning.
up. What was that? Can't hit Trump, water bottles got it, fam. What?
I don't know.
Just see, I just think that's so idiotic.
And what's happening here, interactions with officers. But this was earlier. Now we're going to take you to what's happening live in San Diego. More coverage of the protesters in San Diego,
If
California.
I were anywhere near San Diego, I would be on a beach right now.
That's probably where Rick D'Amico is.
Oh.
He loves going to San Diego. Now, San Diego and Fresno, they're 6 hours apart driving distance-wise. Obviously, Trump has a plane, so he got here very quickly. But again, it looks fairly calm in San Diego compared to the chaos that we saw in New Mexico a few nights ago.
Right. No, we're very lucky that it's not.
Again, if you guys have anything that you want to share with us via Twitter, just go ahead and tweet me or Kinsey. We have our Twitter stream open right now, so we will see what you...
I saw you say today that you kind of missed Ted Cruz.
Are we going to talk about this on air? I don't miss Ted Cruz like that, Kinsey.
Oh.
You guys know how I feel about Ted Cruz. What I said, I missed being able to smirk at some of his sayings that he...
My pen has an eraser.
Exactly. I miss some of those moments on the campaign trail. That's all. Because they would always entertain me. Jack Adams says political protests, riots are common in the third world. When anti-Trump people get violent, it just makes Trump stronger. Let's see. Hallie tweeting us some ultra geeky stuff related to Bernie and Trump supporters dating each other. LOL. Sending us some screen grabs. There have been so many protests, it's just getting harder every day. Sergeant Slaughter has a good point. Find it funny when I see a protester with a sign, no hate and racism, F Trump. Stupid.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah. Militus saying those protesters should go and shake the hand of a vet and say thank you.
Yeah, the vets are there. Go love on them. Cover in the face.
Adam saying
Cover in the
Mexican
face.
Mexicans who refuse to live in Mexico waving Mexican flags so much fail.
I'm so tough that I'm gonna yell mean things at you, and I'm gonna cover up my face so you can't see. That's that same person is like Anonymous 57334, giving us issue on the internet.
SC Farrell saying Trump will put these Bernie supporters / protesters back to work again. You guys. And your comments. Again, whether you're a Trump supporter or a Trump hater, a Bernie supporter or a Bernie hater, a Hillary supporter or a Hillary hater, or maybe you don't even care about politics, just tweet us. Our Twitter handle is right here, although it's weird if you don't care about politics and you're tuning in.
Yeah.
Our Twitter handles are right there on the bottom of your screen. We're reading them.
Deborah likes it when you point. She tweeted us saying she liked when you
There it
showed
is.
the
Let's see. David saying it's funny people provoke the police and then claim police brutality when the cops do something about it. LOL, stupid. Melita saying those guys on the screenshot moments ago are Marines. SC Farrell, the violent protesters always wait for the Trump supporters to exit. Until then, they're usually fairly calm, which is probably why we're still seeing calm activity on the streets of San Diego.
Yeah, I don't know what the process is. I mean, how do you just try to get everybody to go home? You know, it's the event is over.
Unless it gets super crazy and they, implement a curfew in the city. That's the only thing I can think of. Milita saying those people trying to antagonize the police need to be careful, so to use facial recognition software and arrest people. Stepan saying, as an immigrant from Ukraine, I think these riots are dangerous. The ones from my home country almost destroyed it. That's very insightful, Stepan. I remember all that attention given in Ukraine a couple of years ago, with all the chaos over there.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting, too. A couple of interesting comments we can't repeat.
That's what we were saying, like, right here. Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, I saw second.
Good evening, Kimberly. Well, just in the last couple of seconds, you see that officers here are arresting one gentleman who has his head shaved there. They're going to be probably taking him back into the convention center. We've seen this happen a couple of times within the last hour right here in front of the convention center in San Diego. Let me set this up for you. So throughout the course of the afternoon, there have been a couple thousand protesters out here for a long time. And Scott, I'm going to have you pan over to where this guy was just arrested. For for a long time, a lot of the protesters were unionized, organized labor. About an hour ago, hundreds of the union members actually left, and they were, like I said, quite organized, leaving behind a number of protesters who were here for a variety of different things. We started to smell a lot of pot in the air, started to see more people with their faces covered, and then at one point, a couple of the protesters jumped up on a wall, got in some police officers' faces. We saw some pushing and shoving going on, and then a couple of punches were thrown at the officers. The officers then pulled at least one man over the wall, and he was subsequently arrested. Now, the police department has told us throughout the course of the day that they will have a zero tolerance policy towards anything that happens out here. And I want to show you, Kimberly, so just a short time ago, the rally let out here at the convention center. Thousands of people were inside. You can see the police presence, and then they've actually decided to let all the people who were inside of the rally exit on the opposite side of the convention center. So the San Diego Police Department is funneling all the people who went to this rally down at least 3 or 4 blocks away from all of these protesters. Obviously a good idea, since at times there have been some volatile moments. Right now, relatively peaceful. You do see some pushing and shoving every now and then, and at least a handful of arrests. Kimberly.
All right, guys. Looks like we're getting aerials now of the
Yeah,
protest,
absolutely.
But we're going to keep
Was,
those first, so
and
we're
we'll
gonna do
excuse you for some of the language you may hear going on next to us. The police department knew about this rally for 10 days. I don't know exactly when the Trump campaign let everybody know that this was going to be going on. As noticed, so the unions got together, notified everybody, and had marches leading through the gas lamp, which is adjacent to the convention center here in San Diego. Several different unions. You mentioned the SEIU. They marched all the way up here, very organized. There was dancing, there was cheering, marching. Then they subsequently left, and that's when you've seen a little more of the scuffles and a couple of people being arrested here. Kimberly. I do. I think it's working out very well so far. Also, we're still here in the middle of the afternoon. You know, in New Mexico, that was a rally that happened at night. And so, you know, when it's dark out, I think people feel a little more emboldened to do even more. So that's working out. We got some more noise and craziness going on behind us right now. It's hard to keep up with everything going on in this crowd at one time. But I do think that the police department at this point has a handle on this. In other cities, what we've seen is as rallies let out, that's when you can get some of the conflict going on. So certainly what we're keeping an eye out for right now, Kimberly. You bet.
All right, guys, now you're looking at live aerials from San Diego. Kinsey, you were observing some interesting interactions,
Yeah,
weren't you?
things are getting pretty heated. You can see that there are people arguing in the center of the screen, and everybody's trying to document it around them. So, I was like,
you're way too close to me.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I know, where am I going to be when we go? See, this is so high up, I can't.
No, you can take that one though.
Yeah, but you said I do.
Let me lift my camera up and you can grab it. Yeah.
It's getting crazy at the hard rock.
Right down below the street. You can't see the guy with the flag.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The trouble is, there's so many fucking Trump signs down there. I'm afraid.
Really?
Have up here! Have up here! Have up here! Have up here!
Crowd is getting unruly. They're coming across the street, see? I don't think they're letting them. They're trying to get across the street, see? And I think the police are not letting them. Well, there's Trump people on this side that we can't see. Surprised there's not horseback for crowd control. They can't fuck you up.
Yeah.
They need to take the shot down at the truck.
Right.
Qualifications, competency to be able to hold this position. I'm quite certain, Governor, that you didn't want anyone to vote for you because you were a woman, but because of your skill set and that you were the best choice for the job.
Absolutely, I did not. And I would say, some people would say to me, I'm going to vote for you because you're a woman. And I'd say, no, don't vote for me because I'm a woman. Vote for me because I'm the best candidate, that I'll do the best job. And I meant that sincerely. And I think most women feel that way. We don't want anything handed to us because we're a woman. It's because we're the best. We've done the best job. And we know with Hillary that's not true. She hasn't done a good job. She's been vetted for 30-some years. And we can go down that trail and that path and we can see things that we as women would absolutely disagree with.
All right, well, he's lucky to have you on his side, that's for sure. A powerful voice to get those voters out there to support him. All right, Governor, always a pleasure. Thank you.
And that was just the former governor of Arizona, Jan Brewer, doing a live interview. We thought we'd give you the audio of that so you heard what she had to say, since we are technically an Arizona news source.
There you go. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So we want to continue discussing Trump today, his
Maybe we go back
California
to this
tour.
big, though.
We're
This
going to
is-
go ahead and show the ground shot of this rally, or not rally, this protest in San Diego. I know there's been some debate on the internet about Trump's pronunciation of words. Apparently, there's someone on the internet that is quite puzzled as to how Donald Trump pronounces a certain town in Orange County, California. Now, as a Southern California native, I would like to say that this town is referred to by everyone, including people in the news media, as Costa Mesa.
It's Costa Mesa.
It's Costa Mesa. It's land of
It's
South
not
Coast Plaza, IKEA, things like
Costa Mesa.
Yes.
It's Costa Mesa.
Costa Mesa. However, there's some people on the internet that think that Trump said it incorrectly and that it's Costa Mesa.
It's just those are the same people that are just sit there with their judgy goggles on and they're like, how can I make fun of those conservatives today? This is interesting.
I'm not even conservative. I'm just an independent here.
She's independent, like Beyonce. That one's good. I like that.
Pixie saying, I go to San Diego Comic-Con every year, but there seems to be more cartoon characters there today. Thanks for your coverage. Yes, I do want to reiterate that this location here in downtown San Diego is where the San Diego Convention Center is, and that is where Comic-Con is. So that building, if you've ever paid attention to Comic-Con coverage or anything, this is exactly that area in San Diego. It's a very happening place, and it's happening
So what do you think they're
today.
trying to get? Is there an argument? What are they all trying to record right now?
Let's
There's
listen
something-
in.
There's something going on.
Something's happening.
Are they burning a Make America Great Again hat? Do you see that?
It's weird. We're not getting any audio in right now from the ground.
Oh, we need to get the other side too. What are they doing? Oh yeah, they're setting
has a good
They're
question.
setting a Make America Great Again hat on fire.
Oh.
Oh, you guys
Wow.
are so clever.
Luke has a question. If it was Donald Trump and Barack Obama running to be president, who do you and Kinsey and the viewers think would win and why? Luke, that's a good question. I don't know the outcome to that. President Obama is very charismatic,
Doesn't
and
he
he has
have
a very
high favorable? Like he's got really favorable ratings right now, doesn't
high
he?
favorability. I think it also depends, Luke, if that was Trump versus Obama 2008, or Trump versus Obama 2012, or Trump versus Obama 2016. Like, are you asking if Obama could be reelected, or are you asking as if this were 2008 or 2012? Let us know, and we might be able to further that discussion.
If I were
Whoa,
him,
chaos!
if I were him, I would have kept that hat because I'm not feeling the haircut.
We also have another view of the area. View from up above.
Oh my gosh.
The things is calm here. Let's show you guys this view instead.
Look at that older woman down there. Like, there's an older woman in the right-hand corner. I hope she's okay. Why would she be in the middle of that stuff? You're putting yourself in jeopardy. You're gonna break a hip.
Uh-oh. By the way, just some clarity from Luke. Luke is asking if it was Donald Trump versus Obama right now, who would win? That is a good question. Kinsey, thoughts?
I have no opinion.
I want the viewers to answer. Viewers, tweet us your thoughts. If it was Donald Trump running as the GOP candidate versus Barack Obama seeking a third term, assuming that was legal, who do you think would win and why? This question comes from Luke. You guys tell us.
in Ferguson. You don't bring out people with rifles to take care of unarmed protesters. Like, that's what these guys are for.
They're still standing out there.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't get, like, I understand if you need grenadiers. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't have an opinion. I'll just watch.
All right, guys, just a quick update on that discussion. Donald Trump versus Obama in 2016. I want to read T. Lynn's tweet because I feel like there's some insight here.
Yeah.
If it was Obama first term, he would win, no doubt. Third term, I'd be inclined to give the edge to Trump because of the disillusionment with Obama. And I think that's really insightful. Because in my mind, I was kind of thinking this. I was thinking, okay, there was a huge difference between 2008, 2012, and 2016. And it really
Howie was
determined.
sending us photos too. Even just how much President Obama has aged over those years.
Right, but that's, I think, part of the job in being president. I think everyone ages in
No,
the 8
just
years.
imagine all of that. I know, but he looks like it's been a tough 8 years. He's still very handsome.
Right, and S.C. Farrell says, on star power alone, Trump, no-brainer. People on the left and the right ignore the fact that he's always had the edge to begin with. And I've said this too, Donald Trump was always a celebrity. I mean, let's acknowledge the reality of the situation.
Hey,
Whoa, there's
something
a
going on in the
Confederate flag.
Oh no.
What is happening? Uh-oh, things are getting crazy. Another question to ask you viewers, this one comes from D. Mini Miss Joan and saying, what would happen if undocumented Americans flew American flags at Mexican political rallies? Tweet us your thoughts right here. We'll read some of them on the air. That's the new question of the
You
hour.
need to warn me when we're on. I'm just like, oh, what's going on my Twitter feed?
Kinsey's just chilling. Casual Friday, guys. Happy Memorial Day weekend.
Bad word.
Yeah, we need to be on one end of it, though. Far end of it. I don't know where it ends.
Hey, Will. They're all right there.
Let's move ourselves to the periphery on all this. I'm saying if we can get in the middle somehow and wherever periphery is, let's get there. We don't need to be.
I think we're gonna. I think Will Carr's about to go back on though because he was talking to his producer.
We'll go back to him when he's ready to speak. I do want to read a couple more comments. I want to show both sides. Ask Prophet Campbell saying, Trump is a divider. If he's elected, the destruction of America will be imminent within his first 100 days.
I have no idea when you're on. You have to tell us.
Lots of tweets coming in. We are reading all of your tweets. Only reading Jim Trump on air.
Go ahead, and then when she says she's on, then.
Yeah, at some point we're going to be live.
Ella Wigington saying, I don't think Trump supporters would burn Mexican flags, but if they did, it would be like riots in Chicago.
Yeah, interesting, Ella.
That's a soccer. Yeah, you did. That's a soccer thing.
We're at 420 Patriot 1776 saying liberals allow immigrants to come in and try to give them voting rights so they can re-elect more Democrats. Really makes you think.
So that guy's climbing on the railroad track.
Take Patriot.
That's not good.
What?
Perdition saying, I don't see any of the tweets you mentioned on
Hey,
air.
go.
Ah! Trump pinata?
So I don't know if they're just feeding this stuff back to us or if they change locations because temporarily the screen went black and sometimes what that means is they're feeding a additional. What
Our
is
protesters
happening
climbing. I'm gonna move our lower third so we can. Oh, there we go.
Sometimes when the screen goes black, that means they're feeding multiple videos back to us so we can edit them and put them in a package. So I'm not 100% sure if this is live, but it looks pretty live to me now that he's just walking around, but the screen did temporarily go. Hey, look, other shot. Look, 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 look.
Yep, this is live.
Yeah, live.
Looks like this is the latest chaotic thing to happen outside the Trump rally in San Diego. Again,
And that guy
still
with the
nothing
shirt
crazy
off,
though.
that
I'm
guy
glad
with
we're
the
not seeing
shirt-
violence.
No, yeah, it's just silly people. It's like, go home, be with your family. It's a holiday weekend.
We accept that.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Like right below, like across the street from the convention center, down below the Hard Rock Hotel, like right near the right below. I just sent you a video. Okay. One to your phone.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Three and a half seconds.
No.
Just put the Fox white flag on. Back up. Just because I feel like that's cops
Guys have guns and stuff.
The ones, the guys who are in camouflage, are they?
I think that's a sheriff's slot, but I'm not sure. The shot for this was to be down off the top of the truck.
I know.
National Guard. Love it.
China Lakers thing is getting roughed up there.
The what?
China Lakers jersey is getting roughed up there.
And I guess just try to avoid the passport if you can.
Right.
Oh, right over there, over there. There's something going on over there. Something going on over there.
Oh, man.
Oh,
he's hit.
Did they get him? Oh. What did he do?
Getting him.
What just happened, guys?
We saw activity and they cut to the screen larger. So he did something. I dropped the lower third for a second. I'd like to see the whole screen. He did something that had so many people riled up, so they started chasing the guy. I don't know. Now all of a sudden we've got all of these. No, man. Oh, no. Here we go. See everybody running towards
Oh my
it?
gosh.
Good Lord. So we watched a guy do something. I think they ripped his shirt off. He just started running. I think they're trying to get him in a situation where he can be arrested. Is the sound up at all? Because we might hear the producers saying things that...
Judge everyone from Iowa like not just content. Look at those are all undercover guys right over there.
Ross and the crew. Even the palm trees doesn't look like and all of a sudden they saw another fight. And the guy was taken to the ground.
With a giant
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. One incident that nobody knows anything about. Just one guy running and it just distracted everyone. It's just there. Welcome to America. And distractions.
The one where the cops started beating his car. Did you get that?
You guys hear me? Am I on?
We are. We're always on.
Am I on? Yeah, I got you.
Hi, Will. Yes, you're
You guys hear me?
You also did the
I watched a cut tape and then got caught up in it.
Yeah, we hear you. Do you hear me? You're live. Go live. No, you look great.
So Brandy, did you hear that? You think you don't sound like Rose doing the same thing.
They did?
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
They're gonna spray pepper spray and whatever they do. I know, it's serious.
When you get a free second, could you or Jenny run down that way?
Here, give it to me.
Hi, Lisa.
Hopefully he's got some more information.
You're smart. It's gonna just get worse.
Okay. All right. Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. What are...
Did they really?
It's a non-lethal weapon.
Right by the convention.
If what?
If they don't disperse. So there was a guy that walked up. One of the security guys had just a whole bandolero of tear gas.
Stand by.
What are the packages?
Yeah, we're actually on the rooftop bar of the Hard Rock Cafe. Take a look below me. Things have been getting a lot more tense in just the last 40 minutes or so. You can see a large crowd of people. We've seen a couple of fights break out. At one point, you see over there, trolley stop. Gaslight Quarter trolley stopped. A number of police and riot gear are over there. They were chasing somebody. Don't know exactly what led to that. At one point, we heard that somebody tried to light a hat on fire, and police used to break up that crowd. We heard one of the officers yell something about if they don't disperse, that non-lethal force was used, possibly tear gas. That has not happened yet, but you can see an extremely large police presence here. San Diego Police in riot gear. The Sheriff's Department, I believe it's their SWAT unit, is out here. This is a large group of anti-Trump people. They've been here for most of the afternoon. Things were calm for most of the afternoon, and police had those designated speech zones, and that kept everybody separated. Plus, most of the supporters were obviously inside the convention center, but it's just been in the last half hour or so when the two groups have spilled out of the convention center, and now they're down here, and police have just been kind of forming a wall around them, trying to keep them apart. But things are getting a little more tense. We apologize if there are any obscenities that are being shown, but there are a lot of signs with profanity. At one point, A young kid climbed a tower near the trolley tracks and put up a Donald Trump pinata. But again, right now, things seem to be going okay. Just a lot of pushing and shoving and some fights every few minutes or
Where
so.
things got
And, we know
violent
there'll be
for
a few
a couple
arrests,
minutes
but
and it dies down. Right now,
compared to what
things
happened,
have kind of revved back up, Kimberly.
I'm not sure who knows.
Her name's Kinsey, not Kimberly Lowe. Get it right.
Just call by Wolverine. How dare she?
Yeah, that's right. I think it's because all the supporters got out. The police officers did a good job of pushing them a couple blocks away from the protesters, the supporters that is, but then they made their way back down here. Some seem to want to get into it with the protesters. We've also seen the protesters get a little more brazen. Just a couple moments ago, we saw one guy actually climb up this sign right here, and he tied a Donald Trump pinata that they had beaten up to the Metro sign up there. Then he climbed back down. We also saw within the past couple of minutes people started burning Donald Trump hats and shirts. You can smell a lot of smoke in the area, mixed from burning his memorabilia, and also a lot of pot smoke in the air as well. So I can't tell you, I hope you guys have a helicopter shot. It seems like there's more than 1,000 people out here right now, but it's hard to tell when you're right down in it, Kimberly. So what they did, the two groups, the supporters and protesters, converged on each other. The protesters started lighting things on fire. What the police officers did, instead of immediately arresting people, they actually did a very good job of just separating the sea of people, pushing the supporters to one side of the street, the protesters to the other side of the street. I think their top priority right now is to stop any potential violence that could go on here instead of worrying about individual arrests that they could take. We have seen a handful of people arrested, but right now I think that they're just trying to do their best to keep a potentially volatile situation from getting worse.
Where did Larson go? Did he leave?
Yeah, we just called him back to the station.
So are you? What about the?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. In Albuquerque, we saw people get very brazen because that rally happened at night. Kimberly, and as I was just talking, you were asking that question, I want to point out to you, right down here, this is 5th Avenue in San Diego, right at the gas lamp, and for the first time, we are seeing officers in full riot gear here. They have their helmets, their batons, their vests on. We have not seen that leading up throughout the course of the afternoon, so obviously, law enforcement here in San Diego taking this very seriously at this moment, although we haven't seen any more violence break out as of right now, Kimberly. You bet. Thanks, guys.
But I wanted to talk to you about the so I just spoke with Shelly about what you just, police and how the plan has gone and how it's going so far. And she said that she doesn't feel comfortable talking about any of that. She said she probably won't talk about it and address it because if it goes over, then the police presence is going to be here until Marbury, which is like here. So that's one of the things that police officers are doing. So I just wanted to see if there is another
Oh, they're moving in.
Look, fight, right there.
Can you move to the right?
Yeah, guy just got arrested.
Okay, got it. Over there, son. To the fight?
Yellow.
I'm totally blind.
That's what I think.
Okay, should I get for my package? If it's safe, obviously.
Every sniper said.
Yes. Okay, I'll text you guys all. Okay, alright, bye. So did you get that 3 arrests? Yeah.
Can I stand on that with the tripod there?
I know you guys are shooting over there, but they're
Scott, they're coming back to us.
side. And SWAT gear right there. You should get a shot at it.
Maybe Feather can get it.
Yeah, we have another guy on the ground.
Yeah, I've never seen you one.
Yeah.
The squad is assembled, basically. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I also have to hit the guy. Can you straighten that up for me? Just that side. Can you extend that side down somehow? Thanks. That's good enough. Thanks, man. Oh, yeah, of course.
Kimberly, while you guys were in commercial, things have continued to escalate. We saw several people arrested, taken away, and then we have continued to see these members of law enforcement in full-out riot gear continue to come closer and closer to this crowd. Now, we've been telling you throughout the course of the day that the San Diego police chief has told us that they're going to have a zero-tolerance policy for any violence that would
Because there's a huge fight in the main portion of your screen right now, and I know Will Parkey being a great play-by-play, but we have a major fight happening.
Yeah, well, car is great, but it looks like we're looking at elementary school.
There's more cameras than people.
Right here. That's Will Carr. Talking to peaceful protesters. Meanwhile, we have the speed of just
They're probably on the same side.
something's going down, guys. This is live.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. And there's the problem with idiocy. There you go. Stupid versus stupid. Who wins?
That was not us.
I don't want to knock the camera from
No, that's fine.
officers with their batons up. It looks like there's a semi-serious situation going on about 20 to 25 feet away from us, and that's right where we've seen some of these protesters mixing it up with these supporters. And to be honest, we've seen people on both sides look like they want to get into it with each other. There were certainly a number of Donald Trump supporters who wanted to leave and who simply did that. Then there was others who wanted to come out here. They were screaming USA while the protesters were screaming things that I can't repeat on television. And obviously, they kind of collided right here, not too far from us, Kimberly.
All right, guys, looks like more chaos. What is happening? Will Carr's obviously not watching that part of the protest.
And I just...
Oh, looks like he's trying to walk that way. What is happening? He's like, here, cameraman, come follow this. I think there's chaos somewhere.
Over here at past rallies, we've seen the same thing, and that's really when officers stop letting people be peaceful, and when you start to see a lot more arrests. So we're walking up around here. You can see these demonstrators locking arms in front of the officers. Their faces are covered out here. The officers, again, forming this line leading up L Street here in San Diego, where it appears that we have a number of the protesters and the supporters who have collided here. This has definitely gone from a peaceful demonstration on both sides to what has really escalated into a volatile situation, Kimberly.
What's up, baby? Fox News! It's good that it's on the West Coast, huh? It's very live on the East Coast Evening News. Perfect.
There you go. They're throwing stuff now.
Yeah, let's swap batteries.
And we're back, guys. We just watched some very heated coverage.
I
of
feel
this
like we had a way better
protest.
view than Will Carr did at some points. Will Carr's like, yeah, we're dealing with some issues, blah, blah, blah. And he sounded so calm. And it's like, we're looking at people bashing each other's faces. Like, this is intense. That's the hard part of being on the ground.
Heads up. Keep your head on a swivel, guys.
Right.
So what are they trying to record? Are they trying to record somebody getting arrested, or are they just walking past?
Should we just go look?
Yeah.
So we're going to try checking out this feed. I do want to read some of your comments. I know that we haven't read as many tweets on air right now because we were focused on
we were trying to see
the chaos. But Don Trumpion saying, I predict full-scale riots in 3, 2, 1. Dozens injured, a couple fatalities by the time it's over. The Problemator saying, this is tense. The protesters are getting worked up. It's like a fire that could rise at any moment. Perdition saying, I'd rather watch this here on YouTube than on TV because I get to see things unfiltered. It's great. Thanks. You're welcome, Perdition.
Yeah, thanks for watching.
Let's see. Evan Gartley saying, protesters want hate out of America, yet they scream in your face, yell F Trump, and burn piñatas of him. Donnie saying, do you think maybe these people need jobs? Maybe we could set up work camps so we could send them to... Well, the thing is, Trump is talking about more job creation.
Oh my gosh, it's a horrible story that Jessica Flores is on.
Oh my God.
I would not be okay.
Kinsey's commenting on a local story. Jessica Flores is one of our reporters here at Fox 10. She's on a story tonight. Really sad. 8 of this woman, Vanessa's dogs, were found dead in her backyard. Police believe that someone is poisoning dogs in her neighborhood. That is so sad. She's just a young girl.
Poor baby.
So sad. Let's go back to this protest.
Oh, fuck! Hey, heads up, heads up, heads up.
I threw the shoe right in that girl's face right there. You might want to interview her. Right there, the blonde right here. She just got nailed right in the face
Got
right
it.
here.
Got it. Where are the cops? And they're throwing stuff. They're dead.
Heads up.
They're throwing a lot of stuff out here. Cops are just letting them do it. So much for zero tolerance.
Right.
Let's fall back a little bit.
I want to see him take that cop car out. That's
I said we go over here to all these guys. That's what's going to happen because that man's right there.
Great wall on our southern border, and I will have Mexico pay for that wall. Mark my words.
Carton eggs in here.
Eggs.
That cop car's next, man.
That is not right. That is not justified. This is a freedom protest. People sit here peacefully. Ain't no one protecting. Why?
Okay. Yeah, I got you. Back up a little bit, Scott. They're going to come back to us in a second. I want to show this, but then I want to show all the cops just watching it. Carry it over. So Wiley's at 5. He's about us.
Sorry.
Hey there, Kimberly. Yeah, the past couple minutes, both Donald Trump protesters and supporters have been throwing a number of items at each other out here. We've seen bottles thrown. We've seen shoes thrown. Somebody had a carton of eggs that they started to throw. We saw a couple of fights break out between supporters and protesters. They actually surrounded this police car that I'm standing at right next to me. So we're on L Street here in San Diego, and the thing that I also want to take note of is if you look down here to my left on L Street, Scott, if you can go up, if you can get a high view, the riot police, the law enforcement officers in riot gear have lined up here, and they're simply watching this, which goes a bit against what we were told by the San Diego police chief earlier today, that they would have zero tolerance for violence. We've seen quite a bit of violence, and if you can turn and see one more time, there's just a sea of people, a lot of aggravation, a lot of anger towards each other here. Donald Trump supporters and protesters clashing on L Street here in San Diego, and at this point, they're just being allowed to basically do whatever they want to, Kimberly. We basically seen police try to funnel people away, and I don't know if you can see, looks like somebody just threw an egg up onto one of the windows of the Hard Rock Hotel here on L Street. Just one of the many items we've seen being thrown here. Police have been trying to funnel people away from here, but we saw all of these officers in full riot gear walk all the way down L Street here. We thought they were going to try to separate some of these people, but then they have stood up here at the corner of L Street and 6th Avenue in downtown San Diego, and they're simply watching all of this. Now you've got the crowd cheering. There's Donald Trump supporters up here in the hotel. You can see items are being thrown. You know, it's pure chaos out here right now, Kimberly, and we're not seeing a whole lot that law enforcement's doing to stop any of it. We've seen a handful of arrests over the past 30, 45 minutes, but I mean, as you can see, and I see another bottle that was just thrown. You can see, I mean, they have just swarmed this street. Now, I want, Scott, turn around. I want to show you, Kimberly, the riot police now inching up. Here, we're going to stand off to the side in front of this this police car so that they don't push us over. But they're inching up. Obviously, it looks like they may have had enough of all of this. I mean, there are at least 1,000 people on both sides here who have just collided on this street. And as we were told throughout the course of the day, the San Diego Police Department would have zero tolerance for violence. So they're asking this guy who was just sitting on the cop car to stand up. He's getting out of here. They're inching closer. They have their batons ready. Their masks are down. And they mean business here, Kimberly. It looks like they're going to approach this crowd of people and do what they can to try to disperse this potentially continuing violent situation. Kimberly, you get the feeling it's going to be any second that these officers are going to come in. I mean, you can just kind of get the sense by looking at them. We've seen about 4 or 5, and that just got destroyed. A plastic bottle is just thrown at this police car behind me. It looks like it could get bad over here. Turn right, Scott, turn right. So a number of people have surrounded this car, this cop car right here. They're shouting at each other over this cop car, and there are no members of law enforcement here. The only sign of any law enforcement is the actual police car. And again, the SWAT team, members of law enforcement in riot gear behind us are continuing just to stare at this situation. You continue to see things thrown back and forth. And people are watching from their hotel rooms here, just in amazement that this is going on right now in downtown San Diego, Kimberly. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this really seems like if you were going to have the zero tolerance policy that they preached all day, that you would step in here. I mean, we've seen in other cities where police cars were destroyed. It wouldn't take a whole lot. And you can see, Kimberly, we're going to have to toss it back to you. Here they come! Here they come!
Look at the cops are coming behind us.
Oh, they're pushing us! They're pushing us!
Let's get the fuck out of here. Not a good idea, Will. Hey, this is not the police to play. It's not moving in to sit like this.
Fuck Trump. Fox News.
Here you go.
Trump is not the answer. Trump is not the answer.
Are you still on the phone with them?
No. Fucking hit harder.
Donald Trump.
Cop hit me with that fucking thing right across
What's
the
in your What's in your IFB?
Nothing. They went to O'Reilly.
Okay, well then there you go.
But she said she was going to cut back in potentially.
This is like.
God damn.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
That cop hit me with that.
Send me an email.
They obviously don't give a shit.
Thank you.
Hit me right on the bone.
8:30. 8:30.
Okay.
This thing's going to be burning by 8:30.
LA heard some radio chatter about tear gas.
Get the crew out of here.
Whoa, what has been going on, guys? Things are getting even crazier. It's insane. It's gotten so crazy. We're going to take you to the ground shot because it is crazy. But, I mean, it's gotten so crazy that we launched a Facebook live stream because it's just nuts.
I don't understand why they push it.
No, there was a spark between.
Well, to rescue the car.
I still be knocking these motherfuckers out. But I'm not. Because I know that's what y'all want us to do.
It got pretty intense for a second, and you saw.
Are they still in?
What?
Shuffling around.
It's a bold choice.
Are we still in programming, or what are we doing?
We are seeing a lot of your tweets coming in, guys. Again, our Twitter handles are on the bottom of the screen.
They were pushing us. I'm like waving this in front of their face.
Look at my arm. I got something right in the arm.
I'd go back.
You all right?
Yeah. Maybe he's getting ready to interview someone.
They're just gonna keep doing it until they.
Oh, they're behind us now too.
Bruce was saying
They're behind us too.
Bruce was saying everyone is just performing for their cameras.
Yeah. I sense that sometimes, but there was a really, with that intense moment, that was real. That wasn't.
Yeah, that was pretty intense. It was pretty crazy, guys. And we do have multiple angles of the antics in San Diego right now. This is the view from up above.
We need to, I think, to lower the volume on this speed because they can't hear us.
There we go.
Where are they going? Are we
No, that has nothing to do with us.
Okay.
That was an announcement regarding another feed we're getting in, but we're staying here for continuous Trump protest coverage in San Diego. Again, guys, we appreciate you tuning in. All 2,200 of you guys, 2,300. We're seeing those numbers go up. Obviously, we appreciate that you guys are choosing Fox 10 News now as your source for all of this Trump coverage, this anti-Trump coverage. It's been a crazy Trump day. We've been on Trump since this morning, covering.
Don't say that to
the. We've been covering the Trump rally in Fresno, the protests in Fresno, the protests in San Diego, the Trump rally in San Diego.
And we stayed late with the Albuquerque protests because things were so crazy that, I think I stayed about half an hour late because things were being set on fire. They were just burning rubber all over the streets of Albuquerque and really wreaking havoc. So this has been a week-long process where we have been watching people, I don't even know what they're trying to accomplish, but it's been a week of chaos.
Lots of chaos. Let's go back to our ground shot now. It looks like Will Carr is taking his photog on a journey somewhere. Again, we want to give you guys all access to the happenings out in San Diego. Wherever you're watching around the world, you may be tuning in from Phoenix, you may be tuning in from the Ukraine. Who knows where you're tuning in from? We appreciate you guys spending your Friday evening here with us on News Now. Kinsey sacrificing her lunch for this.
Yeah, I wanted to go to Pita Jungle.
I'm sacrificing my time off for this.
I know, Snami was off an hour ago. It's
but we're here for you
weekend.
guys. We're here for you guys. We need a Fox 10 News YouTube Live on a
Don't read
Saturday
that out
and
loud.
Sunday.
Don't read that out loud. Because
No,
guess who would work that? We would.
I have Saturday and Sunday off. But I will be here Monday, Memorial Day, hanging out with you guys. And when we're not on, if you guys want to hang out with us, there's a way to do it. Let me just tell you how.
Nice segue, dude. Will Carr, double Will Carr. Will Carr is thirsty. Will Carr is hydrating.
If you guys want to hang out with us,
Yeah,
when
if you
we're
miss
not
us,
on air,
if you miss a Saturday and Sunday,
that's what you can do. Find us on social media.
Instagram preferably is my favorite personally.
I like Instagram. I also like my personal Twitter and my Snapchat
That's
and my
true.
Facebook.
That's
The
true.
Facebook with the check mark is the real one, guys. But we know you're not here for this advertisement. You're here to see video of the protest. So we will take you back to that now. Protests in San Diego.
Did we lose Will Carr?
Right now we did. But now Mike has lost it. I bet he has. All right, guys, Kinsey and Samia joining you once again. This is crazy. It has been a busy day for us here on News Now because we've been covering Trump since this morning. I really feel like there's been this anti-Trump movement in recent days, because we've been covering Trump events since he announced last year, but in recent days it seems like there are more and more protests springing up, and I don't know if that is a reaction to the fact that he's now in the state of California, typically a more Democrat-leaning state, or is it because everyone knows now that he's the GOP nominee, and they're like, oh, this is real now? I think it could be that too.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that we've seen so many of you have tweeted us links to people talking about how they were paid to protest. So I think that's an element. Additionally,
But why more now than before?
Because now he is the assumed nominee, because now
Right.
he really is the threat. But it's like you were saying earlier, this is a guy where no publicity is bad publicity.
Right.
And he's getting so much attention that it really is just, it heightens his popularity.
You're right.
Because people look at it and go, people setting merchandise on fire and tearing up cars and accosting police officers and trying to break into buildings, that's not who I am. I don't relate to that. So I'm going to reject whatever they're saying.
Interesting. A lot of people out there, though, they've been there all day. Thankfully, the weather in San Diego is very pleasant, so they're not really dealing with any scorching heat. It's pretty pleasant temperatures
And we've
to
seen-
protest. It's the kind of protesting weather you'd want. San Diego,
Well,
California, not going to
We've
lie.
said the same thing about car chases, and we've been ripped to shreds on the internet. So I would take that. I'd take that one back. But
I'm just saying, if you're going to protest, you probably don't want to protest in a
Phoenix,
snowstorm
yeah.
or a rainstorm or when there's
In
a
Phoenix in
tornado
July.
out or Phoenix in July. I'm just saying that if you're going to pick a city to protest outside in the natural elements,
yeah.
San Diego is pretty much up there at the top of your list.
If Mediaites watching, I'd just like to reiterate the fact that that's Samia Khan talking.
I know we love being written about on media, so bring it.
I'd minimize that. But yeah, no, I think that you're right. But we haven't, we've had some tense moments, but for the most part, I wonder how many people just stumbled upon, because San Diego's such a nice part of town, the country. This is a holiday weekend. How many people are just hanging out around there because they're in San Diego for holiday? Or
So true. It is Memorial Day weekend.
And it's been so calm, and a lot of people don't really look like they're there to protest. They just kind of look like busybodies.
I do see some of the other cable networks talking about how arrests were made at the San Diego rally. That's the big story on their network. Arrests made at the San Diego protest.
Can we see how many? Like, can we use Google News or look?
You mean research, Kinsey? Do my job? What?
Let's see if there's I heard Will Carr say something about it earlier, but I don't know how many. He was whispering. I think it was.
Well, some of the latest reports say that
Wait,
one person.
is this happening right now?
Oh gosh.
Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? Look at him, and of course he's in a ridiculous shirt. Look at that.
We're gonna ask you to leave if you don't come down.
What? Say that again?
That was the best thing I ever saw.
Trying to get away. He does not want it. It looks he was probably talking smack, and I was got all these people, and he's trying to. Oh no, he's going to continue to talk smack. Just go. Just don't. Just go away. You're going to get hurt.
We went in acknowledgement of our viewers. No one says 805. Huge military package from San Diego. Camp Pendleton, not that far away. Absolutely true. So many people involved in military pursuits have experience in San Diego area.
It's time to go in.
Has to be big. It's not a fight. Zeke Miller, political reporter from Time. This person just, hopefully it loops, but this person just punches him in the face. You see that? And that looks like a meeting. What the heck? This is outside in San Diego.
Oh my gosh. It's crazy. I look so tired.
All right, let's go back.
Let's go back.
There's jogging. There's jogging. Oh, they're still on the.
Just get in there, police officers who get in there and just kind of split that up. Those people haven't been arrested, but the ones who were throwing bottles.
Okay, so I'm trying to look at this person's badge. Is that person?
Oh my god. That punch is crazy, Kinsey.
He's got some type of badge on. I don't know if he's wearing it.
Like a media badge?
It's not media because I noticed that the media badges were blue.
Is it a Trump badge?
Maybe. Or maybe somebody just has their media credentials on. Maybe it's just a media credential. Perhaps. I don't know.
About what?
I do plenty of
Okay,
I'm supposed to be going to my mom's at 6.
It is. Until 15.
Just get food from Salvucci's to take over there.
Oh, yeah, you want to go over?
I'm going to have to charge my phone a little bit so I can find a box. Like, I flew in 2 hours later.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we've been doing it all day. The camo bacon that's a purchase. There's a lady wearing it. Well, she said something about that.
Yeah, she said no stand in the furniture, but whatever.
No, she's coming back.
That's only if you're doing bottle service. If you're doing bottle service, you can stand on the furniture.
We don't know what's happening here, but there's obviously something happening.
I think they like the exciting parts.
Looks like a heated argument. Blue shirt, very animated. I think he's in the face of the guy in the sunglasses. And then it looks like the people behind them are singing.
Oh, hang on. Oh, we got movement. Oh. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, they're going to move in on that center group now? That's going to be a tough one. Those people aren't going to move. And they're not really doing anything. You would think they would just let them stay there. Yeah, see that big fat kid just sat down too. With that lot. Oh, you see that girl in the middle? She's like pushed. She's like...
Another fight. Look at this. Getting pretty heated.
Okay, this is going to be a standoff between
Here comes the
police and the
sombrero.
protesters
Sombrero, of
sitting.
course, approaching police officers.
That's what I'm asking.
That's what you call a Mexican standoff.
Do y'all want to stand up?
No, we can't. We can't stand it.
You don't stand in the furniture if you're getting bottle service.
Officers, you saw Will Parshow earlier. The officers in line slowly marching towards these protesters. And I'm in this position. I would try to avoid them, but it seems like the protesters actually approach the officers right back. So that's what we're seeing right now. Officers slowly approaching these protesters. The protesters not
This is the final standoff. Oh, they took that guy out.
Just trying not to move.
Down with the Timbs.
I know, you were on the other side too.
I have no textbook for what's happening today.
We're not
We're sitting.
Putting that water meeting in.
They're moving again.
Look at that, you can see. Oh, did somebody just get hit in the head? Did you see that? Yeah, okay. They've got their nose.
I
Get your police paraphernalia straight.
All hands on deck. Just call your mom, like, we need help.
Are you just here for the weekend?
He's got a Kobe Bryant shirt.
We didn't either. We thought it was like Bernie.
Backing up into the cops. He's on the other side.
They're from Texas. Like, they like
What signs he got?
and then my mom texted us like 2 nights ago. She's like, you know, Trump's going to be the convention center.
Free something.
Some media puts their hands up because their hands up while they're trying to get out of here.
Oh, free speech area.
Oh, wow.
Ah, he's trying to say, hey, cops, this is a free speech area.
This is crazy.
Oh, they're moving.
Just, I would honestly just get away. I don't understand why they're continuing to instigate.
Oh, bam! Did you see that mace? Just saw that kid get maced in the face.
Again, let us know what you guys think about the chaos outside of the venue where Donald Trump spoke in San Diego. Our Twitter handles are on the
Look at him, he's down on the ground.
Tommy Fox 10, Kinsey
Watch,
Fox
he's gonna
10,
come up
we
and be all
will
fucked
here
up.
on air.
They've got one guy down right here.
Neo Human Bomb saying these protesters ignore the police and the law. I think there is a pattern here.
Trying to get caught. Is that what he's gonna say? And looks like we are about to watch an arrest being made. Look at this person. Ooh, so. Why do you fight back?
Reddit gold user saying it only proves Trump's points, these protests here. Another viewer saying this whole ordeal is so crazy you might have to pull Will Carr out or we'll have to expect him in the wreckage.
No,
oh my gosh.
I did see Will in the mix earlier, but he's doing a good job. Like, you can actually show him Will Carr's shot. Will is good at staying out of the fray.
Yeah.
Will is in the safe zone right now.
There's Will.
Yeah.
There's Will Carr. This is everything else. But it looks like he's about to do a hit soon, so we might take that live once again once he starts speaking and giving us the live report.
Here we go again. We're back.
Sombrero watch?
Yeah, that's what they're saying in the newsroom.
Sombrero watch?
Yeah, I heard one of the producers say it.
Well, it's the thing that stands out in this crowd.
I know. Oh, what? This is so scary to me.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So you and I were just talking about them trying, how do you get all of these people out of this area? I think we're watching how you do that.
Well, what's crazy is we see so much movement over here, and yet on the Will Carr feed, there's really nothing happening. Is this a different part of the street corner? Look, Kinsey, this seems relatively calm, and then there's just heavy movement from this angle.
Well, obviously they've mapped out the venue and they have mapped out where the trouble areas are, and they're probably just trying to get them all to a specific area. But now look at Will Carr's shot. Will Carr's shot is now looking like it's getting a little squished.
Don't make it good. Don't make it good. It's like,
I'd go back to the big shot.
That way, they're pushing him into it.
Oh, they're pushing them.
Is his volume? Oh my gosh!
What is happening?
Look at that! They just keep pushing into
Just move. I got you. I don't know where. I don't know. Do you have the camera somewhere?
They don't even have the camera because they've been separated so much.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. All right. I found the camera. They're pushing everybody.
Wow.
Scott, I'm right.
Again, guys, this is live, unedited, raw. Viewer discretion is advised.
Viewer discretion.
What's that? I don't know what time it is, guys.
We're watching other turmoil.
Alright, this is getting pretty chaotic.
That's right. The Convadium.
honestly, I think that. I saw you needed to get your turn.
Get it together.
Oh, they moved in. They said they had moved. That's not what they moved into words.
They said they had They made us come inside because
Yeah, that's true.
That is so funny, but it's true.
That's hilarious.
I'm willing to do pretty much anything but get locked out.
As long as it's not a policeman.
Tram's still stuck.
Maybe
That's what I say now.
I would have loved to see the tram just go over like 45 people,
I love
just like
videos.
giblets flying over.
I did too. Like, really.
Well,
keep going instead of being continued to be smashed between cops. Someone's gonna get that's a cheap shot, man. I'm helpless. All right.
I heard you talking to somebody.
Like, hey, so you hit it here. All right, that's good. Okay. As long as I don't touch it, then you can hear them. Then. That's good. I have no idea what control room. I have no idea who your anchor is.
my favorite day of my life. I've like never been happy.
I wasn't there. I was in Vancouver, I think. I wasn't
Well, it's on Capitol.
Like it could have gotten a little more violent. That's the only thing.
What can you be saying? Do you think you're going to say something right now that's going to make the officers go, you know what? You're right. I quit. I'm gonna hang out with you today.
So it's, and they're prepared to keep them out here till 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's what the guy said last year. I would there were many protesters left though.
For a little old man.
That was earlier.
What's happening?
Oh, I can fit between.
What if they had one of them? What if they had one of those strikes?
They might as well just like there's not there's no one left.
I can't read it.
Because
On
like
the top.
the publicity you get when you fuck up.
I'm not sure.
You only want to do
the
that,
one,
yeah,
the green one or this glass one?
Yeah, the glass one.
I got glass one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Chicago's exactly
What
like
the hell is this one? What the hell is this?
So this one guy like tilted his head and he beat the living shit out of about 300
That's on me. The white one was going to book from the last minute. That didn't put himself me.
Oh.
And it was a cheaper than this one. And I was like, yes, very testy. I'll tell you, I saw it on me, but I don't want you guys to change my mind too often. I said, it was the same name.
Oh, I don't know.
That's very nice. Right next to it. I can pick myself.
right down the street. Uptown kitchen.
Well, at least we know.
3 minutes.
I don't think the wedding will happen.
I guess it's very issue. We can't go and actually run home. I wouldn't have to be else. I got a son the other day.
The bartenders were great. It's not
They go for the 6 plus a little bit.
The next year came in straight up like, they just kept What do you got? Oh, you got the Samsung, right?
6 plus. I felt so. And I almost dropped it in my beer, but it wouldn't fit. It saved my life. Like that, my whole life.
You should tell the salespeople that happened, like, hey, thank you for making my phone too girthy.
Thank you for making my phone too large for my glass.
I was writing that store.
Yeah, but you would have to have like this.
I got
My
the
sister's
active.
in Norway. It's like you get a hotel in Nancy, where is that?
Yeah.
My sister on the hotel that I saw.
You get me a battery? Just to your right. It survived the motorcycle.
Above you, above you.
Outside, like.
They may have a higher bed. And they're lighting.
Border Patrol walking down there. I don't understand this. Well, you know, it's where Border Patrol is strong.
And I said, Happy Friday.
Even our hotel.
I haven't listened. Yeah. So it's just hanging out with my friends.
I'm kind of debating like the lashback I'm going to get from this, but I'm going to do it anyways.
Or are you going to make a political statement?
No. I'm going to say, you know me, I don't make strong statements.
There's like 30 protesters left.
Sorry. Oh, you're fine.
Just go on.
I'm going to try to get this out. Yeah, you've lost.
You're done.
Get in your bicycles. And trust me, none of those bicycles are making up that bridge. Single speed.
They're all fixies.
Yeah. No, there's no way under it. You can't get under that.
Who's going to make my burger? I'm thinking of the other burger.
Oh yeah, there's no bridge.
That means that Will Carr will be speaking in 30 seconds, guys. Probably 20 now.
Bob is like really nervous because he's just like quiet.
Are you going to go? How do you feel about
When's your scene? Yeah. I'd say give him 2 years.
Did he like cry and shake your hand and said, please stay with me?
No. It was awesome. How many times did he look at your feet?
Honestly, most of the moves he made did he say what's last offseason were pretty solid. It's solid.
And that Patricia, well, they're quite tense. Over the last hour or so, police have moved in, surrounding many of the protesters and some of the Trump supporters who were getting into it. And now they're pushing everybody down Harbor Drive, which runs parallel to the San Diego Convention Center here. You can see they're in full riot gear, and they basically pushed everybody here around the block. At one point, members of the media were getting mixed up in the fray. My photographer, Scott King, took a baton to the so they just continue to push everybody back here. They'll do this periodically every couple of minutes. You just heard them say, hold, and you can see, I want to see Scott come over here. You can see a number of officers are pushing across the convention center right here, running down, possibly preparing for any melee that could happen down at the end of the convention center. I can tell you right now, I see an officer who has a gun that's used for rubber bullets. We've seen gas containers that they could potentially use. So these protests really, you can see people running down the street here, going down. We don't know what's going on at the end of the street, but these protests have really gone from protested very close to riot to some of the violence that we've seen. We've seen protesters burning and burning items, hitting up in police officers' faces. About an hour and a half ago, we saw some protesters punching a couple of officers. They were arrested. We've seen a handful of arrests. I can still see a number of people running down Harbor Drive down here south, down towards the bay here in San Diego. Now I'm going to turn back around and show you the wall of officers, Patricia, that we're seeing right now. You can see right here hundreds of officers continuing to push forward. So they have pushed everybody from L Street over here to my left, where you have the Omni Hotel, the Hard Rock Hotel on L Street. That's where a lot of the chaos was that we saw. They brought them all the way around here onto Harbor Drive, and now they're pushing everybody south on Harbor Drive. And as you can see, there are just hundreds right now. It seems like the crowd has dispersed because they actually gave them an outlet to move south here on Harbor Drive.
Stop lying to the media.
It's a class 5 kill zone out here, Neil.
Like I said, that bridge is steeper than it looks. I've ridden that repeatedly on my bicycle. They're just going to give us. That's why they're doing it. They're going to, those guys.
Makes sense.
Were they chasing them down to like wait, they should get somebody did something.
Until they break this up.
Yeah. Except for these guys. They're like, yeah, we're just so loud for this chase. They're the Freddy Krueger of chasers.
Yeah.
No, thank
Going
you.
to East
Lee
Village,
Ross.
everyone.
Email is lee, L-E-E, dot.
It's the next 5 and 10. It's either
So, who wants tacos?
How's it going? Oh, those. Never mind. I'm not going to finish that sentence. I'm not going to say it. Well, I feel bad inside for that one.
What do you even mean?
Alright, let's get the hell out of
Like,
downtown.
you know what? I'm
Let's
done
go back to
protesting. I gotta get my work
Campbell
out.
Heights and North Park. Yeah, that's like where workers actually hang out.
That's Mission Valley. That makes me want to throw up people.
Here, North Park, I'm like,
So if you go up 80s,
Mission Valley makes me
15 south from the 80s, and get next to Adams.
you got north or south?
So there's an area in San Diego where there's 5 blocks of it's all young. It's not a bunch of assholes like you can see.
A couple fights and maybe 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah, not a bunch of rough. You know, we don't fit in there because we have jobs. It's hard to fit it in anymore. I was like, North Park, Campbell Heights. It's very like the second day. I was like, oh my god.
Every night of the week there's
Yeah, absolutely. Thursdays, Taco Tuesdays, Monday.
I need like a high five with a taco.
Whiskey Wednesday is my favorite.
Taco Tuesday is pretty solid.
Yeah, I can understand that.
We can come together and get people moving. It's the key to life. You know what I like about you? Here's what I like about you. I'm pretty sure come together, you move things. It's pretty close. Pretty close.
You're only allowed to compare the underside. Not the private one.
Long, extremely wide.
Oh, Logan's still wider.
I grew up in Alaska, man.
I don't know. I was right here.
Hello, all. It looks like things have gotten slightly calmer
Totally
compared to what we've seen so far. I mean, we've been on top coverage nonstop. I think it's been like 8 hours.
Right, yeah. On the next shot. Well, no.
There's always something happening on each and every shot. Again, guys, we have the full cameras on the ground. We have this feed right here, more of a above ground view. We have this ground shot right here. Obviously, less folks here now around 5:30 compared to what it was like 4 hours ago.
Police presence, if you switch it back, has gotten so intense that I think a lot of people are skipping out because they don't want to get arrested. They don't want to get hurt. We've seen a lot of fights break out. And we showed you somebody being punched, sucker punched in the face. Multiple people getting chased out of this group. So we have to stress too, because I know you've seen a lot of vulgarity on the screen in regards to signs that you've heard. So we have to stress that discretion is advised. We see this all live with you. These are we have multiple satellite feeds across the country.
I enjoyed our staff being together.
Are you ready?
It's not something we can control because we're seeing live with you. So beautiful now. Just stress that discretion is advised, and we can't promise that we won't see more of it, especially when some of these protesters think that on live TV, actually seeing taking live shots, that's when they get really aggressive,
Rowdy.
Yeah, and insert themselves in front of us. So just keep that in mind. We apologize if you're offended by it, but we can't control it.
Again, this is raw, unedited, live right here on News Now. We're getting in all your tweets as well. We appreciate you guys giving us your take on everything that's been happening over the last few hours. Aw, that's Jacob Resco and Will Carr befriending each other, guys. MSNBC and Fox working together. They're friends.
Not enemies.
Looks like the cameraman panned away. They didn't want to show the friendship.
We wanted them to have their moment.
So we'll go ahead and show you.
It's definitely, because I think you might have overheard the reporter out there saying throwing bottles at the things that they said anything. Well, that quickly shifted. They got very aggressive, and that's what we're looking at right now. I think they're trying to either move them into a much smaller area. Why can't they hear us?
I don't, because the audio from the feed was very high.
Now?
But now I just lowered
Okay.
it. So you guys can hear us now, I hope.
But I don't know if... I don't know what I was saying, so bye. See ya.
Well, we've been talking about the...
I feel like they're trying to
chaos.
move them into a smaller area. I feel like they're trying to move them into an area that they can control better than that huge convention center. And also in the mix, hopefully people will just be tired and be over it. But there are still some really aggressive people out there.
Dorsey's saying this is no longer the news, just part of the norm. Please report something of importance. Well, you know what? This is what's happening right now. All the cable news networks are on it. All the feeds that we're getting in from Fox National are related to this event. I mean, we have this feed coming in right here. Then you also have this feed right here.
You know what?
We're getting a lot of feeds.
But you know what I just remembered? It's a free country, and if you don't want to watch us, you can turn us off.
And there's that.
Yeah, I mean, there are other YouTube channels happening right now. Bless.
But we do appreciate all of you who are enjoying our coverage, tuning in. And even if you're not enjoying it, but you're still tuning in, we appreciate you too.
Zeal says, these jerks need to crawl back under their rocks, breaking laws, create revolution, not support.
Jaffa's saying the police need to keep them in a controllable area, not this huge convention center. Also, I hope this isn't the norm. It feels like it's becoming the norm at Trump events, though, at least this week, you know. We saw it in Orange County earlier this week. We saw it in New Mexico. We saw protests in Fresno, albeit not this rowdy. I think there was an arrest or two, according to the protest Facebook page that I somehow got my hands on. But... I don't know. Right now, San Diego, as big of a scene as it's caused, isn't as chaotic.
Albuquerque.
Yeah, exactly. It's not New Mexico.
No, I think that we've only seen a few fights break out. I'm still more angry about the sucker punch, because it was like an older gentleman who just got punched in the face by a random person just walking past him.
All right, guys. Just wanted to say happy Memorial Day weekend.
Yes.
Kinsey and I will be signing off. That does not mean that the Trump coverage is going away. However, you will have continuous coverage here on News Now. So don't go anywhere. There's more San Diego protests coverage coming your way.
Hey guys, Mike here, taking on over for more continuous coverage. Protesters in San Diego. Welcome everybody to Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are watching still breaking news here in San Diego, where the Trump rally, ended about 2 hours ago, and these protesters are still just sticking around. You can see in the top right corner of your screen there, we could see a ground shot that is available to us right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Welcome. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We've been streaming all day on coverage of Donald Trump in California. First it was Fresno. He did a rally there, and now about 2 hours ago he wrapped up a rally here in San Diego. But main difference is people did not want to leave, really, the protesters, and looks like we do have a arrest being made on the ground here in San Diego. We got that shot for you on the top right corner of your screen here. Appreciate you guys all watching this Fox 10 News Now stream. See that another angle there provided to you of what's going on a little bit down that street there, as police are once again trying to really just get this crowd out of here. Welcome, everybody, to that Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being part of the stream as we are watching really just protesters continuing to be out here in San Diego hours after the Donald Trump rally wrapped up. You watched that live right here on the stream about 2.5 hours ago. We've been covering extensively for you all day today. I myself, as well as Kinsey and Samia, have been providing you guys coverage all morning and afternoon and now into the evening hours here. Welcome everybody to that Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are watching this all unfold live right now. Protesters clash, San Diego. You are watching this all unfold right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do appreciate you guys being part of it. Welcome. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We can see this has been the same shot for a little bit here. We're looking at protesters in San Diego hours after the Donald Trump rally finished up. So welcome, everybody. I do really appreciate you guys being part of this stream right here. We've been watching and really covering Donald Trump extensively today. Samia started it all off with a 10 a.m. Fresno rally, and then there was protesters at that venue as well, and then outside the venue, and then we moved to San Diego where there was another rally where Donald Trump did the rally. And now the difference between this and Fresno is that, well, the people, the protesters, really just didn't leave the area, didn't leave the outside of the convention center, and that's where we're at right now. That's what we're watching live right now. There was, about an hour, 90 minutes ago, there was a little chaotic scenes there and there between maybe a protester and someone else, but nothing really that we've seen really hardcore with a police or protester. So that's the good thing. They've been pushing these people further and further out of the way from the convention center, but who knows how long this is really going to last. At least right now, it's not happening like it was in Albuquerque earlier this week where there was those violent protests happening. So we'll see what happens right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I do appreciate you guys watching right now, and just wanted to check in with you guys and hope you guys are having a great start to your Memorial Day weekend. A lot of people are asking, what is this sound right here? No, this is not part of our newsroom. This is just the ambient sound that we are hearing in San Diego. Welcome, 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 everybody. Fox 10 News Now for the Fox10Phoenix.com. We are in the stream here where protesters are still outside the San Diego Convention Center, where police have been really trying to just get these guys out of here. All right, folks, in just a little bit, we are going to take you to a live press conference in New York where a World War II-era small plane did crash in the Hudson River earlier this afternoon. The pilot has minor injuries, and we are going to take that press conference live once it does happen. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Welcome to that Fox 10 News Now stream. We've been really all day today covering Donald Trump from Fresno to San Diego with protesters in between, and now that just won't leave this outside the San Diego Convention Center. A lot of people have been saying, hey, where's this audio coming from? Well, I just lowered it for you guys, since looks like you don't want to hear any audio from San Diego there. I know it did seem a little weird at times where you're like, is this a bar or what is this? But we are going to be holding on to this shot for as long as we can, and then once this press conference starts in New York, we will take you there live with this World War II plane that went down in the Hudson River. So be on the lookout for that, guys, as we are just moments away from that press conference slated to begin. Now we got an aerial shot there for you. All right, folks, so let's see what we are looking at here. Obviously, aerial coverage, and it just looks like right now it's like protesters are now fighting with each other, not fighting, but maybe just arguing. But I mean, at this point, come on, folks, let's move on and get on with our weekends here. Shout out to everybody that is watching right now on this beautiful, beautiful Friday evening. Memorial Day weekend has begun, everybody. Hope everyone has some great plans this weekend. Hopefully you got the day off on Monday. Right now we are watching live aerial coverage in San Diego. Donald Trump protesters just don't want to go home. Well, folks, you are watching this right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream where not too many more protesters left, but you see the police there in the top right of your corner there, and this is just getting embarrassing now for these protesters. I mean, at this point, you're really, come on, folks, just go home, relax, take it easy. You don't have to be all up in arms. Well, folks, we really do appreciate you guys being part of this Fox 10 News Now stream. Protesters still taking over this bridge here. And, well, it's very embarrassing for them right now. Because now they're just disruptors. The Trump rally has ended 3 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago, and this is people literally having no plans here. Now we got some movement. They're starting to run. See the police there in the background. Let's see what's going to be happening here. Folks, we do appreciate you guys being part of this news stream here where protesters are really just trying to make it last right now. We can see police are just right there, and at this point, I mean, I wish these protesters would just go home. Right now, they're just disrupting. We're getting a lot of police that have to be associated with this. And now we've seen more than hundreds of people originally have now dwindled down to, what, a couple dozen here? All right, here we go. Police finally making their way to get these people out of here. Let's see how this is all going to happen here. Protesters are now running. Great force of the police and strong presence that are pushing these guys out of here. Let's see. Up here we go. Here we go. We got a protester being arrested. We got another one going to be arrested here. Here we go. We got some action here. Here we go. We got some more takedowns. We have some more takedowns. This crowd is just trying to do and make trouble. This is all they want to do. Think of all the resources that have to be tied up because of these people. They just want to cause trouble. You can see the media there on the side there, just trying to get their shots. Welcome everybody to that Fox 10 News Now stream. We have been seeing police dispersing the last remaining protesters. I mean, we have probably a little more than a dozen left here. These are the protesters that just do not want to leave. This is more than 3.5 hours ago the Trump rally ended. And, well, these people just did not want to leave. They wanted to cause trouble. They wanted to just really not leave. And you can see the police there in full force. All right, folks, we're going to step away from this, come back to it in just a little bit, but I want to take you to the live press conference happening in New York with the World War II plane that went down in the Hudson River.
From OEM.
Spell those names?
And once that does start up, we'll go to that.
From FDNY, as well as Deputy Chief Frank McCartan from OEM. At 7:30 p.m. This evening, we had a single passenger plane go into the water. It left from the airport in Suffolk County, and at around that time, it was a distress signal, and it went into the water at that time, and it was still under investigation with the cooperation of OEM, NYPD, and FDNY. We identify where the plane is located. It's still off the shores of New Jersey, and we're still trying to continue the investigation regarding why the plane went down and how many. We believe there was one passenger that was with the aircraft.
Okay, just take a few questions, just a few questions. Yeah.
You heard there was a rescue. Any idea what kind of trouble the plane ran into?
No, we don't know at this time.
We understand it was circling a couple of times before it went down.
We're not sure about that either, sir.
Can you talk about the resources you have on scene, divers, boats?
Yes, we have our emergency service, harbor, our scuba team, as well as FDNY has.
Chief, do you have some resources, Chief?
Yeah, the fire department was one of the first units on the scene. We had one of our smaller response boats that was able to tie a rope around the plane. We have a line on it. We were able to keep a mark on it. Other fire department resources responded. We have 5 Marine units here. Not to mention we have EMS and fire department divers on the scene.
Frank McCartney, do you have any resources here?
Yeah, we have our full team of responders are on site. We've been in touch with the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA that will be handling the investigation. And then once the recovery of the aircraft is completed, they'll start their investigation.
The condition of the pilot? What about the pilot?
He's still unaccounted for at this time.
Unaccounted for?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
The pilot is unaccounted for?
Yes.
New Jersey State Police put something out saying that he was on his way to the hospital. Inaccurate.
That's inaccurate.
Thank you. All right, Chief, thank you much. Thanks very much. And we'll have another briefing as soon as we get more information right now. But this is all we can give you at this point. So was anyone rescued from the water? At this point, this is all we can give you at the point. And only one person was in the craft. He's unaccounted for at this particular time. We'll talk about the rescue and recovery efforts in more detail later on. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, once again, police on the move, just trying to get these protesters out of here. Folks, once again, you got to really tip your hat off to the police who have been very, very patient in San Diego as these protesters just do not want to go home. It's been going on 4 hours now since the Donald Trump rally has ended. Darkness is about to fall on San Diego, and police are just hoping to get these crowds out of here. Because look at all the resources that are tied up for this, for these people that just want to cause trouble and mayhem. And once again, police are forming another line to try to shut down these protesters on a Friday evening.
Still forcing.
All right, folks, you know what's going to happen now. Kinsey's going to come out and close down the stream, take you all the way to 9 p.m. She's going to have more coverage on all the craziness that happened in San Diego and still continues. Be safe, everyone.
I came here probably 10 or 12 years ago, and they had a problem. You remember the problem, right? They had a problem. I think it was Running Horse, right? Running Horse. And I was going to take it over and do a beautiful job. Fortunately, I didn't do it because there's no water anymore because they send all the water out to the ocean, right? I got lucky that I didn't do it, but I would have changed the water. I would have worked it out. Don't worry. But you know, so it was interesting. And some of the radio guys, one in particular who's here, where are you? Where are you up the radio? He was so great. Where is that guy? Where is he? He was so great to me. I'll tell you, he was so good I almost did the project. That would have been terrible, right? But good, thank you. But we had great support, great community support. There were a couple of politicians who were against it. A couple of politicians didn't like me. They said I wasn't a nice person. And that thing is just sitting there. And you know, no, you don't want to go wild, because I do that a lot. You go in, if they want you, love you, and everything else. I didn't do it, and I made a fortune by not doing it. Good? I mean, everyone, you know, some of the best deals are the deals you don't do. You understand that. And we're going to solve your water problem. You have a water problem that is so insane. It is so ridiculous, where they're taking the water and shoving it out to sea. And I just met with a lot of the farmers who are great people, and they're saying, we don't even understand it. They don't understand. Nobody understands it. And I've heard this from other friends of mine in California, where they have farms up here, and they don't get water. I said, oh, that's too bad. Is it a drought? No, we have plenty of water. I said, what's wrong? Well, we shove it out to sea. And I said, why? And nobody even knows why. And the environmentalists don't know why. Now, they're trying to protect a certain kind of 3-inch fish. But, no, think of it. So nobody even knows why. And by the way, the environmentalists don't know why. And you know, I should say this. I've received many, many environmental rewards. Really, rewards and awards. I have done very well environmentally, and I'm all for it. But you have some people that really want to just get in the way. And I don't know if it's for their ego or what, but there are so many things. And, you know, we want jobs. We have to bring jobs back. And if we can bring this part of the world, water, that we have, but it's true. I've gotten so many of the awards, and I'm proud of them. And there's some great environmentalists and some great environmental people, and they really do. You know, my environmental standard is very simple, and I've said it to everybody. I want clean air and I want clean water. That's what I want. Clean air, clean water. Very, very simple. So anyway, we're going to be back up here. If I win, believe me, we're going to start opening up the water so that you can have your farmers survive, so that your job market will get better. No, but there are some things that are inconceivable that, you know, they happen and you wonder why. And I'm asking everybody why, and nobody can really explain why they do this, but they do it. And your senators are for it, but they're totally ineffective, unfortunately. They're ineffective. You know, they're for it. By the way, they're for it for you, and then to the other side, they're for it for them. And then you wonder, I wonder why nothing happens. But when you're with the senators, they want you. And then they go over to the environmental side, and they want them. And then you say, gee, that's strange. They're for me, we want the water, but the environmentalists just endorse them. I wonder why. Well, I'll tell you how it works, folks. So they play both sides of it, but they're actually not for you. So we'll see what happens. But we're going to get it done, and we're going to get it done quick. Don't even think about it. That's an easy one. Don't even think about it. So yesterday was a big day. You know, yesterday, right? Yeah, we're going to bring it back, folks. We're going to bring this country back. You know what it is? Look at all those red hats, white hats, the black hats, the gun-shooting hats. They do pretty well, I'll tell you. Speaking of that, the NRA last week endorsed Donald Trump in the earliest endorsement they've ever given. The earliest they've ever given. That was a great honor. And Wayne and Chris and all the guys, these are great people. These are great Americans. These are people that want to see great things for the country. You know, they try and build them like sort of a radical agenda. It's not a radical agenda. It's called the Second Amendment, folks. Now, Hillary Clinton wants to abolish the Second Amendment. Remember that. She wants to abolish it. And it's disgraceful. You know, I watched her on television, and it's really hard for me to watch her because, honestly, it's very boring. You know, it's very boring. But I watched her last night, and she lies so much. She lies so much. And she was saying last night so many things. Donald Trump wants to see Japan get nuclear weapons. I never said that. Donald Trump wants to see Germany get nuclear weapons. He wants to see South Korea arm themselves and get nuclear. I didn't say that. I never even said close to that. Donald Trump loves North Korea. He loves the maniac that's running North Korea. I love him. Donald Trump is a friend of Putin. Well, actually, Putin did call me a genius, and he said I'm the future of the Republican Party. So he's off to a good start. I will say he's off to a good start, right, folks? And by the way, I'm not a friend of Putin. I don't know Putin. I've never met Putin. I respect Putin. He's a strong leader, I can tell you that. Unlike what we have a pathetic leader. Pathetic. We don't even have a leader, you know, the word leader. You go leader in quotes, right? But we don't even have a leader. But, you know, wouldn't it be nice if we actually could get along with Russia? Wouldn't that be nice? I mean, you know. We've spent almost $5 trillion in the Middle East, and we're in worse shape today in the Middle East than we were 15 years ago. If these presidents would have gone away on vacation and not done anything, we'd be in better shape than we are today, if you think about it, right? And I was against the war in Iraq, totally against the war in Iraq, totally against it. And, you know, Hillary raised her hand, and, hey, look, it happened. It was a disaster. It's one of the worst things this country's ever done. Obama got us out very badly. He said a date. We are going to be out by a certain date. The other side didn't believe it. The other side couldn't believe it. In fact, they thought it was like, you know, misinformation, they call it. So they weren't totally prepared. Then he left on that date. I think General Douglas MacArthur, General George Patton, they're spinning in their graves. When they see what's happening with our country, when this great country can't beat ISIS, which is essentially 30,000 people, vicious people, smart people, but when they see that we can't beat them, and, you know, we're fighting not to win. We fight not to win. And we want to be, we now fight wars in a politically correct manner. We got to get out of there. We got to win. We got to get out of there. We got to win. We got to build up our military bigger, better, stronger than ever before. Bigger, better, stronger. You know, in a certain way, it's the cheapest thing we can do. It's the cheapest thing we can do because look at what's going on. Everyone's laughing at us. And we send our allies over there. You know, they're fighting Syria. We don't even know who we're sending. We send information. We send armaments and military and rifles, and we send them so much stuff. And a friend of mine has a son. He's been over in Iraq for a long time, numerous terms, and he's been there for a long time. And he's a good boy. He's a great guy. And he's a great American kid. And I love talking to him, although it's very depressing. He said the most depressing thing is when we're fighting and we see what's coming on the other side, and they have newer equipment than we have. They take the Humvees. You know, they shoot a bullet in the air. The guys that we give it, our so-called allies, they run. They run for the hills. And ISIS or whoever comes in and takes the equipment, their brand new equipment. And this guy, who's great, and just he loves this country, but he finds it so sad. He said, we deliver equipment to our allies. There's a skirmish. The allies run away, drop the equipment, they run, and the enemy comes in, takes our equipment, and they end up with armor-plated Humvees. You know, they sold 2,300 Humvees. Now think of it, 2,300. I thought it was a misprint. 2,000, all armor-plated. And we have our guys driving around in things where they lose their legs, they lose their arms. You know, it's really a sad thing. And it's not going to happen anymore, folks, okay? It's not going to happen anymore. Not going to happen. But I watched Hillary Clinton, as I say, crooked Hillary. She is crooked. But she lies. She lies so much. And you know, it's sad. She lies so much, but I can't really use that term because I've already used that term. I don't like to use a term twice. I don't like to use a term twice. I don't like to use a term twice. But she lies so much, and she's saying all these things like, you know, like I respect the kid from Korea. I mean, can you imagine this? I respect. That I have total respect and like him very much. Look, Hillary is a disaster, folks. She has bad judgment. That was said by Bernie Sanders. He's given me a lot of my best lines. I mean, he has given me such great lines on her. And, you know, if I say it, they're going to say, that's not a nice thing to say. So I always refer to Bernie Sanders because, you know, and we do get much bigger crowds than him. We get much bigger crowds. And I want to debate him so badly. I'd love to debate Bernie. But, you know, people say, first of all, I said, give 10 million, 15 million to women's health issues. We'll pick the charities. And the networks want to keep the money themselves. That's one thing. So that's a problem. Then the second thing is, we got the nomination yesterday, right? So we have the nomination. So we're number one. And it was tough, but we won by such big margins because it's a rigged process, let me tell you. I mean, very rarely could a guy like me come in and just win. We won so much. You know, I tell the prize fighters, right? They say, no, Mr. Trump, we don't worry about a decision because if we knock them out, we don't have to worry about decisions, okay? That's what we did. We won by such big margins that we had knockouts, and we got the nomination. And by the way, do you notice? It wasn't supposed to have been gotten till July, and then some of these pundits, who are among the most dishonest people in the world, by the way, they said, we don't think it's going to even happen in Cleveland in July. We think it's going to take another convention. Can you believe that? Would that be a mess? And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. We're going to win on the first ballot. And it actually happened even sooner. Because remember, Indiana, we won New York, right? We won Pennsylvania, big. All of them big. We won, and these are all landslides, so I won't have to use the word too often. We won massive in New York. We won massive in Pennsylvania, in Maryland, in Connecticut, in Delaware, in Rhode Island. And then they had the answer, because they had Indiana. But Indiana liked me better than it liked them, by a lot. And we went to Indiana and won in a massive landslide, and we won with the evangelicals, and we won with the women, thank you. You know, we're breaking records in the polls with men. I love you too, see? They're all screaming, women love you. I love women. But believe me, I love women. I love women. And you know what else? I have great respect for women, believe me. Great respect for women. But I won with women, I won with men. Now with men, I'm setting records. That's why I'm leading. The men I'm setting polling records. They've never seen numbers like this. The men like Trump. I'd rather have the women like Trump. The hell with the men. I don't care about the men, I want the women. Now, we're setting records with the men, and we're doing fine. We're going up, up, up with the women. And let me tell you, one of the things with this Bernie, I wanted it to go to women's, a lot of money, but the networks are very greedy, and they're making a fortune off this whole election. I don't know if you've seen the numbers with CNN and Fox and MS, all of them. They're through the roof. They're making a fortune because of me. Because honestly, nobody else, who the hell are they going to watch? I can't use any of the people that are vanquished because I'm trying to get along with them all now. I have to be a good Republican and love everybody that I've beaten. So I won't use them. But you think they're going to watch Hillary and Bernie? Let me tell you, the debates as Variety magazine and Hollywood Reporter, they call it the Trump debate. They didn't do it for any reason. They said the Trump debate drew record numbers. So the Trump debate. Now, let's say I wasn't in the group. I'm not saying this braggingly, folks. I don't want to get into that. But let's say I wasn't in. They had the highest number in the history of cable television, 24 million people. Now, if I wasn't in, they would have had, what, 3 people? Okay. But I don't say that. I refuse to say that. 3 weeks later, CNN had a debate, and they had 23 million people, more than that. The highest number in the history of CNN. And then debates did great all the way along. I mean, they did great. Now, the Democrats had debates too, and they did fine, but they were much, much lower. And do you ever notice that even though Hillary's caught in another scandal, you know, the Inspector General, who's a Democrat, did a big, big number on her. I don't know how she can continue to run, I'll be honest with you. How does she continue to run? How does she continue? It could be I'll have to debate, because you know what? You don't want, if you're in first place, you don't want to really debate a guy who's in second place. But it could be I'll end up with Bernie. But I hear what they're going to do. They don't want Bernie. Because, look, he's a socialist. I mean, give me a break. Yeah. Have we come that far? Have we come that far? I don't think so. Look, he's a socialist. So what they're going to do, I hear, if she doesn't make it because of things somewhat beyond her control, although personally I think she's being totally protected, because they would have done it by now. But this Inspector General report was a real doozy. This was a bad report. This was page after page. And, you know, it goes back to judgment. It goes back to competence. She's not competent. If you look, she's essentially not competent. It goes to her judgment. It goes to her level of competence. And she's not competent. And it's always been this way. She's always skirted on the edge, whether it's Whitewater or whether it's all of these things going into, how about Benghazi? But look at, and you know what? And I say this, and I say it because Benghazi to me was a horrific situation. But for whatever reason, the mainstream media, because they're trying to protect her, they never picked it up. Fox picked it up more than anybody, in all fairness, but they never picked it up. And a lot of people don't know so much about Benghazi like they should know. But her decision to go in, and this was her baby, Libya, was a disaster. And she got rid of Gaddafi, and now you have a mess. And you know who has the oil? Who has the oil in Libya? ISIS has the oil. So you know what we got out of it? We got death, we got destruction, we got ISIS rebuilding stronger than ever in Libya and having among the greatest. The level of quality of oil in Libya is among the best in the world. It's high up, it's extremely sweet, it's just phenomenal oil. ISIS has the oil. And then you'd say, if ISIS has the oil, why aren't we blockading so they can't sell it? Why aren't we bombing the hell out? We have, let me tell you, our Washington leadership, in particular, our president, is grossly incompetent. Just remember I said that. Grossly incompetent. So it's sad. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like it's going to be Hillary. It should not be Hillary. What other people have been accused of is far less than what she's been accused of. I mean, by a ton. You look at General Petraeus, you look at other people that have done a fraction of what she's done, and their lives are destroyed. Their lives are destroyed. So we'll see what happens. I just don't understand why it's not happening. You know, how long does it take? How long does it take? And, you know, it gets to a point, what do you do? It one day before she gets it or 2 weeks after she gets it? It's almost, we almost don't want that. We want to have it, if it's going to be done, let it be done. And if it's not going to be done, we're going after her verbally, because what she did is so wrong. What she did is so wrong. But when I watched her speech last night, it was so sad, because everything she said, it was like a lie. I wonder if I could start, instead of saying crooked Hillary, which is a very accurate description, I wonder if I could say, you know, remember Lion, I won't say Lion Ted, I refuse to say it. Lion Ted holds that Bible high, puts it down, and then he lies. Lion Ted. Well, I'm going to retire that from Ted. I'm not going to call Ted that anymore. Not going to call him. But I wonder if I could redo it. Because after watching her last night with the lies, that I love the leader of North Korea, the leader of North Korea. You know, I said, here's what I said. They asked me, somebody, some newspaper asked me, and, you know, just, they're all bad, because any answer you give, it's always like, you know, slanted negative, if you happen to be a conservative Republican. If you're a Democrat, especially if you're liberal, they'll take your answer and say, no, you don't mean that. You got to say it this way, they'll correct your answer, so it's absolutely perfect, right? But if you're a conservative Republican, you know, they'll put 1/3 of the answer in, and then they'll write your own words. I tell you what, look at the New York Times story. Did you see the New York Times with me and the women? Front page of the New York Times, above the fold, middle picture, me standing there with Miss Universe contestants. This was the National Enquirer. And then they did stories with certain women. You've seen what happened. It's like they don't know what to do, the New York Times. They don't know what to do. I know that because we're talking to them. They are so embarrassed. So they put it, and then they talked about different women. One of them was named Roxanne, and one of them, another, I won't even go into it. But they all came, they said, that's not what we said. That's not what we meant. We think Mr. Trump is fantastic. One of them said he's a great man. One of them said he's a great man, I'm going to vote for him. I mean, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And they all came out. And Roanne was incredible because it's Roanne Brewer Lane, who's a wonderful person. But I figured, you know, it would be a story. It was a false story. I knew it was a false story. But I figured, you know, too bad. How do you fight it? Because they're dirty, rotten liars, these people, I'll tell you. They're the most dishonest people. They're dirty, rotten liars. And Roanne came out, and she said, that's not it. And she got on CNN. In all fairness, I give a lot of credit to CNN and Fox. And I think MS, maybe they put her on, maybe they didn't. I don't know. Probably they didn't, because they're like a pipe organ for the Times. But she got on a lot of television, and she wanted the record set straight. And she said the nicest things about me. And then they had another one. Then they had a construction person. Let me tell you about this person. So she didn't come out and say nice. She wrote a book that I'm fantastic. She wrote a book that I am a non-sexist person. I am non-sexist. Now, whoever even thinks of this? If you're talking about somebody, you don't say, think of it. You're writing about somebody. She worked for me. I gave her a job in charge of putting up big building. Probably there's never been a woman, in all fairness, in charge of such a big project, certainly in New York. You know, it was way, way ahead of schedule. In fact, my father said, my father's from the old school. It's okay to say this, right, women? And he said, don't put her in there. Don't put her. I said, Dad, I'm telling you, she's going to be fine. Don't put her in. I said, Pop, she's going to be fine. Besides that, it's my building. I can do what I want, okay? Trump Tower. No. I had the greatest father. He's the greatest teacher you could ever have. He was a great guy. He said, all right, look, if you want to do it. And now I think he was right because of this. She was fine. She did a job and got it done. And that was it. Then she left, went to another company, and she hasn't had a good career after that. You know, she had a good career with me. She writes a book, and she said nice things in the book. I didn't read it, but she said nice things. It was sent to me the other day. And one of the media sent it. In all fairness, the Daily Mail wrote a fantastic story about it because it's a scam. So then she said, now, the Times never called me about her. So I gave her a job that no other woman would have ever gotten. So I was way ahead, and I still am. I have so many women executives. I have women executives that are paid more than men executives for the same job. Now, you know what that means. Tomorrow I'll be sued by men. You get sued by everybody. You get sued by everybody. I guarantee I'll get a suit from the men in my company. We're not getting enough money. Okay. But I have a lot of women executives. I've been way ahead. They're fantastic, right? So she writes a book, and the book says he's not sexist. Now, you know, anybody that puts that in a statement, that I never even thought about it, that means they're into that. You know, they're into trouble. So she writes he's not sexist. Okay, wants to come back, writes me emails, letters, emails, many, many, many. I have no interest in taking her back. I have no interest. You know, it wasn't for me. But I had no interest. It wasn't worth it. And then one of my men came in and said, oh, that's Barbara. She's the most foul-mouthed human being I've ever said. We had to bring her into my office years ago and say, you got to clean up your language. She'd go into a group of men and start cursing and using the F word, and the most foul-mouthed person. We had to tell her, don't do it. Okay. So now she ends up in the New York Times. I say, oh, that's good. I'm glad, because she's got to say nice things, wrote nice books, said great things about me in the book. And she gets on and says, well, he's not good. He's not good. He's this, he's that. And he said to me, don't have that piece of candy. And I would never want to say she was heavy or not heavy. I would never do a thing like that. But he said to me, don't have that. And I actually had friends, look, they're watching this whole game. They're saying, with all of them, if that's the worst things you've done with women, I've got to tell you, you are in a class by yourself. And they went a lot further than that. In fact, some of them said, you have to be the nicest guy in the world if that's the worst. This is a front page story by the failing New York Times, above the fold with the biggest picture in beautiful colors and all these girls standing around. I owned it. I sold it recently, made a lot of money, by the way, which is good. I sold it to IMG, great company. They're going to do a great job with it, but I sold it. And I sold it because television didn't want to give me the ads, because they said, I want to stop illegal immigration. So television, Univision and NBC and all, they didn't want to give me the ads. Anyway, we settled it, worked out to be great. I'm very happy. Let's put it this way. In the history of beauty pageants, nobody ever made the money I made, I want to tell you. It was great. But, and I lost a lot. You know, by doing this, Macy's turned out to be a total traitor. Macy's said, head of Macy's calls me up, Donald, I'm very concerned. What? You know, I said, we got to stop illegal immigration. And I have, it's not a big deal, but I sell ties and shirts and stuff at Macy's, right? Big deal, who cares? A lot of them were made in China, so I didn't care anyway, to be honest with you. Because you have no choice. They don't make things in here anymore. They make it at other countries. They don't make them here. So I called up and he goes, Donald, I'm very concerned. I'll never forget, I was making a speech. I was in New Hampshire. I was getting ready, and they're introducing me, and I'm starting to do well, because as you know, I won New Hampshire. I'm getting ready to go up and make a speech. I'm standing like here on the stairs, and a nice guy's introducing me. There's over 1,000 people, which is a small crowd now. 1,000 people is now small. But in New Hampshire, they have small venues. This was in somebody's backyard. Place was packed. And I'm getting ready, and the man's saying, and Donald Trump is the personification of the American dream. Ay, ay, ay. So he's saying all the different things, and I get a call, and I see it's the head of Macy's. Nice guy, actually, Terry Lundgren. And I say, oh, well, I'll do this quick. Hey, Terry, what's going on? And he was a friend of mine. Haven't spoken to him since. I won't talk to him. He goes, Donald, I'm so concerned. What? I hear that they're going to picket Macy's. Who? Some people we don't know. Donald, could I announce that we're dropping your line? I said, drop my line for what? Let them have a picket for a half hour. Then they're going to want to go to lunch. You have it all the time. No, they're going to picket. He was so afraid. I said, Terry, I'm going up to make a speech. No, please, don't get off the phone. Please, could we talk about it? And I'm saying to myself, can you believe this guy? And this was a friend of mine. I said, Terry, let him, no, please talk. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Donald Trump. And I'm on the phone. I can't get this guy off the phone. I said, can I call you back later? Yes, but could I do that? I said, just do whatever you want to do. I don't care. They canceled my ties and shirts, and they were doing well. They canceled my ties and shirts at Macy's. So, you know, when I do, very disloyal, honestly, if we ought to boycott Macy's, I'll tell you what happened. Because of that, thousands of people that are customers at Macy's cut up their credit cards and sent them in. Thousands of people. Because it showed a couple of things. Number one, it showed no loyalty to a friend. I was a friend of the guy. Well, I don't have to play golf with him anymore. That's okay. But I was a friend of the guy. But it shows that people aren't willing to take on the tough issues. Illegal immigration's a tremendous issue, a big issue. Oh, that's okay. Oh, thank you so much. You have such a beautiful voice. All right, get him out. Get him out. Get him out of here. So what it really shows, hey, by the way, do we love our police? Our police, we love our police. You gotta let them know. Because our police are not treated fairly. I will tell you that. All right, thank you very much. That's good. She had a very meek, mild voice. Usually you're better off just letting her shout. It's my people that cause the problem. They start screaming, look over here, and you can't even hear the person, right? That's all right. Well, it's good because then the cameras go around. You know, the cameras never take the camera off me. The only way they take the camera off me, the only way is when there's a protester. So I love my protesters. I love my protesters. So when I ran, I gave up a lot. I gave up The Apprentice. You know, they wanted to sign me for a lot of shows. And I gave up The Apprentice, and now we put in Arnold Schwarzenegger. I have the show. But we put in Arnold. We'll see how he does. Who the hell knows? But I gave up the shirts and ties. I gave up a lot of things, and I gave up a lot of deals. But I want to do this because we are going to make our country so great again. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And what it showed to Macy's, what it showed to me, really, was great disloyalty to the country, because it's an issue that has to be discussed and people understand, and it's become probably the #1 issue. And if I weren't running, you wouldn't even be talking about it right now. And then you have the killing of Kate and the killing of Jamil and so many other killings and so much crime going on, and it's the #1. And by the way, we will build a wall, and the wall will be paid. No, we'll build the wall. All right, you ready? Are you ready? And who is going to pay for that wall? Mexico, 100%. 100%. Did you see Vicente Fox a couple of weeks ago? He was on CNN. And they asked him, and we're making progress, because 2 years ago he said, we will never allow a wall. Now he said, we will never pay for the wall. He doesn't talk about allowing it. But he said 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, and he was very nice. He actually apologized to me, which is nice. Most people don't do that. But Vicente Fox, he was the president of Mexico not so long ago, and he was being interviewed, and he said, we will not pay for that. And then he gave the F-bomb wall. And I said, oh, this is going to blow up. There's going to be a disaster. I feel so badly for the guy. Nobody even talked about it. Can you imagine if I said that? If I said that, I get the electric chair. He said it, you know, past president. Nobody even talked about it. I will not, and we will not build that F-bomb wall. I said, oh, the poor guy, he shouldn't have said that. It's terrible. Nobody picked it up. Nobody cared, right? I do it. I'm telling you, it may be they will demand that the death penalty be brought back, okay, if I do it. So, but he was very nice, and he just doesn't understand that this is going to happen. And as you know, the Border Patrol agents, 16,500 last week, they endorsed Donald Trump. First time they've ever endorsed. First time. And Sheriff Joe, we love Sheriff Joe. Sheriff Joe Arpaio, he knows a little bit about borders. He knows a little bit. You know what, I have to tell this story, because I deal with strong people, weak people, I deal with everybody. Smart people, dumb people, I deal with everybody. So I'm in Arizona, and we have this massive crowd, and the roads are blocked. And there were certain law enforcement, and I love law enforcement guys, but there were certain guys, they wanted to be very politically correct. They didn't want to do anything about it. And Sheriff Joe was there. And he comes over, he says, what's the problem? Now, they chained themselves to their cars on a highway. And there was only one highway in. And we had 20,000 people. It was massive. And it was all blocked up. And these people were, you know, calling names to other enforcement agencies and, you know, cursing at them and everything. And Joe heard about it. He went, what? What? He didn't even understand. What? And Sheriff Joe Arpaio from that area, he goes up. We love Sheriff Joe. Wait, you got to hear this. He goes over there. No guns, no nothing. He's standing there. They know who he is. What are you doing? Sheriff, we're chained to the car. We're not going to move. You got 30 seconds to unchain yourself. Now, in the meantime, there are about 400 people. Of the 400, there are only about 3 or 4 chained to the car. The 400 people all ran. They dispersed. The 4 people, they had, and by the way, he had behind him a couple of guys with chain cutters, right? The jaws, they call them. Boom, 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 to jail. Cars were moved, they were thrown apart. It took, and I'm not saying this to build him up. He's a friend of mine, he's a great guy. And he and your former governor, Jan, and so many people, they're friends of mine. They're great people. They endorsed me early. Sheriff Joe Arpaio endorsed me early. But I got to watch what respect is. I got to watch it. Here we are. We have a road that's being held up for a long time. Thousands and thousands of people that want to come see a rally are being horribly treated. I mean, they're sitting in their car. Their cars are turned off. You couldn't get through the highway. And other people didn't want to do anything. They're probably afraid to be sued. And I understand that. You know, today a policeman talks, if you talk the wrong way to somebody, you end up going to jail for the rest of your life. You know, but seriously, they take away your pension. They fire you from the force. Joe looked at him and says, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'll never forget. A couple of guys standing behind him. And they were only standing there with the cutters. And he said, what are you doing? Everybody left. With other people, they were standing there chanting, chanting, chanting. Cut them up. I think we took 3 or 4 people to jail. They were put in jail, and that was the end of it. They moved the cars. They pushed the cars out of the way. It took like 5 minutes. It was so beautiful to watch. It's called respect. It's called respect. And we had a rally of 25,000 people at least, and there wasn't one protest. And I don't mind protests. I mean, when that young woman screamed, I couldn't hear her too much, but could only hear my people saying, there she is. I want to get my people to shut up every once in a while. Just leave her. But we had, you know, I always say a Trump rally is the safest place. First of all, do we have fun at Trump rallies? Do we have fun? Right? Do we have fun? You know, it's the safest place on earth. It's the safest place on earth. We have more safety. It's all, you know, we were in Costa Mesa in California, 31,000 people in this incredible dome, this amphitheater. And it was a love fest. But they had people outside burning the American flag. I don't like that. And waving flags from other countries, okay? I'll be nice. They're waving flags, burning. That was the one where they started stomping on the police car. It was very famous. And the whole story, they probably had 150. The whole story was about that. They showed a couple of helicopter shots. And I had people whose children were killed, whose families were killed, whose relatives were killed by illegal immigrants. So we had them on the stage with me. It was an unbelievable evening, an unbelievable success. But 90% of the coverage was this guy stomping on a policeman's car. By the way, if that was Sheriff Joe, he wouldn't be stomping. I guarantee. He wouldn't be stomping on Sheriff Joe's car. I can tell you that much right now. That'd be a long, long-term prison sentence for that guy. That guy did some major destruction. Then he almost broke his ass when he got off. Did you see that? He tried to pretend. He tried to pretend it didn't hurt. Oh, he was in pain. He took a heavy fall. He'll probably now sue the police because the car was too slippery on the hood, right? So we're doing really well. And one of the things that I will tell you, so we got the, I think we have a real shot. One of the things we're going to do, because Hillary is terrible. She's terrible as a candidate. And Bernie, assuming it's Bernie, and remember this, I think, and I'm pretty good with this stuff, you know, when I was a business person, I got along with everybody, all sides. I got along with everybody. It was my job. I got along with Democrats, Republicans, Hillary, Bill. I get along with everybody. We do what we have to do, folks. And I'll tell you what, if you look at what's going on, and if you look at what we see, just take a look at what's going on around you. We don't make good deals anymore. We're like the dummies of the world. We have the worst trade deals ever done. NAFTA was signed by Bill Clinton, right? Signed by Bill Clinton. NAFTA has single-handedly destroyed much of the economic viability of our country. They've moved to Mexico. They've moved all over the place. It's one of the saddest things. When I won all these states, and I'm from New York, so I understood Syracuse and Rome, New York, the real Rome, and Albany and out on Long Island. And I'd look at these factories that have been absolutely abandoned and left to die. And you could see 20, 25 years ago, they were vibrant places, but now they're just dead. You could buy them for $2. Actually, I'll give you a good clip. If I win, what I would do is, before I win, go buy all those empty factories all over the place, I'm telling you. You'll buy them for 37 cents. Because if I win, those factories will be vibrant again, and you will have made a killing in the real estate market, okay? Good idea. And if I don't win, you will have wasted a couple of bucks, so it's not so bad. I really mean it. I tell you what, I really mean it. I might have a conflict of interest, but I saw some, I said, man, I'd like to buy that thing. I'll bet I could buy that for nothing. Most of them are crumbling. You know, the bricks are all rotted out, they're crumbling, falling down. But they're all over Syracuse and all over Long Island and all over Pennsylvania. And then you have Hillary Clinton in West Virginia, and she says, we will put the coal miners out of work. We will put the coal miners out of business. We will end the mines. We will put the mines out of business, right? We will put the coal miners out of business. Coal miners, why would you want to put the coal miners out of business? It takes guts to be a coal miner. I love the coal miners. You saw how I did with West Virginia. I don't have the guts to be a coal miner. That's a tough job. I actually said to them, I said, fellas, because I got such support. I won with massive numbers in West Virginia. And I won in Kentucky, big area, people don't even realize. I won Kentucky. I won in Pennsylvania with massive numbers. These are incredible people. And I had a group of 20 of them in front of me. We had a crowd that was so big. I think we had 40,000 people. We had this incredible arena that was packed, and they had 20,000 people outside. We put the loudspeakers outside in West Virginia. The people are looking for help. They're looking for hope. They're looking for something. They're having nothing. They're having nothing. The EPA is destroying coal. And you know, coal is an incredible fuel. This is something that we built our country with coal. And you know who uses coal? China uses coal. We can't use it. I mean, they're making it impossible. And now they want to put everything else out of business. And yet a wind turbine that kills all the bald eagles all over, that's okay with them, right? Even though it needs subsidy. But there's a place for everything. I know a lot about solar. I love solar, except there's a problem with it. Got a lot of problems with it. One problem is it's so expensive. They give me a 30-year payback. Oh, that's great. Let me buy something. I'll get my money back over a 30-year period. I mean, you got to make it so it works. Solar, the concept of solar is good, but it has a problem. You know, when the sun isn't shining, you also need some, juice. You need a little electricity. I have a friend, he said, he's really into it. I said, so how you doing? He said, I built an all-solar house, but I have a problem. I have 3 months in the year where the sun isn't enough and I can't live. I have no electricity. I said, what do you do? I bought a big, ugly generator and I fill it up with gasoline and it spews fumes. But he needs help. Another friend of mine, I tell you these stories. Isn't it great when you don't use teleprompters where you read the same speech every time? Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Isn't that great? And all this stuff has to do with leadership because our country's going wrong. So I have a friend. He went into an all-LEED. You know what LEED is? All-LEED building. Some people call it all-lead building. But they call it all-LEED. And it's highly rated. And he's a very substantial guy, very wealthy guy, has a lot of office space. And he said, Donald, I'm so proud. And he wants to he wants to give back to the country. That's why I'm doing this. I want to give back. That's why I'm doing this. Am I doing a good job? We just won the nomination. So he's a good guy, but he's a tough guy, tough, smart, very rich, and he took many floors of an office building. And this building is rated very high. In other words, environmentally unbelievable, right? And he said, Donald, I feel so good. I've just signed a lease with an all-LEED building. And he said, I feel so good about it. I say, which building? That one. I say, well, congratulations. I said, by the way, how's your vision? He goes, what does that have to do with it? I said, how is your vision? He said, my vision is good. I said, in 3 years it won't be because you won't have enough light to see. He said, what do you mean? Then I said, do you mind being freezing in the winter and hot as hell in the summer? Of course I do. I said, you will freeze your ass off in the winter, and in the summer you will be a disaster. What do you mean? He said, Donald, look, I'm very proud of what I've done. He called me up the other day. He said, it's the dumbest thing he's ever done. He said, it was a warm day. He said, it's like 85 degrees in my office. I said, of course. They don't give you enough juice. They don't give, I can do that too. Just don't give enough electric. I'm going to be environmentally friendly, but everyone's going to sweat to death. And he said, you know, and you were right about another thing. I don't have enough light. So I took lights, and they're operated by batteries, and I put them on my desk so I can see. So, you know, because when he said, I just moved into an all-LEED building, I said, oh, that's too bad. He didn't know what I was talking about. So look, folks, we got to be smart. It's just like what's coming over the border. We have people coming over the border. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they come from. They come from Syria. They come from the migration. But they're coming all over the place. They're putting them in your community. And we've had some big problems. You know, you take a look at Paris, 130 people dead, hundreds of people still in the hospital. Many of the lives are destroyed so badly. And by the way, speaking of that, if in Paris or if in San Bernardino with these young radicals, radical Islamic terrorism, problem. We have a problem. We have a problem. We have a president who is so incompetent he won't even mention the words. And there's nothing wrong with mentioning the words. We got to solve it. If you're not going to address the problem, if you're not going to talk about the problem, then you're never going to solve it. So radical Islamic terrorism, right? We have a problem. And we're going to solve the problem. But they have to report. They have to report the bad ones. You see, there's like a very close bond, not working so well, but like the San Bernardino people, everyone knew they were up to bad stuff. They had bombs all over their floor. That's not exactly normal. If I go to your floor, these three beautiful young ladies in front, do you have any bombs on your floor? And you know what? If you did, I'd report you. I would call up the local sheriff who I just met. Where's the woman? She's fantastic. Where is she? The sheriff! So, Sheriff, I would call you, and I'd call the chief. Where's the chief? The chief was great. All those stars. And I'd call the chief. But I'd call up, and I'd say, Sheriff, I have a person here. I mean, I don't know much about him, but honestly, there's bombs all over their floor. Do you think that would be helpful, Sheriff? Right? But people don't report them, right? They see what's going on. And not going to happen, folks. They got to report. Because we can solve a lot of the problems. When they look for the thug, you know, the press used to call them mastermind. The mastermind. The mastermind. And then we wonder why our kids are so attracted to joining ISIS over the internet. They're using the internet better than we do. And you have to talk about that, because why are we allowing them to get to our kids like this? Our kids are going over there. These kids don't even know what they're doing, and they're going over to fight for ISIS. Because a lot of things, but the press is calling the leader the mastermind. I call him the guy with the dirty, filthy cap. All dirty, disgusting, right? All dirty. The mastermind. But they haven't been doing it so much lately. They haven't been doing it. But we have to stop this stuff. We have to be smart. We have to be vigilant. And they have to report. And you know what they have to report? The guy, the mastermind that they called him, the guy with the cap, the guy that they've been looking for months. You know where he was living? Right next door to his apartment. In the same location, right next door to his apartment. And everybody in the community, religious people, they all knew he was there. And yet it took, 9 months, almost a year, to find him. And they found him only by mistake. He wasn't reported. So they all knew he was there. He was living in the community. He was the #1 wanted person in the world. And he was living right next to where he lived. The same people, and they were protecting him. And he had just killed 130 people and hundreds of people in the hospital. So when that goes on, that's no good, folks. You got to report. You got to report. When you see trouble, you got to report. And if you don't report, we can't handle it. If you don't report, we can't handle it. I'll just finish up a couple of things, because it's like current events. It's like a current event class. I like this better than my normal speech, right? Because you've already heard a lot of this stuff. But yesterday, our president said Donald Trump has foreign countries rattled. Great. That's so great. And he said rattled. Now look, here's the thing. We spend billions and billions, and actually trillions and trillions. We owe 19 trillion. But we spend billions and hundreds of billions of dollars protecting other countries. And that's all fine. That's all fine. We protect Japan. Nobody knows that. We protect Germany. Nobody knows that. We protect Saudi Arabia. Do you know how much money Saudi Arabia makes? They wouldn't be there for 2 minutes if we ever said we're leaving. So they got to pay, right? Guy said they got to pay for it. They got to pay. So one of the biggest diplomats of the country, who's a friend of mine, you saw recently, I actually met with him, and it was all over the place, so you could figure it out. And he said, Donald, I thought you were wrong in your approach. I thought it was too tough. But you know what? All of those countries are calling me. What do we do? What do we do? How can we make him happy? What can we do? If he wins, what can we do? Respect us. Who said that? Oh man, what a great line that is. This guy had the best line of the morning. I'm very embarrassed. That's good. Oh, am I allowed to use that, or will you sue me if I use it? That's great. No, that's an amazing. I said, what can we do? What can we do? He shouts out, respect us. That's really it. We want to be respected. We don't want to be the dummies anymore. We don't want to be the dummies. So I'm with this man, and he said they're all calling, and he knows all the nations. He's highly respected. He's a great guy, great guy. And he said they want to know. We want to get along. We want to get along. They take such advantage of our president. It's so sad to see what's happening. They take such advantage. And Hillary, give me a break. You know, we talk about presidential. Do I look presidential? Do you think, honestly, do you think Hillary looks presidential in office? I don't think so. And I'm not going to say it because I'm not allowed to say it because I want to be politically correct. So I refuse to say that I cannot stand her screaming into the microphone all the time. Actually, that's why I turned it off last night. It wasn't that she was lying about me at every single corner. I just couldn't stand it. I got such a headache. Oh, please. No, but I won't say it because we're not allowed to say that, right? Talking to these women in front, is that right? Was I good in not saying it? Yes. All right, look. So Obama gets on television. First of all, he's not supposed to be talking when he's in Japan about politics in our nation. Okay, he's not supposed to. I think I got him rattled. He's the one that's rattled. You want to know the truth? I remember when I was looking to run 4 years ago, and I guess I'm glad I didn't do it because I think this is going to be great. And maybe we needed 4 more years of incompetence to get us there. Okay, maybe we did. But I was looking, you remember, I was leading in the polls. I was doing great in the polls. I never announced I was running. And boy, did Romney let us down. Man, did he choke. Boy, did he choke. He was like he couldn't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Boy, did he choke. He was a choking dog. So, because that was an election that should have been won. Now, in all fairness, he had the worst campaign manager in the history of campaigns. I watch this guy on television all the time, and he's constantly talking about, yes, I don't like Donald Trump's attitude. There's a guy took an election that was a guaranteed win, and he lost it. I don't even think it was Romney so much. Do you know his name? Anybody know his name? Huh? Should I bring it up? Yeah, the hell. He had the worst campaign manager. I'll give you a hint. Stewart. Okay? The worst campaign manager that I think I've ever seen, because I was there. I said, listen, I don't believe what's going on with the polls. You got to get out there. You got to get on television. You got to and for like a month and a half, he was like a lost soul. He didn't do anything. And say what you want about Obama. He was on Jay Leno at the time. He was on all the different shows. He was on Letterman. He was all over the place. I said, you better start getting on television. You're gonna lose. And he took an election that should have been won, and he lost. And I backed John McCain, but I think for him to have won would have been very tough because he had a little thing like, a lot of bad things were happening for the Republicans. So I don't blame him. I backed him. And what happened is I backed McCain. I backed Romney. I backed Romney big. And this time I said, we're going to do it ourselves, folks. We're going to just go, we're going to win, okay? We're going to win. We're going to win. And when I hear the word rattle, to me that's a perfect. You know, when you're negotiating, has anybody read The Art of the Deal? When you're negotiating, because we have to negotiate. We have horrible trade deals. China, and I love China. China's great. I have a lot of friends in China, very smart people. I've made a lot of money dealing with China. The Bank of America building through China. 1290 Avenue in Americas. I sell a lot of condos. The biggest bank in the world from China is one of my tenants, right? Pay me a lot of rent. And we don't have to worry about the rent either. They're good for it, I can tell you. What they do to us with the devaluation of their currency, what they do to our businesses, where they make all our product and everything else. And you look at South Korea, you look at all these countries, they're all taking advantage of us. They all think we're stupid people. They all think we're like Obama. They all think we're stupid people. Let me tell you, we have the greatest business people in the world. We have business people that don't fail. We have business people that are so much better than the Chinese negotiators. And we're going to use those people. And we're going to make great trade deals. And we're going to bring our jobs back. And we're going to have great relationships with China and with Mexico and with Japan. Look at Japan. They send in millions of cars. You know what we give them? Beef. And they don't even want it. They send it back. Goes back and forth. No, send it back. After about 4 trips, they call it Kobe. You know, that's aged. It ages for about 6. It's true. And they sell it for about 15 times more money. It's not a bad deal. But look, we've got to be smart. Oh, he's on our side. That's okay. No, he's on our side. He's on our side. So here's the story, folks. Here's the story. Why didn't you do it a little earlier, you dope? Okay, folks. You want to wait? All right, let's get him out of here. So, folks, here's the story. No other Republican, you know, we won by landslides, we won big. And by the way, who would have thought, you know, they were saying Trump will be in this race for a long time, maybe he can eke it out at the end? The end. I've been watching, I want to get into action, I'm getting a little bored. That's why I'm here, I'm doing these speeches, I don't even have to be doing them. What the hell am I doing? Somebody said, why are you doing a speech in Fresno? And now I'm going to San Diego. And why are you doing a speech in San Diego? You won the nomination. You don't have to do any speeches for a while. I said, you know why? Because I promised the people I was going to come and make a speech. That's all. That's all. Now, with that being said, because it's we, this is a movement. You know, we're on the cover of Time magazine all the time. I've never been on the cover of Time magazine so much. I think it was 2 times in like 35 years, and it's 4 or 5 times in the last 5 months. That means politics is more important than real estate, right? But look, here's the story. In the history, this is the thing I'm most proud of. In the history of the Republican Party, now you're talking about Dwight D. Eisenhower, you're talking about Richard Nixon, you're talking about Ronald Reagan. You're talking, I like him too. You're talking about Reagan, you're talking about all of these people. In the history of the Republican Party, nobody has ever gotten as much votes in the primaries than I have, right? By far. And what's the big secret? And we have 10 states to go, and there's one other thing. I've been competing against 16 other people, right? Hillary said the other night, I have more votes than Donald. You know, she has one guy she's competing with, and he's a socialist. She's got one guy. I got governors, I got all these different people. I have governors and senators, respected people. Ben Carson, who endorsed me, was a great guy, but I have respected people. And if I had 1, 2, or 3, I would have broken the record for Democrats and Republicans, and I still think I can. I think now we've broken look, here's what I'm saying. In 2 weeks, you got to vote. Go out and vote in the primary. Just do it. Just do it. Okay? As you know, I got the nomination anyway, but don't waste it. Let's knock a record, because the bigger vote we get, the more of a mandate it is. It's a mandate. What we have is a mandate. And that's why we're on the cover of all the magazines. And it's we. I'm the messenger. I have done a really good job as a messenger, but I'm the messenger. It's we. It's a whole thing. In fact, Time magazine has one great picture where I'm standing like this and I have this big crowd in front of me, and it's a picture from the top. And I was happy because it didn't show a bald spot, so I was happy as hell. I combed that hair I was so happy. I don't know, maybe they did airbrushing, who knows? I doubt it. But they have all these incredible, stories. They're incredible stories. And basically, I told you, Bill O'Reilly said, and Bill O'Reilly's a tough cook. In fact, watch his show tonight. He's doing a special on Trump. Can you believe it? No, it's going to be a big show. But it's called The Best of Trump. I don't know if that's good or bad. But Bill O'Reilly said 2 weeks ago, he said, here's a guy, he's a tough guy, smart guy. He said, in his history, in his lifetime, he has never seen a more important political event than what's happened with Donald Trump. That's a big statement. That's a big statement. And a lot of the event is you. Look at this, 11 o'clock on a Friday morning, and we have all these thousands of people. It's you. And when we go out on weekends, we have 35, 40,000 people happening. And it's beautiful, and it's a love fest. And it's sort of easy to do, and it's fun to do. Here's the thing. So get out and vote in a couple of weeks. And get out and vote, because here's what I'm going to do, and I'll tell you this right now, and I shouldn't say it because, although Hillary's got bigger problems right now, but we are going to make a strong play for California. Maybe I can't do it. Maybe I can't do it. No, maybe I can't do it. Maybe I can't do it. Now, the smart money would say that a Republican cannot win California. But when I go to Costa Mesa, when I just left 50 or 60 farmers in the back and they can't get water, and I say, how tough is it? How bad is the drought? There is no drought. They turn the water out into the ocean. And I said, I've been hearing it, and I spent a half an hour with them. It's hard to believe. But listen, we're going to win the election. So I want to make a big play for California. Should I? I think so. Now, I'll say this. No other Republican, let's say Ted Cruz won, or let's say any one of them won, they wouldn't even come here for dinner because they are told that as a Republican, you have zero chance, okay? I really believe we're going to win it. I think we have a real chance to win it. And you know what? I view it strategically also. Because if we don't win it, they are going to spend one hell of a fortune in fighting me off, that I can tell you. Money that could have been spent someplace else, right? But I think we can win it. We have a great group, Tim and all of his people. We have amazing people. So I just want to say to this group, you're the first one. I am going to make a heavy, heavy, heavy play because I honestly think that we're getting these massive crowds all over the place. I actually think we're going to win California. Plus, I have property here. I have employees here. So we're going to make a big thing. I'm just laughing. I did this last night at another place. Here are my notes. See? Isn't that better than a teleprompter? Isn't that better? One of the things I have here, two of the things I have here. TSA, did you ever see a more disgusting situation than what's going on at your airports? We'll straighten that out. And the other thing I have here, remember this. You know, they talk about, third party, all these stupid people like Bill Kristol. This guy's like a moron. We are going to find a third party. He's been saying that like for 3 years. He's the one that wanted to go into Iraq. We have to attack Iraq. Only problem is they never knocked down the World Trade Center. It was somebody else, right? So listen. These are stupid people. Because remember this. And I think they've given up now pretty much, except the Libertarian Party is nothing. But listen. If we win, the most important thing we have other than our national security, even more important than the economy in a sense, is the appointment of Supreme Court judges. If Hillary wins, our country will never be the same for a lot of reasons. The military will be weak, the borders will be Swiss cheese. If we win, we are going to have phenomenal Supreme Court justices. And I put out a list of 11, and I've gotten A+ reviews. And we're going to protect our Second Amendment 100%. She's going to abolish it. She is going to abolish it. Remember that. We're going to protect our Second Amendment. But here's the story, folks. We don't win anymore, but we're going to start winning again. We're going to win with our military, and we are going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to win big on trade, and we're going to still have great relationships, but we're going to win big. We're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to bring money back. We're going to save your Social Security. We're going to cut your taxes because the middle class and business are being destroyed with taxes. So we're cutting your taxes more than any other candidate by far. We're cutting your taxes, and we're simplifying your taxes so you don't have to go and spend all that money to get people that take half of your money away in order because it's so complicated. So we're going to cut your taxes. Remember, we're going to save you Social Security and Medicare. We are going to do a great job at our border. We're going to create a country again. We're going to have a country again. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare with something great. We're going to get rid of Common Core and bring your education locally, which will be phenomenal. And we're going to start winning again. We're going to win with everything. We're going to win with military and trade and health care. We're going to win with education. We're going to win so much, and I do this because I have fun doing this, to be honest. And you've seen it before. And we're going to build that wall. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And people are going to come through that wall, but they're going to come through, just remember, they're going to come through legally. I want to say that. I have to say that. We want people to come into the country, but they have to come in legally. So here's the story. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to keep winning. We're going to win so much that you people are going to say, let's have a protest at the White House. We're winning too much. We can't stand it anymore because we're not used to winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, please, we don't want to win so much. And I'm going to say, I'm sorry. We're going to keep winning, winning, winning. And we are going to make America great again.
All right, that was Trump in Fresno, California. Totally different energy from these in North Dakota. Here's one from North Dakota yesterday. I believe this is North Dakota. It's either North Dakota or Montana. I'll know once I transition. Yeah, that's North Dakota. Totally different energy here.
I'm delighted to be in North Dakota, a state where really you're at the forefront of a new energy revolution. Oil and natural gas production is up significantly in the last decade. Our oil imports have literally, frankly, been cut in half. That's something that nobody thought was going to be happening really for a very, very long time. But all of this occurred in spite of a massive new bureaucratic and political barriers. President Obama has done everything he can to get in the way of American energy for whatever reason. He's made life much more difficult for North Dakota as costly regulation, and I mean serious regulation, makes it harder and harder to turn a profit. If crooked Hillary Clinton is in charge, things will get much worse. Believe me, you've seen it. All you have to do is follow her career. She'll shut down energy production across this country. And by the way, she'll also, unrelated, abolish the Second Amendment, and we're not going to let that happen. That I can tell you. That I can tell you. And I appreciate, last week I got the endorsement of the NRA, and these are great people, and I appreciate that endorsement very much. Millions of jobs and trillions of dollars of wealth will be destroyed as a result. That's why this choice, and this is a very important choice, November, going to be so crucial. And here's what it comes down to. Wealth, serious wealth for people, for workers, for everybody, versus poverty. North Dakota shows how energy exploration creates shared prosperity. Better schools, more funding for infrastructure, which we really need throughout our country, higher wages, lower unemployment, things we've been missing for a long time. It's a choice between sharing in this great energy wealth or sharing in the poverty promised by Hillary Clinton. You don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to Hillary in her own words. She's declared war on the American worker. Here's what Hillary Clinton said earlier this year. We are going to put a lot of coal miners and coal companies out of work. By the way, her timing wasn't so good. The following week, she went to West Virginia. She didn't do too well there. But I love the people of West Virginia, and we did. And I love the people of Pennsylvania. They don't like her too much, I can tell you. And if Hillary can shut down the mines, she can really shut down our whole country, and your business will be permanently, in many cases, permanently ruined. So let me tell you how President Obama undermined our crisis and our middle class. The president stated that it was his intent to eliminate oil and natural gas production in America, if you can believe this. His policy is death by 1,000 cuts through an onslaught of regulations. For instance, the Environmental Protection Agency's use of totalitarian taxes forces energy operators in North Dakota into paying unprecedented multi-billion-dollar fines before a penalty is even confirmed, which is actually rather hard to believe. Government misconduct goes on and on. The Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against 7 North Dakota oil companies for the death of 28 birds, while the administration fast-tracked wind projects that kill more than 1 million birds a year. Far more than 1 million birds, I have to tell you, far more. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service abuses Endangered Species Act to restrict oil and gas exploration. Adding to the pain, President Obama now proposes a $10 per barrel tax on American-produced oil in the middle of a downturn. And you've had a downturn, but we did hit $50 today. I will take credit for that. Harold, I want 10%. I want 10%, Harold. At least 10%. At the same time, I love you too, thank you. At the same time, President Obama lifts economic sanctions on Iran. He imposes economic sanctions on America. He's allowed this country to hit the lowest oil rig count since 1999, producing thousands of layoffs, thousands. America's incredible energy potential remains untapped. It's totally self-inflicted. It's a wound, and it's a wound that we have to heal. Under my presidency, we'll accomplish a complete American energy independence. Complete. Complete. And lots of jobs, lots of jobs. Imagine a world in which our foes and the oil cartels can no longer use energy as a weapon. Wouldn't that be nice? Be very nice. Going to happen if we win. But we're going to win. We're going to win. But President Obama has done everything he can to keep us dependent, and this is so important, on others. He wants us to be dependent on others. It's different thinking. It's from a whole different school. Let me list some of the good energy projects that he's killed. He rejected the Keystone XL pipeline, despite the fact that it would have created 42,000 jobs. His own State Department concluded that it would be the safest pipeline ever built in the United States. and it would have no significant impact on the environment. Yet, even as he rejected this, and this is really something because we have that relationship with Canada, so he rejected the America-Canada pipeline. He made a deal that allows Iran, boy does he make bad deals with Iran, to transport more oil through its pipeline than would have ever flowed through Keystone with no environmental review whatsoever. What are we doing? President Obama has done everything he can to kill the coal industry. That we all know. You just ask the people of Pennsylvania, ask the people of West Virginia. Look at what's happened there. It's horrible. Here are a few of President Obama's decrees. Regulations that shut down hundreds of coal-fired power plants and block the construction of new ones. How stupid is that? A prohibition against coal production on federal land. Draconian climate rules that, unless stopped, would effectively bypass Congress to impose job-killing cap and trade. A disaster. President Obama has aggressively blocked oil production of oil and national, and you just take a look. Every single move he's made is to block the production of oil and natural gas. He's taken huge percentages of the Alaska Petroleum, and you take the reserve, he's taken it off the table. He's taken it completely off the table. Oil and natural gas production on federal lands is down 10%, which is pretty hard to believe. 87% of available land in the outer continental shelf has been put off limits, totally. Atlantic lease sales were closed down too, despite the fact that they would create, listen to this, 280,000 jobs and $23.5 billion in economic activity. President Obama entered the United States into the Paris Climate Accords unilaterally and without the permission of Congress. This agreement gives foreign bureaucrats control over how much our energy and how much we use right here in America. So foreign bureaucrats are going to be controlling what we're using and what we're doing on our land in our country. No way. No way. These actions have denied millions of Americans access to the energy wealth sitting right under our feet. Wealth we didn't even know we had 5 years ago and 10 years ago. This is your treasure, and you, the American people, are entitled to share in the riches. President Obama's anti-energy, and this is really anti-energy orders, have also weakened our security by keeping us reliant on foreign sources of energy. Not going to be for long, folks. Not going to be for long if I get in. Every dollar of energy we don't explore here is a dollar of energy that makes someone else rich, and really rich in some cases. I wonder if they're campaign contributors. What do you think? Do you think? They probably gave to the Clinton Foundation. I guess, right? Just seems like that's what happened. If President, thank you, darling, I love you too. If President Obama wanted to weaken America, he couldn't have done a better job. As bad as President Obama is, Hillary Clinton will be worse. She'll escalate the war against the American worker like never before, and against American energy, and she'll unleash the EPA to control every aspect of our lives and every aspect of energy. They'll make it impossible for the worker, for the owners. They'll make it impossible for everyone. She declared that we've got to move away from coal and all of the other fossil fuels. That's a quote. We've got to move away from coal, quote, and all of the other fossil fuels, locking away trillions in American wealth. In March, Hillary Clinton said, By the time we get through all of my conditions, I guarantee I do not think there will be many places in America where fracking will continue to take place. What are we doing? Why are we even thinking? What are we doing? Let's just vote her out. I don't know if she's going to get to run anyway, what I'm saying, you know. Sort of like to run against her, but. Can you imagine that? She wants to close down a primary source. Keep in mind, shale energy production could add 2 million jobs in 7 years. Yet, while Hillary Clinton doesn't want American energy, she is strongly in favor of foreign energy. Here's what she told China as Secretary of State. American exports and Chinese experts will work to develop China's natural gas resources. Working with China. What about working with us? Everyone's working with China. They don't work with us. We're going to work with us, and we'll worry about China later, folks, okay? It's unbelievable. Imagine what it would mean for China if China unleashed its own natural gas resources so you're not dependent on foreign oil. Hillary Clinton has her priorities totally wrong. But we are going to turn everything around. We are going to make it right. Believe me, we're going to make it right. And quickly, very quickly, a Trump administration will develop an American First energy plan. America first, folks. America first. Make America great again. America first. Make America great again. First energy plan, and I tell you, here is how we're going to do it, and here is how this plan will make America wealthy again. American energy dominance will be declared a strategic, economic, and foreign policy goal of the United States. It's about time. America has 1.5 times as much oil as the combined proven resource. Listen to this. As the combined proven resources of all OPEC countries. Think of that. We have more natural gas than Russia, Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia combined. We have 3 times more coal than Russia. Our total untapped oil and gas reserves on federal lands equal an estimated $50 trillion. Think of that. We're loaded. We didn't even know it. We're loaded. We had no idea how rich we were. We're richer than all of them. We're richer than all of them, folks. And we want to cherish that wealth, by the way, and preserve that wealth and take care of that wealth. We will become and stay totally independent of any need to import energy from the OPEC cartel or any nations hostile to our interest. Anybody hostile to our interest, believe me, we don't deal with them. We'll handle them just fine. Just fine. And by the way, there are plenty of them out there that are hostile to our interests. At the same time, we'll work with our Gulf allies to develop a positive energy relationship as part of our anti-terrorism strategy. We'll work with them because we have to knock out terrorism. And by the way, we have to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We'll use the... boy, I tell you what, people feel so strongly about that when you see what's happening to our country. When you have General Patton and all of our great generals, and they're just right now spinning because they can't believe what's going on. They can't believe that's going to turn around so fast, folks, your heads will spin. We will use the revenues from energy production to rebuild our roads. It's about time. Our schools, bridges, and public infrastructure. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our infrastructure is a disaster. We have to rebuild our country. We have to rebuild our country, and we have to rebuild it properly and fast. We've spent almost $5 trillion in the Middle East, and we've gotten nothing for it. We're in worse shape than we were 15 years ago. We've got to rebuild our country. Cheaper energy will also boost American agriculture. We'll get the bureaucracy out of the way of innovation so that we can pursue all forms of energy. This includes renewable energies and the technologies of the future. It does include nuclear and wind and solar, but not to the exclusion of other forms of energy and other forms of energy that right now are working much better. The government should not pick winners and losers. Instead, it should remove obstacles to exploration. Any market has its ups and downs, but lifting these draconian barriers will ensure that we are no longer at the mercy of global markets. We never want to be there again. A Trump administration will focus on real environmental challenges, not the phony ones that we've been looking at. We'll reject Clinton's poverty expansion agenda that enriches her friends. I mean, totally enriches her friends. Just take a look at who her friends are and makes everyone else very, very poor. We'll solve real environmental problems in our communities, like the need for clean and safe drinking water. And you look at some of our communities, and they don't have clean and safe drinking water at all. President Obama actually tried to cut the funding for our drinking water infrastructure, even as he pushed to increase funding for his EPA bureaucrats. American workers will be the ones building this new infrastructure, not people from other countries. They're not going to be building our infrastructure, not even a little bit. Here is my 100-day action plan. We're going to rescind all the job-destroying Obama executive actions. Including the Climate Action Plan and the Waters of the United States rule. Okay? Remember that. We're going to save the coal industry. We're going to save that coal industry. Believe me, we're going to save it. I love those people. These are great people. And they love that job. In West Virginia, I have to say. I said to some of the miners, because they voted so overwhelmingly and they endorsed me by so much, I said, would you ever think of leaving and going someplace else and doing something else? They said, Mr. Trump, we love coal. This is what we do. This is what we want to do. They love it. And we're going to bring it back, and we're going to help those people because that's what they want to do. And it's unfair what's happened to them. Remember that. Very unfair. So we're going to save the coal industry and other industries threatened by Clinton's extremist agenda. And it is indeed an extremist agenda, perhaps even worse than Obama. I'm going to ask TransCanada to renew its permit application for the Keystone Pipeline. By the way, I might also be asking for a big piece of the profits from that so that the American people can get some more money out of it. Does that make sense? Why not? Why not? We're making it possible. Let's take a piece of the action for you folks. You know, lower your taxes a little bit more. It wouldn't be so bad. Without us, they can't do it. So it sounds like it makes a lot of sense to me. We're going to lift moratoriums on energy production in federal areas. We're going to revoke policies that impose unwarranted restrictions on new drilling technologies. These technologies create millions of jobs with a smaller footprint than ever before. We're going to cancel the Paris Climate Agreement and stop. Unbelievable. And stop all payments of the United States tax dollars to UN global warming programs. We've got big problems, folks. We can't be sending our money all over the world. It's not 40 years ago. It's not 20 years ago. We've got a lot of problems. We're going to cherish our dollar. We're going to take care of our dollar, and we're going to keep our money, and we're going to keep our jobs here, and we're going to bring jobs back. Okay, remember that. Any regulation that's outdated, unnecessary, bad for workers, or contrary to the national interest will be scrapped and scrapped completely. We will also eliminate duplication, provide regulatory certainty, which is very important, and trust local officials and local residents like yourselves. Any future regulation will go through a simple test. Is this regulation good for the American worker? If it doesn't pass this test, this rule will not be, under any circumstances, approved. Policy decisions will be public and very, very transparent. They won't be made on Hillary's private email account, which is turning out to be a total disaster. By the way, a disaster for our country beyond Hillary, a disaster for our country that she do such a thing. We're going to do all of this while taking proper regard for rational environmental concerns. We're going to conserve our beautiful natural habitats, reserve, and so important, we're going to take care of those habitats, we're going to take care of our reserves, and we're going to take such great care of our resources so vital. We're going to take care of those resources. In a Trump administration, political activists with extreme agendas will no longer write the rules, because that's what's happening now. Instead, we will work with conservationists whose only agenda is protecting nature. And that's fine. From an environmental standpoint, my priorities are very simple. Clean air and clean water, right? My America First energy plan will do for American people what Hillary Clinton will never do. She will never be able to do this, and I'm not just talking about this industry. She will never create real jobs and real wage growth. She can't do it. She doesn't know how to do it. Her husband signed NAFTA, one of the worst jobs, one of the worst things ever signed in the history of our country for economic development. They don't know how to do it, and I think actually they don't even want to do it. According to the Institute for Energy Research, lifting the restrictions on American energy will create a flood of new jobs. Almost a $700 billion increase. Think of that. A $700 billion increase in economic output over the next 30 years. More than a $30 billion increase in annual wages over the next 7 years. Some of the people that are my biggest supporters, they haven't had a real wage increase in 18 years, okay? 18 years. Think of it. And they work two jobs. They're working harder, they're getting older, they're working harder. It's supposed to be the other way around. It's not going to be that way anymore, folks. Over the next 4 decades, more than $20 trillion in additional economic activity and $6 trillion in new tax revenue going to be generated. The oil and natural gas industry supports 10 million high-paying American jobs and create another 400,000 new jobs per year. This exploration will also create a resurgence in American manufacturing. So good to hear that. Because I've been going around, folks. I've been going around, and we won New York, and we won all these states. No matter where you go, manufacturing down 50%, down 55%. I go down, I see Syracuse, New York. I see Rome, New York. That's the real Rome, by the way, Rome, New York. I see all of these different places. You go out to Bethpage. You go out to, then you go to Pennsylvania. You go to all of these different places. and you see what was once vibrant, beautiful working places, factories, they're all falling apart. We lost 45, 55, 60% of our manufacturing jobs all over the place. It's one of the reasons I won by such large margins, because we're not going to take it anymore. We're not going to take it anymore. They're moving, they're leaving, they're taking our jobs, they're taking our companies. We're not going to let that happen anymore. We're dramatically reducing both our trade deficit and our budget deficit. Compare this future to Hillary Clinton's Venezuela-style politics of poverty, and that's what it is. That's what it's going to end up being. That's where we're going. That's the direction we're heading. If you think about it, not one idea of Clinton has and actually can create a single net job or create a single new dollar to put in workers' pockets. In fact, every idea Hillary has will make jobs disappear. She doesn't have a clue. Remember, it was NAFTA, which was signed by her husband, that destroyed big parts of this country. So Hillary Clinton's agenda is job destruction. My agenda is job creation. We're going to create so many jobs. And if companies want to leave our country and fire all their workers and go to another country, there will be a problem for those companies. There will be consequences. There will be consequences. And when they hear about the consequences, you know what they're going to do? They're going to say, Mr. President, we've decided not to move. Okay? That's what's going to happen. It's as simple as that. Clinton wants to tax and regulate our workers to the point of extinction. True. She wants terrible trade deals, and she wants to continue terrible trade deals like NAFTA, signed by her husband, that will empty our manufacturing businesses even more so than they already are. During her time as Secretary of State, which was a disaster, she surrendered to China, allowing them to steal hundreds of billions of dollars in our intellectual property. Everybody knows this. We do nothing about it. She let them devalue their currency and add more than $1 trillion to our trade deficit. Then there was Libya. Secretary Clinton's reckless Libya invasion handed the country over to ISIS, which now controls the oil in Libya. Very, very pure, sweet, beautiful oil. Among the best in the world. ISIS has the oil from Libya. How do you like that, folks? Not so smart, right? The Middle East that Clinton inherited was far less dangerous than the Middle East she left with us today. Her reckless decisions in Iraq, Libya, Iran, Egypt, and Syria have made the Middle East more unstable than ever, ever, ever before. The Hillary Clinton foreign policy legacy is absolute total chaos. Clinton also wants totally open borders in America, which would further plunge our workers into poverty. Hillary's open borders agenda means a young single mom living in poverty would have to compete for a job or a raise against millions of low-wage workers rushing into our country, and we will have absolutely no idea who they are, where they come from, are they dangerous, are they good, are they bad? We know nothing about these people. My agenda will be accomplished through a series of reforms that put always America first. Energy reform, thank you. Thank you. Energy reform that creates trillions of new dollars in wealth. Immigration reform that produces and protects our borders. We are going to have such strong borders. And by the way, we want people to come into our country, but they're going to come into our country legally, legally, legally. And we are going to defend our workers. We're going to defend our workers. Tax reform that brings millions of new jobs to America. Regulation reform that eliminates stupid rules that send our jobs overseas, really created by people that don't even have a clue. And if they do have a clue, then they're doing some very, very bad things to our country. Welfare reform that requires employees to recruit from the unemployment office, not the immigration office. We want to create jobs for our people. Very importantly, trade reform that brings back our manufacturing jobs and stands up to countries that cheat, and I mean cheat like dogs. They cheat. They're cheating us so badly, and it's a disgrace. And we have people that don't know what's going on in Washington. We have people that truly do not know what's going on. There's one more thing we must do to make America wealthy again. And you have to be wealthy in order to be great. I'm sorry to say it. Build a wall. We'll build the wall. We'll build the wall, believe me. We're going to build a wall. I was going to leave that one out for the energy speech, but you know what? It never fails. We will build the wall. Who's going to pay for the wall? Mexico. 100%, by the way. 100%. Good. I was just testing you. I wanted to see whether or not you were on your toes. Okay. We have to make our communities safe again. Violent crime is rising in our major cities across the country. This is totally unacceptable. Every parent has the right to raise their kids in safety. When we put political correctness before justice, we hurt those who have the least. I mean, that's what's happening. We're really hurting the people that have the least. It undermines their schools, slashes the value of their homes, and drives away their jobs. Crime is a stealth tax. It's a stealth tax on the poor. It's a horrible thing. And it's going up, up, up. Look at the papers today. Look at the statistics. Look at what's happening with homicides in our country. It's going only in one direction. To those living in fear, I say, help is coming. It's coming soon. A Trump administration will return law and order to America. Security is not something that should only, and this is so important, that should only be enjoyed by the very rich and the very powerful. It has to be enjoyed by all. By way of contrast, I was endorsed, and I told you this, by National Rifle. And I see what's happening, and I understand what's happening, and I know it so well. These are people that want good things to happen. So Hillary, get rid of the guns. Trump, we're going to endorse, and we're going to preserve, and we are going to cherish, cherish, cherish our Second Amendment. Okay. My reform agenda is going to bring wealth and security to the poorest communities in this country. We have to do that. We have to do that. Do you know African American youth has a 59% rate of unemployment? We have to do it. What does Hillary have to offer the poor, but more of the same? In Chicago, for instance, 1/4 of young Hispanics and 1/3 of young African Americans are literally hopelessly unemployed, hopelessly unemployed. My message today is to all the people trapped in poverty, and it's this: politicians like Hillary Clinton have failed you, and they failed you badly. It's all talk, it's no action. They have failed. They've used you. They've stolen your votes for decades, and they've given you nothing. I will give you everything. I will give you what you've been looking for 30, 40, 50 years. They have given you nothing, and you need something new. I'm the only one who's going to deliver it. I know the politicians. I know what's happening. I know these people. I am the only one who will deliver it. We are going to put America back to work. We're going to put people before government. Very important. We're going to rebuild our inner cities. We're going to make you and your family safe, secure, and prosperous. The choice in November is a choice between a Clinton agenda that puts donors first or an agenda that puts America first. My agenda, America first always. It's a choice between a Clinton government of, by, and for the powerful, and a return to government of, by, and for the people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It is a choice between certain decline, absolutely certain decline, or a revival of America's great promise. The people in charge of our government say things can't change. They just feel that. Things can't change. I've seen it for so many months now. I've been doing this for 10 months. Am I doing a good job, by the way, for you? I mean, you know. I'm very proud of this. I spent about $55 million of my own money, but look at this. I spent less than anybody else, and I have the best, you know, I won, right? It's one of those things. So I spent less. I beat him by a lot. Isn't that what you want for your president for at least a little while? Thank you. They want you to keep trusting the same people who betrayed you many times before. I'm here to tell you that if you keep supporting those who've let you down, then you will keep getting let down for the rest of your lives. I'm prepared to kick the special interests out of Washington, D.C. and to hand their seat of power over to you. I will do that, too. I actually look forward to doing that. And it's about time. Together, we will put the American people first again. It's been a long time. We will make our communities wealthy again. We will make our cities safe again. We will make our country strong again. Ladies and gentlemen, we will make America great again. Thank you.
Y'all ready for this?
And in the meantime, let's catch up on some local news out of Phoenix.
A pet owner comes home to an absolutely horrifying situation. She found 8 of her dogs dead and several others sick.
Phoenix police are calling this a case of animal cruelty, and they are asking for help in solving this despicable crime. Jessica Flores live now with the latest. Jess, what have you learned?
John Kerry, well, the dogs were found dead all over this backyard right here. 8 of the 12 dogs dead. And this little guy over here, this is one of the dogs that survived, one of 4, but he was also very, very ill. And now police are on the hunt for whoever is behind this disturbing crime. 13-year-old Vanessa Guzman says her dogs are like family.
They're like my brothers and sisters. They're like family. She's been with me since I was 5 years old.
Now Vanessa and her parents are devastated. Mom Noemi Guzman went out for errands on Thursday, returned a few hours later, and found 8 of the 12 Chihuahuas dead in the backyard.
They just started twitching and crying, and then they just died.
Phoenix police believe an outsider poisoned the animals, and they believe the crime may be connected to at least 3 other cases of dogs mysteriously dying in the neighborhood near 85th Avenue and Indian School. Noemi wants the culprit caught.
Porque hicieron ese crimen con ellos. Ellos no se merecían morir así.
She tells me the animals didn't deserve to die. Her daughter, clinging to 2 of the survivors, wants justice.
Do you have a message for whoever's responsible? I just hope they pay a lot for what they did. They're just animals.
And investigators are examining the bodies, trying to determine exactly how the dogs died. They do believe they were poisoned at this hour, but again, they're trying to figure out who's behind this, and they're asking the public for help. If you have any information, you're urged to call Phoenix Police. You can also call Silent Witness, and that number is 480-WITNESS, and you can remain anonymous. Reporting live, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
Well, our warmer weather, it's finally arriving, and guess what it's bringing? It's bringing the bees. Yesterday, there were 2 major bee calls. One of them turned deadly. First of all, a man from Louisiana died here at Usery Mountain Park while he was out hiking there. According to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, he was stung more than 1,000 times. Rangers have now closed the Merkle and Desert Vista trails because of those bees. And then later that same day in North Phoenix, take a look here, 14th Avenue and Michigan, a man rushed to the hospital after being stung numerous times at a home. The victim was allergic to those stings, so this was a critical situation. Local bee companies are seeing an increase in bee calls this year. Anita Roman was there, and she was with the crew when they worked to remove the hive